Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1051. Clous kept running in circles, making sure he wasn't captured by the winged tiger. Gray saw his situation and decided to hurry with the beasts he was fighting against. It wouldn't be nice if Clous were to be injured or killed due to his delay. He switched places with one of the beasts that was in a crowded place about 20 meters away from him. The beasts were shocked when they saw that the person they were fighting against suddenly changed to one of their companions. One of the beasts at the peak of the 6th rank was the first to notice that Gray was now standing among them in the sky. The beast Gray switched places with is one of the few close to the peak, and it was also stationed close to the 2 peak rank 6 magical beasts. After appearing, Gray exploded with a powerful attack, sending out 3 different elemental attacks. He first used the darkness element to shoot a stream of dark essence in the direction of the 2 peak rank 6 beasts, before using the fire element to attack them. He ended the attack with the water element. Since the darkness elemental attack was the first to reach there, it quickly corroded the defenses of the 2 peak rank 6 and the others close to him. The fire elemental attack hit them the same time the darkness elemental attack touched them, the only difference was that there was a slight delay. After being hit by the fire elemental attack, the water elemental attack followed suit. It encased the beasts in a bubble and ice shards formed on the bubble and attacked the beasts inside. Other than the 2 at the peak, the others were quickly injured by the attack since not only had the darkness element corroded their tough skins, the fire element had also done some damage. With the sharp attack of the ice shards, they could only beg for their lives. They roared in pain as the ice shards pierced through their flesh. Within a second, their bodies were covered with blood. The 2 at the were fortunate and managed to escape from the bubble. The others were not as strong as they were, so they couldn't react as fast. The 2 at the peak looked at Gray with hate in their eyes. Not just hate, but there was a hint of fear. Within 2 seconds, Gray had defeated such a large group. If they weren't afraid before, they were now. When the attack died down, other than one magical beast, the others died from the attack. Just when the magical beast was about to heave a sigh of relief, an array appeared before it and blasted a bolt of lightning at its head. It didn't even have the chance to move before its head was blasted off. The 2 at the peak exchanged glances, and without a word, they fled in 2 different directions. The magical beast at the 9th stage that Gray switched positions with looked at everything in dread. Just when it wanted to ask for orders, it noticed the 2 peak magical beasts had made a run for it. It fled the moment it saw this. Gray didn't bother with the 2 magical beasts that were trying to escape, and attacked the 9th stage magical beast in front of him. The magical beast felt a powerful attack coming towards it and it tried to increase its speed. Unfortunately, it was unable to and dropped to the ground after the attack disappeared. The 2 peak 6th rank magical beasts that escaped from Gray suddenly reappeared in the position they were previously standing on. With Void here, these beasts should forget about leaving this area. After they reappeared, a confused look appeared on their faces. They looked around, a little lost. They were snapped back to reality when they sensed a threat coming towards them. Gray shot through the sky, aiming for one of the 2 beasts at the peak. He attacked the one who was a fire elemental magical beast. The other one had a tough defense since it was an earth elemental magical beast. The other one didn't try to help its compatriot and immediately tried to flee. Now that it noticed that they appeared in front of the fiend that wanted to kill them, it didn't hesitate to try to escape. The other magical beast knew it was not faster than Gray's attack, so it attacked as well. This was the only way it could defend itself. Boom! A large explosion rang out and the beast fell to the ground. Gray took advantage of this and appeared close to it, striking its head with a powerful attack. The beast died instantly. When Gray attacked it, he directly destroyed its core, so it died instantly. The other magical beast appeared once again. When it saw this, its eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Its eyes soon turned cold and it charged at Gray. It knew it couldn't escape, so it would fight with all its might. While this beast was fighting for its life with Gray, Clous was still being pursued. Seeing Gray kill one of the 2 peak rank 6 magical beasts he was fighting with, he yelled at the beast chasing after him, "Go and attack him, can't you see that he's stronger than I am?" The winged tiger didn't even move its head. It hated Clous and wanted to kill him, but fear was slowly coming. Gray had killed one of the 2 peak rank 6 magical beasts. Although they were not as strong as it was, it knew that if he fought against the 2 of them, it would be difficult for it to kill any of them, yet Gray did it so quickly. It hesitated for a slight second before continuing his charge towards Clous. It would try to kill this human in front of it, and escape. "Stupid tiger, go fight someone else." Clous cursed when he saw the winged tiger chasing after him with an increased speed. He tossed a ball of ice that exploded behind him as he fled for his life. Just when he was getting happy that he was getting away from the tiger, he was returned to his initial position. Void's domain covered a large area, and it was also effective against his friends. So when Clous ran past the edge of the domain, he was sent back. The winged tiger that was behind him also experienced the same thing, but it used the momentum to charge at the stunned Clous. Void sensed this and changed Clous' position, helping him dodge the attack of the winged tiger. When Clous regained himself, he was frightened, F***CKU Ray. If not for the wrong information Reynolds received, they wouldn't be in this plight. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw Grey had only one opponent left. Grey was just too strong. Thanks, Void, he yelled before running away again. He knew that Void was the one who helped him to dodge the attack. On Reynolds' end, when he heard Clous curse at him, his expression darkened. He was also finding this mission difficult. Those hateful people, he complained and fought. Time passed, and some minutes later, Grey had killed the other peak magical. He helped the others, and they killed all the magical beasts within a few more minutes. Ray, what the hell? Clous complained when they got back. What? I'm not the one who issued the mission, how would I know that the information is not correct? Reynolds complained. Grey looked at them and said, we've already completed it, there's no need to fight over the false information. Clous snorted and turned to Grey, you've grown too strong. How are you doing it? Grey laughed and replied, I have a large variety of attacking options, with multiple elements, I can easily adjust when fighting, taking full advantage of it. Clous nodded when he heard this. Although Grey's attack power was strong, it wasn't to the extent where he could kill these beasts so easily. It all lied on his elements. I wish I had more elements though, it would have been crazy. Clous sighed while staring at Grey. Aren't we taking the beasts and their cause back? Clous asked when he saw that Reynolds was about to leave them. They're useless. While saying this, Reynolds took a glance at Grey. Grey attacked the cause of the magical beasts, shattering it. Without the core, the beast was not that important. Let's cook one of the beasts, it's been a while since I ate your food, Reynolds suggested. Clous had no objections to this and neither did Grey. Grey soon got to work and before long, the nice aroma of well-cooked and garnished meat spread out. After some time, the delighted voices of Clous and Reynolds spread out. They could never get tired of eating Grey's food. Chapter 1052. Grey, Clous and Reynolds used the opportunity to catch up. Grey used this time to hear more about how they've been living since they separated. He listened to Reynolds more since he had met up with Clous before heading to the Middle Continent. Unlike Clous, Reynolds had been very busy, going from one mission to another. Even though he had an elemental warrior that could help him fight above his regular stage, he wasn't as fortunate as Clous, who was overly valued in the Moonlight faction. In fact, in the Raiden faction, he wasn't the only one who was a high-grade summoner. Of the members of the Raiden faction, a new recruit in the Arcane Plane was also a high-grade summoner. Reynolds had always been hardworking, especially after he became friends with Grey and the supremely lucky Clous. Alice was also hardworking, just like Grey. With the pressure of how quickly Grey advanced, all three of them seemed to have entered a period of rapid growth as well. Of all four friends, Grey was the one who trained the most. After Grey, the next person was surprisingly not Alice or Reynolds, rather, it was the always carefree-looking Clous who trained the most. When he first became friends with Grey and the others, he was soon influenced, especially with how fast Grey started to advance. He felt pressured when Grey inched closer to him in terms of strength each day and trained harder than he previously did. You guys have good stories. Clous sighed in depression. All he had been doing was sit and cultivate in a garden. Good stories? We've almost died multiple times. Reynolds snapped when he heard Clous say good stories. In some of his missions, he was beaten until he fell into a coma. If not for a life-saving treasure he managed to obtain, he would have died as well. Those are thrilling, all I've done is sit and cultivate. If not for the occasional spars I have with some of my friends in the faction, I don't think I would have been able to remember what it means to fight. Clous looked a bit dejected when he said this. Grey laughed while Reynolds sneered and said, as if you're not enjoying your time there. Clous shook his head. At first, when he thought of joining an all-girls faction, he thought he would enjoy his time there while also getting stronger. But now, seeing so many beauties, he got a bit numb to it. Grey burst out laughing when he heard this. He could see the pains in Clous' eyes. How do you guys think Alice is doing? Clous suddenly asked. Reynolds and Grey stared at him. I don't think she'll be doing bad. Remember, she has a sea lie with her. Reynolds replied. Grey also nodded. With a sea lie, she would advance faster and quickly improve her strength as well. Let's go see her. Clous suggested. It had been a while since they saw Alice. Gray nodded when he heard this. Reynolds paused for a while before saying, I'll have to report my mission first. They didn't disagree with this, and before long Reynolds reported his mission and they all headed out. Alice joined the Asterope faction, so that was their destination. Some days later, the group were in a town. They were getting closer to the Asterope faction. Just like the Moonlight faction and the Raiden faction, the Asterope faction was also located in this region, but the distance was not small. Do you think she'll be there as well? Clous asked Reynolds, who was sitting down close to him. Probably, Reynolds replied. Gray also nodded as well. Just when they were about to head to the area of the Asterope faction, they heard that the Asterope faction was having a friendly spar with an opposing faction. Alice enjoyed battles, so she would want to participate in such a friendly spar. Since both factions were rivals, there have been times where some people were killed. Such a spar was not a normal spar, but deadly to the extreme. Gray knew that with Alice's personality, she would definitely appear there. Then let's go, we've been here for too long. Clous stood up. Gray and Reynolds laughed, but stood up and followed as well. Clous hated the town the moment they stepped in and had been urging them to leave. Kilometers away from the town, the trio stopped by. At the top of a mountain. HMPH. It's just a small scratch, she will definitely win. A voice said. The voice belonged to an old man who was staring at the platform below him. He was a member of the Asterope faction. In the platform, Alice could be seen fighting against an 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist. She was still in the 6th stage, but she was holding her own against someone in the 8th stage. The young man in front of her was a Wind Elementalist. You should give up, I don't know why they would send such a weakling to fight against me, the Wind Elementalist said in an arrogant manner. Alice looked at the arrogant figure before her and stared at the slash in her left arm. If she reacted a second slower, she might have been killed with a single attack. You think you're special because of that stupid thing? The Wind Elementalist sneered and attacked again. Wind blades appeared in front of Alice within a second. At the same time the wind blades appeared, a twister appeared in the place Alice was standing on. A lightning struck after Alice was covered by the Wind Elementalist's attack. The twister shattered while Alice's figure shot out, dodging the wind blades. The lightning strike didn't stop there as it shot toward the young man. The Wind Elementalist dodged the attack and also attacked. Alice blocked the attack with an ice dome and countered with fire arrows almost at the same time the Wind Elementalist attacked. The fire arrows shot at the Wind Elementalist. The Wind Elementalist just finished attacking and the fire arrows appeared within a short time he attacked. A wind screen appeared on the body of the Wind Elementalist, but it cracked and he was sent flying. The Wind Elementalist stabilized himself and looked at Alice, a little shocked. He never expected that she would be able to hit him. Interesting, I'll stop playing now. He snorted and attacked again. The suction force dragged Alice into a twister that was formed in front of her. Alice didn't dare to enter like that and covered her body with both the ice and a lightning defensive wall. When she entered the twister, multiple slashes appeared on the body of the defensive walls she set up, even the first one was starting to crack. She gritted her teeth and suddenly stopped struggling with the twister. Instead, she shot to the center, following the suction force. Her defensive walls could hold out for some time, but it wouldn't be able to help her if she stayed in the place for too long. She was trying to go against the suction force, but now, she went with it, and with her speed, she managed to get to the other side before her second defensive wall broke apart. After leaving the twister, she appeared in front of the Wind Elementalist and attacked. The Wind Elementalist dodged to the side and attacked. Alice retreated, and before people knew it, they had exchanged a few hundred moves. Alice was fast, just like the Wind Elementalist, but she was a little lacking in terms of strength. The Wind Elementalist had the upper hand in this exchange. Alice managed to hold out against him, but she was forced back repeatedly. You're wasting your time, go back and save yourself the humiliation. He sneered. Alice didn't bother with his taunts and attacked once again. She was not one who liked speaking when fighting. The Wind Elementalist snorted and attacked again. The Sea Lie appeared behind the Wind Elementalist and attacked. The Wind Elementalist sensed the attack a little late and was sent flying. His original attack just collided with Alice's attack and it destroyed it. Damn thing! He cursed internally. Alice took advantage of the opportunity and attacked again. The Wind Elementalist was sent flying in his direction, so wouldn't be able to dodge the attack coming his way. The lightning bolt struck the head of the Wind Elementalist and he crashed to the ground. Before his figure hit the ground, a tornado sprang up and covered him. Alice wanted to continue attacking, but she paused. A long spear made of the wind element shot at Grey. This wind spear looked solidified. Alice recalled the sea lie to help with its ice ability. Boom! The ice spear hit the ice dome that cracks spread out with frightening speed. The ice dome shattered within a second. Alice's body was covered with lightning and she inched to the side. The ice spear missed her head by a slight margin. Chapter 1053. After dodging the wind spear, she kicked out, and a large foot made of the lightning element appeared, hitting the wind elementalist. The wind elementalist was forced a few steps back, but he managed to shrug off the attack and once again charged at Alice. While Alice and the wind elementalist were still facing off, three figures walked to the top of the mountain. "She's here," Grey said while they were still ascending the mountain. "How did you know?" Clous asked curiously. He tried sensing, but he didn't sense the aura of Alice, and the mountaintop was still a long way away. "Remember this?" Grey flipped his palm and a wooden plaque appeared on his palm. It was the communication device he created the last time. Originally, he had forgotten about this feature, but after they got to this place, he recalled it and used it. Clous and Reynolds showed a look of realization on their faces. They had also forgotten that Grey had this thing with him. "That's quite useful. Why don't you make some for me?" Clous asked with a smile. "It's too tiring, I can't make more for now." Grey shook his head. He knew how long it took him to make this one. Although he already knew the method to create this thing, it wasn't easy. It took a large toll on his spiritual energy. Whenever he makes it, he would be exhausted from the long work. Clous shook his head in disappointment. "Just remember to make one for me later. You can use that thing you used to send Uncle Chris meals to send it to me." Grey thought about it for some time and nodded. With his current situation, he didn't want to waste too much of his energy in case he was ambushed. He had a kill order on his head, and with the rewards that were offered, some humans wouldn't mind killing him. Humans might not be on good terms with the gnomes, but it didn't mean they wouldn't do business together. Before long, they appeared at the top of the mountain. When they got there, they were stopped by two youths that were standing guard. "Outsiders are not allowed to enter at the moment," one of the youths said with a cold snort. "Who says we're outsiders?" Clous snorted. "You're not wearing either uniform of both factions, leave now, we won't tell you again," the other youth said with a cold expression. Clous was about to talk back when Grey placed his hand on his shoulder. "Our friend is part of the Astrope faction, we only came to see her." "Oh, your friend is part of us. What's her name?" one of the youths said. His voice wasn't as cold as before. "Who cares if she's a member of your faction? No one other than the people from the two factions is allowed to enter," the other youth said, his tone firm. Clous glanced at him coldly. "I'd like to beat him up," he thought to himself, but he didn't speak. Grey didn't even spare the youth a glance, he was only focused on the member of the Astrope faction. "Her name's Alice, she has a sea lie," he replied. "You're friends with Alice?" the youth asked, a little surprised. "Yes." Grey nodded with a smile. "I'm sorry, but according to the rules, others are not allowed inside. Luckily, the sparring contest is almost over. She will be out soon," the youth said. In the Astrope faction, almost every single person knew Alice. Having a sea lie made her unique. Not just the sea lie, but when she fought against someone on the same stage as herself, without the help of the sea lie, she was still able to completely dominate her opponent. Originally, some people felt dissatisfied thinking that she was getting special treatments because of her sea lie. Only after they tested her strength did they know that she was not just special because of her sea lie, she was naturally a genius. She was also known for her crazy speed in advancing and training. While the youth thought about these, he couldn't help but take a glance at Grey and the others. When he sensed that other than Reynolds, the others were already in the late stages of the Sage Plane, he couldn't help but shake his head. Geniuses always befriend geniuses. He was currently almost 30 and only broke through to the 5th stage of the Sage Plane not long ago, but Grey and the others didn't seem to be over 25, but they were already in the late stages. He looked at Reynolds and felt that he shouldn't take him for granted as well. Even though he was in the 6th stage, there might be something special about him. Grey nodded. He knew factions didn't allow outsiders to watch them when they were sparring, especially against a rival. He motioned to the others and they went to the side. Clous soon started to speak with the young man from the Astrope faction. The reason he didn't speak at first was due to the fact that he was annoyed with the tone that they spoke to him. After finding out that he was someone from Alice's faction, he spoke with him, asking him how Alice was doing in the faction. The young man spoke with him, telling him all about Alice's time in the faction. Although she rarely appeared and only focused on training, she was one of the most outstanding members in the younger generation. She had been advancing so quickly that the faction leader had even started to pay close attention to her. She had also completed a series of difficult missions as well. Everyone's going out for missions, except for me. Clous was once again depressed when he heard that Alice had gone out a few times. Even though he wasn't told the details of the missions, he was certain that she would have at least experienced an amazing adventure just like Gray and Reynolds. Chapter 1054. Clous spoke with the young man for a while, and before they knew it, an hour went by. They are done, the young man said with a smile when he saw people walking out from the place behind him. Just when Clous was about to speak, his mouth opened wide. The large arena behind them floated into the air and started to shrink before disappearing in the blink of an eye. A treasure! He exclaimed internally. He was not the only one whose attention was drawn to this. Gray and Reynolds also turned to look at it in awe. Void's eyes glowed, but he didn't make a move. There were people here who were standing than he was. If he dared to try to snatch their treasure, then he would be courting death. They stayed in the same spot, and when others from the Asterope and the other faction came closer, they didn't spare them a glance. Alice noticed them early and walked over. Alice, I can see you're doing well, Gray said with a smile. It's nice to see you too, Gray. Alice hugged him before turning to Clous and Reynolds. Void, who was previously sitting on Gray's head, vanished and appeared in Alice's arms. Void, it's been a while, she chuckled. Void preferred it when she carried him rather than being with Gray. Gray didn't say anything about Void ditching him for Alice. He was already used to it. For some reason, he noticed that Void seemed to like it when he was carried by girls more. Your essence seems to be unstable, Gray said while giving Alice a deep look. I overexerted myself in the competition just now. I'll be fine once I get some rest, Alice replied, a little shocked. One of the elders had also told her this after her battle some time ago, but that was a figure in the elemental sovereign plane. The fact that Gray noticed it was out of her expectations. Just as they were still talking, the wind elementalist Alice was previously fighting against walked over. Planning your revenge with some weaklings? The wind elementalist asked arrogantly. He defeated Alice in the battle and even managed to injure her. She was fortunate and managed to escape with her life. Of course, he wasn't unscathed, but his condition was far better than hers. You are? Clous raised a brow. I'm Kay. I don't care who you are, now get lost, Clous scolded, not even giving the wind elementalist to introduce himself. Alice and the others burst out laughing. Even some of the members of the Asterope faction laughed when they saw this. The face of the wind elementalist changed when he heard this. He wanted to spoil Alice's mood since he saw her laughing with her friends after he beat her, but who would have thought that Clous would humiliate him? HMPH. He snorted and left. Staying here would only bring more humiliation. Since the competition was over, there was no need in trying to provoke those from the Asterope faction. Hey, you said revenge. Why would she want to take revenge against you? Gray asked with a thoughtful expression. The wind elementalist paused and turned to look at Gray. I beat her up, that's why. His voice was loud and arrogant. They won the sparring contest, so they had the right to be proud. Oh, okay. You can go now. Gray didn't bother with him anymore. He thought it was something serious, but since it was a competition, it was normal for him to beat Alice if he was stronger. The young man paused. He didn't expect they wouldn't retaliate. With a shake of his head, he threw a disdainful look at them, and after muttering to himself, he left. Gray focused on Alice and they continued speaking as they left. Who has that treasure? Clous couldn't help himself. He wanted to know who had the arena. The arena? Alice asked. Clous nodded. Gray and Reynolds also showed some interest in it. It's the faction leader, Alice replied after seeing them stare at her. When she said this, she could see the disappointment in their eyes. Clous even muttered with shame. She couldn't help but laugh. It can't be that these guys were thinking of stealing it. Gray might not have such thoughts, and Reynolds might find it interesting, but Clous and Void were different. Clous liked things like this. One thing about the treasure was that it could take on different shapes, even a house. If Clous had something like this, he would show it off to the world. We should go back to the city, she suggested. You all have been having a great time, Clous said, his tone sounding like someone who was complaining. Alice had heard of how he was locked up in the Moonlight faction from Gray, so she knew why he was aggrieved. They continued speaking for a while before Alice suggested they went on a trip. It had been a while since they all traveled together. They knew that after this gathering, it might take a long time before they see each other again, so they wanted to take advantage of this. The others agreed readily, and after Alice reported to the faction, she came back and they left the city that night. According to Alice, there was an interesting place close to the edge of the region. This place was connected to a small world, and it was open to everyone. There were trades that went on there, and it can be chaotic at times. A week later, the group appeared in front of a busy town. They saw almost planes of elementalists, except for elemental sovereigns. They even saw elemental venerables occasionally flashing past. This place must have a lot of things. Gray commented. It's a trade center, you can get all kinds of stuff there. Alice said. Only now did the others understand why it was so occupied. With a trade center that was connected to a small world, it was bound to attract people. Chapter 1055. This? I can't give it to you. You might be stronger than me, but don't think you can kill me. The young man's expression was unsightly. Look, I'm not a fan of doing this as well. If not, I'd try to kill you and take it. I have some things here that I wouldn't mind exchanging it for. Gray said coolly. If the young man didn't agree to his request, then he would forcefully take it. This was something that might be able to help Arya's brother. He still didn't know if his father would be able to help yet, so he had to be prepared for the worst. The young man looked at Gray, his expression was cold. Just when he was about to give the item up, he froze and looked in a particular direction. Looks like you're not the only one who wants the item. He laughed when he sensed the aura of 3 more people. All of them were at the peak of the Sage Plane. He felt that as long as they joined their strength, they would be able to defeat Gray. When appearing here, Gray told the others to wait for him, and that he would go alone. Alice suggested that they went after the person who got the item she wanted. The others agreed to it. They also wanted to have some fun. Even if 10 more people come, I'll still defeat them. While I'm still in a good mood, you should hand it over. Gray's eyes turned cold when he said this. The young man wanted to use others against him. In his dreams, 3 figures appeared, wearing black cloaks, and their faces were covered. Seeing Gray and the young man, one of them said coldly, "You two, drop your storage ring and buzz off." They had the number advantage, and other than Gray, who looked to be a threat, the other young man doesn't seem to be a problem. They felt they could deal with him easily. Gray snorted but didn't say anything. The young man laughed and said, "He's trying to kill me. Take him out, and I'll give it to you. Do we look like your servants? Drop your storage ring or I'll take it, along with your life." The leader of the group said coldly. The face of the young man changed drastically. He thought he would be able to use these people to deter Gray. Only now did he understand that it was just his wishful thinking. Gray chuckled mockingly, darting a glance at the young man. "Do you agree to my deal or theirs?" The young man was conflicted for a while before saying, "I need it for my father. I'd rather die than lose it. This thing cost me everything I have. I will not give it up so easily." "You do know that dying is not going to make your father any better, right?" Gray asked with a weird look. Where the hell did this young man get his understanding of things from? Why would he rather die than lose something he could probably get again? The young man wanted to respond but froze, thinking about it. If he died, he wouldn't get any chance to save his father anymore. "If I give it to you, will you help me?" he said through gritted teeth. Gray thought about it for some time before sighing, "Don't worry, you can keep it." The face of the young man changed drastically. If Gray didn't agree to help him, then he would not only lose the item, but he might also die as well. "Please, I don't mind giving it to you, honestly," the young man said in panic. The group were already advancing toward him with killing intent around them. It was clear that they wanted to kill him. Gray shook his head with a sigh, then said, "You can keep it, I'll help you. I was the one who delayed you in the first place." After leaving the auction house, the young man ran quickly, disappearing from view, but with Gray's speed, it was impossible for the young man to escape from him. The young man was surprised when he heard this. Gray wanted to rob him from the start, yet he changed his mind all of a sudden. "Could it be because I said that it was for my father?" the young man thought to himself. When he said this, he wasn't lying, but he didn't believe Gray would believe so easily. The fact that Gray didn't try to kill him already told him of Gray's character. "Thank you." He hurriedly thanked him. "Don't thank me, can you handle one of them?" Gray asked. He didn't have a problem with fighting all 3 of them, but he didn't want to show too much of his strength. Besides, the young man should fight since he was the one who got the item in the end. "Piece of cake," the young man replied. "All right, then I shall leave the leader to you. I'll take care of the other 2. Gray said. Will you be? The young man didn't finish his sentence before Gray's figure vanished. Boom! A blinding light burst out in front of him, followed by an explosion. You dare? An enraged roar was heard. Of course, what can you do about it? Gray's arrogant voice came from where the explosion rang out. The owner of the voice who asked Gray the question was about to attack when his expression changed. Gray had vanished with 2 of his comrades, leaving him with only the young man. I'm your opponent, the young man said with a smile. You'll die. After I'm done killing you, I'll kill that stupid friend of yours, the leader of the group said coldly. You think you can beat me? In your dreams. He might be able to, but you're still a little lacking. Compared to the way the young man acted when he was speaking with Gray, his arrogance had come back. The black-cloaked man attacked, but his expression changed when he noticed something strange. What's that? He exclaimed in shock. Chapter 1056. This? I can't give it to you. You might be stronger than me, but don't think you can kill me. The young man's expression was unsightly. Look, I'm not a fan of doing this as well. If not, I'd try to kill you and take it. I have some things here that I wouldn't mind exchanging it for, Gray said coolly. If the young man didn't agree to his request, then he would forcefully take it. This was something that might be able to help Arya's brother. He still didn't know if his father would be able to help yet, so he had to be prepared for the worst. The young man looked at Gray, his expression was cold. Just when he was about to give the item up, he froze and looked in a particular direction. Looks like you're not the only one who wants the item. He laughed when he sensed the aura of 3 more people. All of them were at the peak of the Sage Plane. He felt that as long as they joined their strength, they would be able to defeat Gray. When appearing here, Gray told the others to wait for him, and that he would go alone. Alice suggested that they went after the person who got the item she wanted. The others agreed to it. They also wanted to have some fun. Even if 10 more people come, I'll still defeat them. While I'm still in a good mood, you should hand it over. Gray's eyes turned cold when he said this. The young man wanted to use others against him. In his dreams, 3 figures appeared, wearing black cloaks, and their faces were covered. Seeing Gray and the young man, one of them said coldly, "You two, drop your storage ring and buzz off." They had the number advantage, and other than Gray, who looked to be a threat, the other young man doesn't seem to be a problem. They felt they could deal with him easily. Gray snorted, but didn't say anything. The young man laughed and said, "He's trying to kill me. Take him out, and I'll give it to you. Do we look like your servants? Drop your storage ring or I'll take it, along with your life," the leader of the group said coldly. The face of the young man changed drastically. He thought he would be able to use these people to deter Gray. Only now did he understand that it was just his wishful thinking. Gray chuckled mockingly, darting a glance at the young man. "Do you agree to my deal or theirs?" The young man was conflicted for a while before saying, "I need it for my father. I'd rather die than lose it. This thing cost me everything I have. I will not give it up so easily." "You do know that dying is not going to make your father any better, right?" Gray asked with a weird look. Where the hell did this young man get his understanding of things from? Why would he rather die than lose something he could probably get again? The young man wanted to respond but froze, thinking about it. If he died, he wouldn't get any chance to save his father anymore. "If I give it to you, will you help me?" he said through gritted teeth. Gray thought about it for some time before sighing, "Don't worry, you can keep it." The face of the young man changed drastically. If Gray didn't agree to help him, then he would not only lose the item, but he might also die as well. "Please, I don't mind giving it to you, honestly," the young man said in panic. The group were already advancing toward him with killing intent around them. It was clear that they wanted to kill him. Gray shook his head with a sigh, then said, "You can keep it, I'll help you. I was the one who delayed you in the first place." After leaving the auction house, the young man ran quickly, disappearing from view, but with Gray's speed, it was impossible for the young man to escape from him. The young man was surprised when he heard this. Gray wanted to rob him from the start, yet he changed his mind all of a sudden. "Could it be because I said that it was for my father?" the young man thought to himself. When he said this, he wasn't lying, but he didn't believe Gray would believe so easily. The fact that Gray didn't try to kill him already told him of Gray's character. "Thank you." He hurriedly thanked him. "Don't thank me, can you handle one of them?" Gray asked. He didn't have a problem with fighting all 3 of them, but he didn't want to show too much of his strength. Besides, the young man should fight since he was the one who got the item in the end. "Piece of cake," the young man replied. All right, then I shall leave the leader to you. I'll take care of the other two. Gray said. Will you be? The young man didn't finish his sentence before Gray's figure vanished. Boom! A blinding light burst out in front of him, followed by an explosion. You dare? An enraged roar was heard. Of course, what can you do about it? Gray's arrogant voice came from where the explosion rang out. The owner of the voice who asked Gray the question was about to attack when his expression changed. Gray had vanished with two of his comrades, leaving him with only the young man. I'm your opponent, the young man said with a smile. You'll die. After I'm done killing you, I'll kill that stupid friend of yours. The leader of the group said coldly. You think you can beat me? In your dreams. He might be able to, but you're still a little lacking. Compared to the way the young man acted when he was speaking with Gray, his arrogance had come back. The black-cloaked man attacked, but his expression changed when he noticed something strange. What's that? He exclaimed in shock. Chapter 1057. The attack the black-cloaked man sent at the young man didn't give him the required results. Rather, after the initial explosion, it died down. It was as if there was no impact from the attack. Just this? And here I was thinking that you would give me a challenge. The young man sneered. Compared to Gray, this black-cloaked man's attack power was really lacking. When Gray attacked him, he didn't dare to use this move since he knew the stronger the attack power, the harder it was for him to use the skill. This was an earth elemental skill he learned from a secret scroll his father passed to him. When fighting against Gray, he didn't even have the chance to use it given the short time, but against this man, he was very confident that he was stronger than the other party. The black-cloaked man looked at the young man with a stunned expression. He snorted coldly and attacked again. This time, he increased the attack power. Just when the attack reached where the young man was standing, a strange thing occurred. A powerful force shot out from the space around the young man and forcefully destroyed the attack of the black-cloaked man. The eyes of the man widened. He didn't see the young man make a move, yet he destroyed his attack. It must be from what he did earlier, he thought to himself. The young man on the other hand smiled in satisfaction. The result isn't bad, he muttered. The black-cloaked man looked at him for some time. He was a fire elementalist and focused on explosive attacks. Seeing what the young man did, he chuckled and said, What did you just do? Oh, that? It's nothing. How come you can't do it? The young man asked, showing an innocent look. His expression showed that of a person that thought everyone could do what he just achieved. This annoyed the black-cloaked man even more and he attacked. With a fiery temper like his, he couldn't stand it when someone mocks him, especially a person he felt he could defeat. A large bird made a fire attack the young man, but the young man used the lightning element to counter, sending out multiple lightning bolts. The lightning bolt struck the fire bird and exploded. The impact of the explosion coming in his direction was instantly absorbed. The black-cloaked man, on the other hand, was forced a few steps back. The young man took a step forward and earth elemental particles spread across the area. This was his earth domain. However, if one took their time to sense the particles, they would sense that there was a slight difference between these elemental particles and the normal earth elemental particles. This was the young man's special earth domain, his domain of metal. An ear-piercing sound resounded out and as if being forged, swords and arrows started to appear. These weapons were by no means weak, and they each shot at the black-cloaked man. The eyes of the black-cloaked man showed disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Without any delay, he was covered with fire, trying to block the attacks from reaching him. Some of the swords started to melt before getting to him, but that was when the black-cloaked man realized he made a mistake. The sword started to explode the second they came in contact with the fire. The impact was not something to joke about. The young man looked at the place with a look of realization. If only I had the fire element. He was a little dejected, but he soon threw it to the back of his head. He didn't think that there would be anyone who would be blessed with everything. His domain of metal was already one of a kind. If he had the fire element to make his domain stronger, then it would not be fair to others. The young man continued his attack on the black-cloaked man who was trying to defend against the attack. The impact of the attack was just too strong, and he couldn't let the swords hit him, so he was forced to still watch them explode under his fire. When the swords were finished, the black-cloaked man appeared once again. His appearance was that of a pitiful person. He couldn't even cover his face any longer. It's you, the young man exclaimed in shock. Hand it over now, Gilbert, the man said coldly. It was evident that they knew each other. In your dreams, stupid fool. The young man referred to as Gilbert was enraged. His expression changed drastically and he seemed like someone who went mad. He attacked instantly using all his elements. The man was soon on the back foot. The young man was enraged, but that was not a bad thing. As long as he couldn't think properly, then he wouldn't be able to get the advantage in this battle. The young man even stopped using his domain, using only his elements. The lightning element shot out a lightning bolt, while his wind element shot out wind blades. Earth shards sprouted out from the ground, trying to pierce the man to death. The man laughed in delight, exploded out with his attacks. The young man was enraged, with red eyes. He would not be able to make a good decision any longer. Attacking wildly would only put him in a situation where he would easily be defeated. Gilbert knew this, but the person standing in front of him was a relative, someone he never expected to betray him. This person even contributed to the elemental essence stones he used in the auction. Now he was trying to ambush and take it from him. The man laughed and looked at Gilbert. "Ha ha, I'll kill you, and then that stupid father of yours." "Why?" Gilbert asked with an annoyed expression. Clash of interest, nothing more. Chapter 1058. Gilbert looked at the man in front of him with red eyes. He was on the verge of going mad with anger. "Calm down, you're giving yourself away." A nonchalant voice sounded in his ears, and he suddenly calmed down. He recognized the voice. It belonged to Gray. He hurriedly looked around, but he couldn't find Gray anywhere. He defeated them already? He thought to himself. He knew that Gray took his opponents away so that he would not have to worry about them, but it hadn't even been more than 5 minutes, and he seemed to have returned. Even though he couldn't sense him, the fact that he spoke to him meant that he knew the situation here. When the battle started, Gray took the duo and teleported to a safer place. He didn't want Gilbert to know some of his secrets, so he wanted to play it safe. Although he was helping him, they couldn't really be called friends since he tried to rob him some minutes ago. The duo he brought with him had a lost look in their eyes before staring at him, clearly shocked by his strength. They were unable to even resist when he took them with him. "Kid, stay away from this and we'll leave you alone," one of them said. Although Gray was wearing a mask, they could tell that he wasn't old. Gray tilted his head to the side, giving them a deep look before chuckling. He attacked soon after. "Foolish, do you think you can beat both of us?" The man felt insulted and threw a blow in the direction Gray was coming from. His attack was shattered by Gray's fist. Gray not only destroyed the attack, but he continued on his way, appearing in front of the man and attacking him as well. The fire element exploded out and the man was forced back. He was lucky to have reacted quickly, so the attack didn't affect him too much. The other man who was standing on the side used the opportunity to attack Gray. Gray turned to him and an ice wall appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of the man. The man was a lightning elementalist, having a powerful destructive attack power. When the attack hit the ice wall, cracks appeared on the wall, but it didn't fall apart. "That's all?" Gray's mocking voice was heard from the side. The man snorted and attacked once again. This time, the scale of the attack was larger, and he was also assisted by the other man. The other man was a darkness elementalist, so he was the first to attack, hoping to corrode Gray's ice wall. When the darkness elemental attack hit the wall slowly started to show signs of falling apart. The lightning bolt struck at this moment and the wall fell apart. Gray smiled and retreated. The two men advanced, trying to shorten the distance between them. Just when they stepped on the place Gray was previously standing on, an explosion sounded off from the ground, sending them flying into the sky. "Noobs!" Gray laughed and attacked. With so many things in his arsenal, did these people think he was only standing there and only defending? He had been preparing an attack array while he was waiting for their attacks. Although he wasn't certain, he felt the chances of them getting closer to him were high if they managed to break his defense. Things went according to his prediction. Even though this attack wouldn't be able to kill them, it would disrupt their flow for some time. Gray's figure flashed and a bolt of red lightning shot at the darkness elementalist. While this lightning was going after the darkness elementalist, an ice shard shot at the lightning elementalist. Both of them were in mid-air, but they quickly adjusted their bodies and blocked the attacks. They managed to block the array's attack, only affected by the impact. This attack was faster than the array's attack, but they still managed to block it, but the impact of the attack rocked their innards. Gray laughed when he saw them. He knew they were shaken. He didn't stop, rather, he attacked. 2 wind blades shot at the duo. Just as they were prepared to block them, inscriptions appeared behind them. The inscriptions attacked at the moment they were blocking against the wind blades. The timing was so perfect that if they wanted to block one of the attacks, they risked getting hit by the other one, defenseless. The darkness elementalist roared and his body was covered with dark particles. A mist-like substance appeared around him and it slowly started to solidify. Boom! The attacks hit the solidified mist and soon started to destroy it. It soon died down, showing the unscathed Darkness Elementalist. His face was pale and there was slight blood on the side of his face. Even though his mouth was covered with a cloth, the blood was still evident. Just like the Darkness Elementalist, the Lightning Elementalist decided to block both attacks at the same time. The impact of the attack rocked his innards once again, and his head as well. He could barely hear a sound and his figure fell to the ground from the sky. The Darkness Elementalist was in a better condition when compared to him. Gray's eyes lit up and he shot toward the man. The Darkness Elementalist's expression changed. He could tell that he was not as fast as Gray, so escaping was not a good choice. With the Lightning Elementalist's current state, he wouldn't be able to block Gray's attack and would most likely be killed within 10 seconds or so. That was not enough time to escape from Gray. He soon came to a decision and attacked Gray. Just when the attack was about to hit Gray's back, Gray smiled and his figure blinked. The eyes of the Darkness Elementalist almost shot out of his head. "What? How's that possible?" he exclaimed in shock. "Don't be shocked, it's just a petty trick, nothing to be impressed about." Gray laughed. The Lightning Elementalist screamed in pain and the life in his eyes quickly dimmed and his figure fell to the ground. The Darkness Elementalist looked at Gray, his eyes showing disbelief. The battle hadn't been on for 2 minutes, but one of them had fallen to the ground, dead. How could Gray be this powerful? "Kid, let me go, I can give you some treasures." The Darkness Elementalist started to beg for his life. He had given up on any thought of fighting against Gray. He couldn't win. Even if he risked his life, he would still lose. Gray laughed and said, "I don't need them. I have everything I need. Kid, we don't have a life or death enmity, we should just let it end here." The Darkness Elementalist said, "You threatened me the last time, now that you see that I'm stronger, you're trying to wave that off like it never happened?" Gray asked with a cold expression. The Darkness Elementalist paused. He recalled that they wanted to kill Gray and Gilbert simultaneously. Now that he realized that Gray was stronger, he was begging him to let him leave. "I know, but I wasn't the one who made the decision," he said in his defense. The man Gilbert was fighting against was the one who wanted to kill the two of them. They were only following his orders. Gray thought about it for some time, "But one of you is dead, it'll cause me some trouble if you leave alive." "You don't have to worry, I don't know how you look, and I wouldn't even speak about this," the Darkness Elementalist said when he saw that Gray was showing some signs of wanting to let him go. Gray froze for a while and his figure flashed through the sky. The Darkness Elementalist was terrified and it rushed in another direction. He was scared. Before long, the figure of the Darkness Elementalist fell from the sky. Gray said in dissatisfaction, he couldn't even put up a fight. After looking around, he decided to rush back to see how Gilbert was doing. If he was having a tough time, he would help him out. When he got there, he was stunned to see Gilbert using the earth element. "He hid his strength when fighting me," he thought to himself. When he saw Gilbert use his domain, he was stunned. "There's something like this as well?" He was stunned. This was the first time he was seeing this. He couldn't believe his eyes. When he saw how Gilbert was absorbing the impact of attacks, he couldn't help but feel shocked once again. He's doing it with the earth element. He quickly sensed how he was doing it, however, he still couldn't figure out how he did it. He was still thinking when he saw Gilbert losing control. "I see, family issues." Chapter 1059. Gilbert's mood changed after listening to Gray's words, and he didn't angrily charge recklessly at the man in front of him any longer. The man seemed to notice the change and tried to rile him up once again. To his surprise, it didn't work. Gilbert didn't seem to have any sort of reaction to whatever he was saying. The man gave up and started to fight against him fiercely. He was a well-known fire elementalist, and with his strength, although Gilbert was in the same stage as himself, he had more experience compared to him. He knew Gilbert since he was born and had never seen him use the earth element before, which was why he was rattled. To think that fool hit him so deeply. He thought to himself as a fire snake was sent at Gilbert. Gilbert sent out a lightning arrow, but the fire snake dodged it before attacking him. Gilbert's body was covered with the wind element as he dodged the attack. After dodging, he wanted to use the wind element to suck the man in his direction. However, the man didn't move an inch and attacked with a powerful fire attack. He was forced to stop trying to get the man close to him and block the attack coming his way. Gilbert and the man exchanged moves for a couple more minutes before the man decided it was time to leave. Although he was not as strong as Gilbert, it was impossible for Gilbert to kill him. The man was very cautious when fighting and didn't expose any openings for Gilbert to get a complete advantage over him. Gilbert was unable to use his metal domain to his advantage anymore since the man already understood how it worked. "Where do you think you're going?" Gray blocked the path of the man. "Step aside." The man attacked. Gray spread out his gravitational force field. The unsuspecting man was dragged to the ground by the pull, and before he could get himself, Gray had already sent him flying with a punch, making him appear in front of Gilbert once again. "What are you doing here?" Only now did the man recall that he had seen Gray taking his subordinates away some minutes back. He didn't expect Gray would interfere with his battle while fighting against two people at the peak of the Sage Plane. Although those people weren't as strong as himself, they were still genuine peak Sage Plane elementalists. He sensed Gray's strength, and Gray was only in the 9th stage at the time he came over. How can a 9th stage Sage Plane elementalist defeat them? Impossible. He was in disbelief. Gray couldn't be bothered with him. After sending him in Gilbert's direction, he sat by the side to watch the show. Gilbert attacked the man the moment he saw him. He knew Gray was the one who sent him back, so he made sure that he killed the man. Some minutes later, Gilbert walked over to where Gray was currently sitting down. He had some injuries, and blood was on some parts of his body. His face was also slightly pale, but the man was dead. "Thank you," he said to Gray. Gray looked at him for a long time before asking, "I'm curious, how did you do that thing?" Gilbert froze for some time. He knew what Gray was talking about, but didn't reply. Seeing his hesitation to speak, Gray didn't dwell on the matter any longer. "You can leave. Whatever happens from here on out has nothing to do with me." After saying this, before Gilbert could say a word, Gray vanished. Gilbert looked in the direction Gray headed and couldn't help but shake his head. A small crystal orb appeared on his hand and disappeared soon after. Without saying anything else, he vanished from his position as well. There was no use in staying there. While Gray and Gilbert were facing off against the group, Alice, Reynolds, and Clous had managed to catch up with the person who got the treasure Alice wanted. Unlike Gray, who wanted to trade for it at first, the trio attacked the person the moment they caught up to her. The person was surprisingly a young lady who was at the peak of the Sage Plane. She was a darkness elementalist, and seeing that she was besieged by 3 powerful people, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll kill you people." To the shock of the trio, 3 coffins appeared and corpses came out of them. Each of the corpses released an aura at the peak of the Sage Plane. One of them seemed to release an aura identical to Clous's. After staying in the Moonlight faction and studying their techniques, there was a unique aura that only those from the Moonlight faction had. One of the corpses, which was that of a female, radiated such aura. Clous' eyes shone with an icy glow as he looked at the figure that radiated the aura of the Moonlight faction. "I'll deal with that one, you two deal with the rest," he said. They already knew of necromancers, and they never expected that the darkness elementalist in front of them was one. Thinking of their evil acts, and how they wanted to get rid of Gray, they wanted to make sure she was eliminated. Alice and Reynolds nodded before charging at the two, as well as the young lady. With the help of her sea lie, Alice started to fight against one of the corpses. Reynolds' elemental warrior fought against one, while Reynolds himself started to fight against the young lady. Although he was not her match, with the help of his elemental warrior that would occasionally interfere, he was able to fight against her for some time. Clous was using almost the same techniques as the corpse in front of him. However, he was conscious, unlike the corpse, so he managed to gain the advantage. Cultivating the same techniques meant that he knew their weaknesses and was using them to his advantage. The corpses don't have the strength of a normal peak Sage Plane elementalist, so the gap in strength was made up for by him knowing the weakness of the corpse's technique. Before long, he started to overwhelm the corpse. Not just that, but he was seeing an increase in his strength as well. Compared to where he sparred with his fellow faction members, he didn't have to enter the state of life or death battle, so it wasn't serious. Now that he was in such a state, he was starting to improve at an unprecedented pace. "I'll break through after this fight." Without even checking, he already knew that once he started to digest his gains from the battle, it wouldn't take more than a few days before he broke through to the 9th stage of the Sage Plane. His entire body was covered in ice as he skillfully dodged the attack coming his way. Ice spread out from his body and the corpse was covered in it. Before the corpse could make any moves, Clous' eyes shone once again and the intensity of the ice increased greatly. Crack! The ice covering the body of the corpse started to crack, but new ice would reappear with each crack. Clous' domain spread out, covering the corpse as well. A minute later, Clous looked at the frozen corpse in satisfaction. He was even faster than Reynolds' elemental warrior in dealing with one of the corpses. Alice wasn't having an easy time, so he rushed over to help her out. "Hand it over," Clous said coldly. All 3 corpses had been immobilized, and against them, the young lady didn't stand a chance. "In your dreams," The young lady snorted. The corpses suddenly glowed with a bright light. F***CK. They're going to self-destruct. Clous released a thick ice mist from his body which covered all three of them. He couldn't be bothered with the young lady at the moment. The self-destruction of 3 Peak Sage Plane Elementalists was not something to be taken lightly. The young lady used the opportunity to try to escape. Just as she was running away, Gray's figure appeared. At the same time Gray's figure appeared, Reynolds' elemental warrior also appeared in front of the young lady, accompanied by Alice's Sealy. Looking at how Clous was protecting them and they were attacking, he decided to stay away from the fight. He would only take action if the young lady managed to escape. Boom! The explosion sounded out and the sound of Clous' ice shell cracking rang out. Even with that, the elemental warrior and the Sealy were still fighting against the young lady, making sure to hold her back. After the explosion died down, the ice shell Clous created to protect himself and his friends appeared in view. Some parts of it had been broken, but the inner part remained intact. Clous came out with the others with an arrogant expression. You think you can hurt us? Not on my watch. Shut up, I literally saw you shaking from the pressure as you reinforced the wall. Reynolds mocked. I should have thrown you out. Clous said with a dark face. Chapter 1060. We wanted to just take it and let you leave, but since you're a necromancer, we'll have to kill you. Alice didn't bother with Clous and Reynolds who had started to argue with each other and said to the young lady. What do you know? The young lady sneered. You people think that necromancy is an evil act, but you're all wrong. Has it not evil? Clous interjected. You literally take the corpse of someone and make them your puppet. That's defiling their corpse and it's outright disrespectful. Would you like it if your corpse is used in such a manner? If I'm dead then I'm dead. What happens if my corpse is no longer my concern? The young lady said calmly. To think you've been hypnotized to such a level. Clous shook his head. If I die and anyone dares to touch my corpse, I'll wake up and kill them. The young lady looked at Clous oddly. Who would be worried with what they would do with their corpses when dead? You people are evil and should be obliterated. For power you don't mind working for the gnomes who wanted to kill our race. Alice said. Looks like you guys are well informed. To put it bluntly, necromancy is the only way. Unlike those blind fools, the patriarch saw a way out and took it. The young lady said. A way out? A way out of where? Confusion appeared on the faces of everyone. Even Gray, who was hiding by the side, also had a confused expression on his face. You don't know? No wonder you people act so willfully. The path to godhood was destroyed years ago. Necromancy isn't just something to use for fighting, but it was a means the patriarch could use to break through the shackles. How would you people know? You're all just frogs at the bottom of a well, following whatever you're told. The young lady said with a matter-of-fact tone. The path to godhood is broken? But the war of gods? What nonsense gods? They were only demigods or half-gods, whichever way you want to put it. The young lady said in disdain. She also believed this as well, only after some time did she understand it. The higher-ups in the human race didn't like to spread this information among the lower ranks. The reason for this was most likely that they didn't want to destroy the spirit of these youths. But amongst the necromancers, it was common knowledge. Clous and the others' eyes widened at the information. They already knew from the books that the war that happened years ago with the gnomes wasn't generally the war of gods, but they didn't know that the path to godhood was broken. Doesn't that mean that no matter how one cultivated, they would never be able to break through that shackle? They all exchanged glances as they stared at the young lady. Why are you telling us this? Clous asked. Just like the patriarch, I'm also looking for a way. Let me go, or you can even join us. You don't necessarily need to be a darkness elementalist before you can join us. The young lady revealed her intentions. And what if you're lying? Clous asked. This is common knowledge. There's a necromancer camp some miles outside this place. I can take you there and you'll be able to confirm from them as well. You will also see some people who aren't darkness elementalists. The young lady said. The trio exchanged glances. They didn't really know much about necromancers, nor did they know about the path to godhood. We can't take the risk. I say we kill her now. Reynolds transmitted his voice to Alice and Clous. I also feel like she can't be trusted, but with a necromancer's camp not far away, they might have some good things. Clous' eyes glowed. Stop being greedy. If an elemental venerable is stationed there, can you take anything from there? You'll only be waiting for death. Alice doused Clous' hopes of getting anything from the camp. Fine, just kill her then. While they were communicating with each other, they made sure to keep their eyes fixed on the young lady. If she made any moves, they would attack instantly. The sea lion elemental warrior were also standing beside her. "Have you come to a conclusion?" she asked. She felt that her words might be able to help her since Clous and the others seemed to show signs of wavering. If they dared to follow her, she wouldn't mind letting them join the Necromancers. Of course, she didn't have the final say, and each person would have to go through a rigorous test before they could join in. "Tell us the location of the camp, one of us will check it out to make sure it's not a trap, only then can we follow you back." Clous spoke after some time. Even though they couldn't join, he wanted to see if he could still get some benefits. "I'm sorry, but I can't. I've already told you about the path to godhood, that has shown my sincerity," the young lady said. After some time, she seemed to struggle for some time. After a long sigh she brought out something. It was what Alice wanted, a lotus that was pure white. Clous' eyes shone brilliantly, but he shook his head. This was for Alice. The young lady tossed it in their direction and said, "This should tell you that I'm serious, right?" What she wanted to use it for was already destroyed, so she didn't have much use for it now. Alice caught it and kept it before asking, "What did you want it for?" The young lady froze for some time. She seemed to be hesitating. After some time she finally said, "It's to level up my fighter. Once it breaks through, I'll automatically break through as well." "That simple?" Clous couldn't help but ask. Just by leveling up their puppet, they would be able to break through to the next plane. The young lady was already at the peak of the sage plane, and so were 3 of her puppets. If she manages to level up one of them, then she would be able to break through as well. That seemed so real. Appealing, right? The young lady seemed to relax a bit when she saw Clous' reaction. People like this would be easy to deal with. As long as Clous felt that was impressive, then there was a chance that he would want to join them. "It is." Clous nodded, but after some time he added, "But I can advance faster than that, and I don't think I'll be truly strong if I advance with that thing. Take you for instance, you can't even beat that piece of crap, and that other one as well, but if I were the one at the peak of the sage plane, I would be able to do so." The face of the young lady changed when she heard this and she felt insulted. Yes, her strength couldn't be compared to that of a genius peak sage plane elementalist, but it didn't mean that someone as weak as Clous could insult her. She snorted coldly and turned to Clous. "What do you want then?" "To kill you." Clous said nonchalantly, "You defiled the corpse of a faction member of mine. If the mistress hears that I let you go, she might beat me to death." "How will she know if you don't tell her? Do you think there aren't members of necromancers in your faction?" the young lady asked. After hearing Clous' words, she knew he was from the Moonlight faction. There were people in the Necromancers group who were part of the top factions in the continent, so it wasn't strange to draw these geniuses into their group. "Oh, do you know them?" Clous asked. "No, even if I did, I won't tell you about it," the young lady said. She already knew from the way Clous spoke that they didn't have any plans of joining the Necromancers. Even after she had assured them that no one would find out, they still didn't want to join. It was clear that they detested their methods. "I still need some time, they are already close," she thought to herself. The reason she was speaking with Clous and the others was because she was waiting for reinforcement. "Then you're of no use," Clous said and attacked. "Wait!" The young lady retreated and said, "Don't you want to know about what will happen soon?" "No, I'm not bothered with the path to godhood. I've not gotten to that stage yet, so I can't be bothered with it for now." Clous shrugged and continued attacking. The young lady blocked her attacks, but the elemental warrior attacked her as well. The sea lion, Alice, and Reynolds attacked as well. The young lady's face was unsightly and she gritted her teeth, trying to hold on. Chapter 1061. Gray chuckled when he saw how Clous was dealing with the young lady. He raised his brow and looked at the side. He could sense a few auras quickly approaching this area. Necromancers, there's something they know that we don't, he thought to himself. He knew there were secrets that were being kept from them, most likely because they were not strong enough now. If a sage plane elementalist found out about a top secret, what could they do about it? Even those at the peak haven't been able to solve the issue. What could weaklings like them do? It's just as Clous said, he hadn't gotten to that level yet, so he didn't want to bother with it. Those at the top will think of it, only when he gets there would he think of it. Gray's eyes flashed with a cold light and he flashed through the dark forest. Before long, 3 people appeared in sight. They were all rushing in the direction where Clous and the others were fighting. He didn't block them. Carefully hiding his aura, he waited for them to get past where he was and sneak attacked them. With his strength, even if he couldn't kill them with one move, he could injure them. If he focused on just one person, he had at least 70% confidence in killing the person, but against 3 people, he wasn't confident. He wanted to severely injure them first and then slowly kill them off. Some minutes later, the young lady fighting against Clous and the others finally got to her limit, and without saying a word, she exploded. The moment she exploded, Grey appeared as well, and he did a grabbing motion. A small hand made of the darkness element shot out and caught a black light that shot at Clous. Although the thing moved fast, Grey moved faster. The young lady wanted to mark Clous. He was the one she hated the most, so she wanted to make sure necromancers around would be able to kill him when he encountered them. Clous' expression was ugly when he saw this. He wanted to kick at the body of the young lady, but since she exploded, there was nothing left. Grey looked at the small thing that seemed to have a mind of its own with curiosity. This was the thing that put him in danger some time ago. Now it was reappearing again, wanting to mark Clous. He sensed the energy in the body of the young lady gathering and guessed what she wanted to do, so he reacted abruptly. He was someone who could be said to have some experience with it, and after coming in contact with necromancers and gnomes, he had devised a few things to defend against it in the future. She wanted to mark me. Clous felt a bit fearful. He knew how dangerous it was, especially when they were chased by that necromancer. If not for the talismans with him, Grey might have been captured and killed. It's nothing, I know how to deal with it. Grey shrugged it off. Now that you mention it, how did you figure it out? Clous asked curiously. He had forgotten to ask about this. Now that Grey brought the topic up, he was quite curious. This thing has to do with life force. Those old guys who had not been able to remove had been using the wrong method. They all feel that it uses spiritual energy, but they were wrong. Grey explained to them. When the necromancer decides to self-destruct, they would gather a large amount of elemental energy, as well as spiritual energy. The use for that was to hide the life force that was hidden in the middle. With the speed or the attack, it was almost impossible for the target to dodge it. Clous wouldn't have been able to dodge it had Grey not come in time. So it's like that. Clous nodded. You have to know that I've studied their practices for some time. Although it's quite detestable, with my situation at that time, I had no choice. I also have an inside man in their ranks. Grey said with a laugh. He suddenly recalled the man he managed to fool into believing he was a gnome. When he told the others of it, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. They didn't know that Grey was this deceitful. Come on, we have what we want, we should go. Grey said to the others. You got it? Alice asked. No, we'll continue as we leave. Grey wanted to leave this place soon. There might be hopes in finding the location of the necromancer's camp with that thing in hand. The others followed. Grey was like their leader, so they didn't object. Alice tossed the lotus at the sea lion. After swallowing the lotus, the sea lion flew into her body and disappeared. They could tell within such a short time that its strength had started to improve. Outside the small world. In a cave hidden in a forest. Did you sense that? A voice asked. Before continuing, their life force disappeared almost at the same time. Not just theirs, but your student seemed to have self-destructed. However, she couldn't mark the person who killed her. Another eerie voice said. What do you think we should do? The first voice who spoke asked. Only a peak elemental venerable can achieve the feat of stopping the mark from hitting its target. We're no match for such a figure. The other voice said. These people? The first voice asked. Abandon them. We can always gather more people. The good seeds have been sent back to the headquarters. These ones are of no use anyway. With that, the place fell silent. Other than the place where these two people were speaking, there was a large hall that had over 100 people of different strength. The strongest was at the peak of the Sage Plane, while the weakest only had the strength of an Arcane Plane Elementalist. They had no idea that they had been abandoned by the emissaries. Grey and his group left the small world. Grey squinted his eyes and turned to Void. I can't pinpoint it. What about you? It's not far from here. The strong guys are running away. Looks like I'll sit and watch once again. Void laughed when he sensed the aura of the two emissaries leaving. The emissaries left at the same time they came out, so although he sensed it, he didn't really know if they were part of the necromancers. Only after he tracked the mark to the place did he know. We should go then, this thing is starting to fade. Since it can't find a host, it's useless. Grey looked at the fading entity in his hand. Unlike gnomes, he couldn't track necromancers, but with the help of this thing, he could, but only for a short time and if they were close to him. Then let's go. We'll wipe them out today. Grey laughed. It's you. A surprised voice came from their front. Who? Grey looked over in confusion. Only after looking did he recognize the person. It was Gilbert. "I thought you left," he said. "I was waiting for you," Gilbert replied. "Why?" Gray asked, his tone a bit distant. "I couldn't thank you for your help the last time." Gilbert shook his head. Gray's tone wasn't welcoming, and he knew he should leave soon. "Thank?" Clous raised a brow, staring at Gray. "He was the one who had the item I wanted." Gray explained. "Oh, he's the one." Clous recalled what Gray told them when they were leaving. "Hi, I'm Clous, he's Gray, that meathead over there is Reynolds, and that's Alice." He introduced everyone in a welcoming manner. He could tell that Gilbert didn't have any ill intent towards them, so there was no use in chasing him away. Besides, he could tell the other party was at the peak of the Sage Plain, and they were a bit short on manpower right now. Although Gray was powerful, they didn't know how many people they would have to fight. "I'm Gilbert," Gilbert replied. Since the other party didn't say their last names, he felt it was best to stay that way. "Clous, we don't have time for this," Gray said. "Are you going somewhere?" Gilbert asked, curious. "Yes, you see." Clous spilled everything. Gray and the others were stunned. He didn't even think of the possibility that he might be a necromancer himself. Gray was lost for words. Clous just told him about how they were going to wipe out a necromancer's camp. What if Gilbert was a necromancer and he decided to inform them? Wouldn't they be in trouble then? "I'll help you." Gilbert's eye showed ferocity when he heard of necromancers. From the looks of it, it seemed like he has had some dealings with them in the past. Chapter 1062. In the forest, the necromancer's hideout. Gray and the others arrived within 5 minutes. The mark had completely faded off. Luckily, Void found the place earlier on. Sensing the amount of people inside, they couldn't help but exchange glances. "Do we really have to kill all of them?" Reynolds couldn't help but ask. "Some might not have the intention of joining from the start, but since they are already part of it, there's no way we would know what thoughts they have," Clous said. He also thought of the possibility that there might be some people who didn't want to become necromancers, only joining in hopes of getting some benefits. Not every necromancer had a puppet. "We can't take any chances, that would be too dangerous." "Kill all," Gilbert said. Gray nodded. He was more inclined with killing all of them than leaving behind some problems. "Bunch of evil people, we'll kill them then." Clous made up his mind. "Or, should we send their location to my faction?" Alice suggested. "There are possibilities of them not being able to kill all of them. If some escaped, they would feel regretful. With Void here, who can escape?" Gray didn't bother with anyone trying to escape. Only now did the others realize that Void was with them, and he seemed to have a special ability that could help them trap their enemies. That means they wouldn't have to worry about anyone fleeing and focus on killing. They made some preparations and soon set off. Just when they were about to enter, Gray's expression changed slightly and he retreated. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The others moved just as quickly as Gray. The place where they were previously standing exploded with a powerful burst of energy. What was that? Clous looked at the place with apprehension. A trap array. I can't believe I didn't sense it. Gray's face was dark. Among all of them, he was the one who had some achievements when it came to arrays, and given his high level, he felt he should have sensed it. Although he sensed it at the time the explosion was about to set off, it was still shocking to him. Even Void didn't sense it. Alice commented when she saw Gray's face. Gray took a glance at Void before saying, "We should be careful. They already know we're here. Use the air, there's no need sneaking around anymore." Void vanished and appeared some meters away. He was not going to partake in the battle, so he wanted to watch from a good place. When the 5 of them flew up, the people from the cave had sensed the commotion and rushed out as well. "Who dares to come here?" A furious roar was heard. Gray could not be bothered with this person. The reason for that was because he had almost been blasted by an attack that appeared all of a sudden. Just like the first array, this one was hidden in space as well. "Be careful, once you sense any spatial fluctuations, retreat," he said to the others. These attacks were hidden in small space pockets all around the place. If they were not careful, they might not be able to even fight against these necromancers before they met their end. Clous and the others nodded and were extra careful. While they were heading over carefully, those from the cave had come out. In front of them was a middle-aged man who was at the peak of the Sage Plain. Seeing Gray and the others, he looked at them oddly. "Who are you people, and what are you doing here?" He didn't feel threatened after sensing their auras, so he wanted to confirm their identities and what they were doing there. It's none of your business. Just stand there and wait, we're coming. Clous just finished speaking when an explosion rang out. He retreated with a dark expression on his face. He was in the middle of trash-talking his opponents, but he was silenced by a hidden array. F***CK. If you know you're powerful, remove these things and watch me beat you up. He cursed in annoyance. Gray felt a headache. Their situation was a bit comical. They wanted to kill the people in front of them, but they couldn't carelessly charge forward or they would be attacked and probably suffer severe injuries if they didn't die. Void was on the side laughing his heart out. Gray and the others could clearly hear him laughing, and this made them feel even more embarrassed. What should we do with them? One of the men by the side of the middle-aged man asked coldly. Clous was rude, and they would naturally want to kill him. Kill them, they are not important people. I thought they were people worth taking seriously. The middle-aged man said. The others nodded and coffins appeared on the side of 5 people. Each person had 2 coffins. These 5 people were all in the late stages of the Sage Plane. They sent their puppets at Gray and his friends. Since they were in such a position, fighting back was difficult, retreating was even harder since they didn't know where the next hidden array was located. The puppets didn't bother with the arrays and attacked. Boom! Boom! Bam! Gray wanted to block the attack, but he was forced back. Looking at how the faces of his group changed, he used his darkness element to create small tendrils that shot into the body of the puppets. Originally, he didn't want to use more elements in front of Gilbert, but at this time, he didn't have a choice. The small tendrils dug into the body of the puppets and before long, the painful screams of the 5 people who owned each puppet was heard. Blood started to drip from their nose, ears, and eyes. Gray had forcefully cut off their connection with the puppets, directly injuring their spiritual senses. Of the 5, 2 of them showed dullness in their eyes. It was clear that they were more affected. It was only after some time did their eyes regain their old glow. Who's that? One of the 3 who was still conscious asked in fear. They could tell what the other party did, and they found it unbelievable. Forcibly cutting off their links with their puppets was not something an ordinary person could do. Only those proficient in necromancy could do it. Even those emissaries couldn't. Gray didn't say a word, he didn't want to expose himself. What he wanted to do right now was to leave this place. The distance between them and the necromancers in front was barely 500 meters. From his calculations when the puppets barged in, the end of this trap was around 100 meters more or so. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and decided to move faster. He used the wind and lightning element to boost his strength and shot out. His body was covered in layers of earth armor. He would try to see if he could run past before the explosions. When the others saw Gray, they stilled their hearts and followed suit. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. The middle-aged man leading the group still didn't leave. He was staring at Gray and his group like they were already dead. There was no way 5 people in a Sage Plane could threaten him. With their current numbers, even 20 peak Sage Plane elementalists wouldn't dare to attack them. Some seconds later, the explosion died down and Gray appeared in front of them. His earth armor was almost destroyed, and there were signs of blood on his body. Behind him, the others appeared as well. Of all of them, Clous was the one who was most well off. His defensive ability was above the others, but it didn't mean he was unscathed. Ha ha, we're out. You bunch of evil maggots, prepare for retribution. Clous yelled with all sense of righteousness. Gray, Alice, and Reynolds couldn't help but take a glance at him. Yes, they also hated necromancers and their methods, but they felt like Clous was being a little too dramatic. Thinking about it, this was his natural character, so they stopped thinking about it and attacked. Gilbert on the other hand was amazed by Clous' righteousness and attacked with a vigorous yell as well. Even Clous, who was only in the 8th stage, dared to initiate the battle, then why was he still standing? When he saw the crowd, he wasn't confident that they would be able to beat them. He originally thought that the group was delusional. But thinking of Gray's strength and the fact that there was a cat in the elemental venerable plane, he felt they still had a chance to at least escape. They would kill the few they could and let Void take care of the rest. Only after the battle started did his expression change. Reynolds' elemental warrior appeared and attacked those in the mid-stages, killing over 10 people with a single attack. Alice's Seelie also appeared and attacked as well. Gray's act was even more shocking. He directly switched places with the middle-aged man and attacked the 3 peak Sage Plane elementalists close to him. 2 died on the spot. A group of overbearing friends. This was the thought in his head. Chapter 1063. In the blink of an eye, the battle broke out and some people died without even knowing how they died. One has to know that Gray's group contained only 5 people, while the other party had over 100 people. Even if most of them were in the mid-stages of the Sage Plane or lower, there were still around 5 people at the peak of the Sage Plane. 2 were dead, that made it 3 people at the peak of the Sage Plane. Over 10 people in the late stages of the Sage Plane. Such a number would be able to threaten over 10 peak Sage Plane elementalists, much less just 5 people. However, Gray and his friends charged into the crowd as if they were possessed and not afraid of being killed. Inscriptions lit up in the sky, sending out attacks. Gray was like a fiend. He was killing all those below the late stage of the Sage Plane with the help of the inscriptions, while also fighting against 2 peak Sage Plane elementalists on his own. The middle-aged man who was the leader was rushing back when Gilbert blocked his path. If he didn't make a move now, he knew Gray and the others might take him as an enemy. Boom! Help us! Emissaries! The screams of those in the Origin and Arcane Plane could be heard. Just the ripples from the battle was enough to kill them. They couldn't defend against Gray's inscriptions attacks. Insolent! You dare to kill them in my presence? The middle-aged man was turning red from anger. In his exchange with Gilbert, he had the upper hand. However, he couldn't easily leave. Why wouldn't I? Gray was arrogant at this moment. Below the elemental venerable plane, he dared to say he was invincible. No one could beat him, even if he was besieged by a large number of experts. As long as they were in the same stage, he would at least be able to escape. He was that confident. He could tell that the middle-aged man was strong, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of him. Once he uses the fusion state, then he would definitely be stronger than the middle-aged man. Even if he couldn't kill him instantly, he wasn't afraid. The middle-aged almost vomited blood from anger. Looking around, he saw Clous fighting against 3 people simultaneously. They were all in the late stages of the Sage Plane, and although Clous was at a disadvantage, he was laughing loudly as he fought. Even though he was being suppressed, he still had the time to kill some weaker people, cursing at the trio fighting with him as well. Alice was fighting against 3 people in the late stage as well. Compared to Clous' opponents, hers were a bit weaker. She was still able to hang on, but it was clear that she was at a disadvantage. Reynolds' elemental warrior was also fighting against a group in the late stages, fighting against 5 at a time. Reynolds himself was massacring those in the mid stages of the Sage. Other than Gilbert, who was holding back the middle-aged man, the others were not only fighting against multiple opponents, but they were also killing those in the weaker stages. When the group told Gilbert they wanted to wipe out the camp, he thought they were only going to kill those at the top. He never expected that they would kill all those. Even those in the Arcane Plane were not spared. Screams filled with pain and despair resounded in the area and blood flowed like a river. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he quickly roared. After forcing Gilbert back with a punch, he yelled, "Great Venerables, please, help us." "Ha ha, you're calling those cowards? Don't tell me you don't know that they've run away." Gray laughed. Clous chimed in as well. The moment they sensed their daddy's aura, they ran faster than a dog. Compared to Gray, Clous' words infuriated the middle-aged man more. Even those fighting against Clous seemed to have been enraged. Among necromancers, hierarchy was taken very seriously. Those stronger are all respected. Even though some of these people were at the peak of the Sage Plane, they knew they had no chances of advancing to the elemental venerable plane. Their venerables was actually being looked down at by someone as young as Clous. They were infuriated. Gray couldn't be bothered with Clous and sneered, "Do you think they would have allowed us kill this much people if they were around?" The middle-aged man didn't speak for some time. Who was it? The reason he hadn't brought out his puppet was because he was afraid. He saw what happened to the others when they sent their puppets to attack them while they were crossing the array. Before Gray and the others attacked, he had told the others not to carelessly bring out their puppets or else they might risk getting killed. His eyes flashed with a dark glow and he tossed a coffin at Gilbert. Gray's eyes flashed and he smiled. However, just as he was about to intercept it with his spiritual senses, he quickly retreated and roared in Gilbert's direction, "Retreat!" He was a bit too late and a loud explosion rang out close to Gilbert, sending him flying. "Damn it! I miscalculated." Gray's expression was cold. He forgot these corpses could self-destruct. As long as he didn't get the chance to hack into them, there was no way he could stop them. "It's you." The eyes of the middle-aged man revealed shock. How did Gray do it? Since Gray could cut off their links from their puppets, it meant that he could also control it. As simple as it sounds, it was something that was almost impossible. Even elemental venerables could not forcibly take control of puppets of those weaker than them. An elemental sovereign might be able to do this, but it was not an easy task. How did you manage to learn this? Don't tell me you're one of us. Chapter 1064. I ran away from the headquarters. What did you expect? Gray's voice was cold. Impossible. I heard the Patriarch captured the traitor who ran away the last time. The middle-aged man looked at Gray. He didn't believe Gray's words, but he didn't know much about the headquarters. He was someone who was nothing more than a servant. What do you know? The Patriarch can't kill me. Now I'm hunting you people down. I'll kill all of you to drive him crazy. Gray continued his words. Gilbert, who was blasted down, had managed to get back up, but his expression was odd. He escaped from their headquarters? Doesn't that mean that he's also a necromancer? His head was filled with questions. He couldn't help but look at Gray and the others. Gray, on the other hand, was laughing inside. He only wanted to trick the middle-aged man, who would have expected that something like that really happened. We have no enmity. I don't know why you escaped, but if you leave now, I won't speak of this matter. The middle-aged man calmed the storm in his heart and said. Although he didn't want to believe Gray, he couldn't dispel his words as well. There might really be a possibility that Gray was speaking the truth. Are you deaf? I told you I'm going to kill all of you to drive him crazy. Do you think I don't dare to do this? Gray's face was incomparably arrogant. He was still fighting against two people as he spoke with the middle-aged man. Even when fighting against two people, he didn't seem to be pressured. Of the two people he was fighting, one of them had been injured by him at the start of the battle, so this person's strength had declined. Although he was still strong, he wasn't a threat to Gray. At the moment, the battle had been on for around 3 minutes or so, and almost all those below the mid-stages of the Sage Plane had been killed. The efficiency of Gray and his friends was frightening. Even when fighting with others, they still managed to achieve such a feat. The middle-aged man looked at Gray before letting out a sigh. Do you have to force my hand? The weak should compromise. Why struggle? Gray snorted. The middle-aged man nodded before turning to the others fighting. Once you take out your puppets, send it to one of them and self-destruct it. This is your only hope. Gray didn't say anything. He was a little worried about this, and after a while, he transmitted his voice to the others. Stay close to them. Let's see if they dare to harm themselves. Clous laughed and quickly covered his body with ice and hugged one of the people he was fighting with. His actions made the necromancers annoyed. With Clous getting so close, there was no way they could self-destruct their puppets. Doesn't that mean that their strength had been cut off? Originally, they couldn't use the puppets and felt annoyed since they weren't that strong. Now that an opportunity presented itself, Clous ruined it with a simple action. Clous wasn't the only one who made this move. Alice and Reynolds also drew closer to their opponents. The middle-aged man cursed internally. This was the disadvantage of talking out loud. He forgot something like this could happen, so he didn't care. Gray had always been in close range with the two people he was fighting against, so there was no way they could do anything to him. Thinking of all this, the eyes of the middle-aged man turned to Gilbert. Once he kills this person, he would be free. Gilbert calmed himself and attacked. Previously, he had held back a little, but now, he knew that was out of the question. The middle-aged man wanted to kill him. While they were fighting, Void was watching from the side. He soon got bored and decided to take a nap. Before closing his eyes, he unleashed his domain to cover the area. This way, no one would be able to escape even if he slept off. Gray had no idea that Void had gone to sleep and was still fighting valiantly. He was pushed back by an attack, and surprisingly, he flew in the direction of a 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist fighting against the Elemental Warrior. Before the other party could tell what was happening, a big hand appeared in front of his head and crushed it. Gray had killed this Elementalist with a single attack. The other 4 were scared when they saw this, but Gray didn't have the time to stay there. He noticed the moment he left, the 2 people he was fighting against charged at Gilbert. Just when they were about to attack Gilbert, Gray's figure appeared in the position Gilbert was previously standing, and he sent out a sea of flames, forcing the duo, including the middle-aged man, to retreat. Kill him. The middle-aged man sent a coffin at Gray. Gray had given them the chance to attack him, so they used it. All 3 of them sent out puppets that self-destructed the second they got close to Gray. Although they just saw Gray switch places with Gilbert, they didn't think that he would be able to replicate the same move within such a short time. From the time Gray killed the 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist to when he switched places with Gilbert to now didn't take more than 2 seconds. Everything happened in a flash. Boom! The loud explosion of 3 puppets at the peak of the Sage Plane exploding sounded out. All three men didn't hold back as they all sent out puppets at the peak of the Sage Plane. The impact of the explosion would be stronger and definitely affect Grey. Even a newly advanced elemental venerable would get seriously injured from such an explosion. The eyes of all three focused on where Grey was previously standing. Alice and the others didn't stop their battles, they were the ones least concerned about Grey. Void was here, there was no way he would let him die. Chapter 1065. The middle-aged man and the other two looked at the place of the explosion. Just when they were about to heave a sigh of relief, they sensed something behind them. The middle-aged man was the first to turn around, his eyes widened and he hastily dodged to the side. The other two were a bit slower. Behind them, a large inscription lit up the sky, and a rain of lightning burst out from it. Just as they were about to move, they were covered by a sea of icy flames. This was Grey's icy domain. The movements of both men slowed down, and the lightning struck them. Given the high number of lightning, their bodies were soon covered with burn marks, as well as some frozen parts. There was a slight contrast on their bodies since they were both affected by both lightning and the icy flame. The middle-aged man looked at the place of the explosion and saw Grey moving out with a calm expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "How?" he muttered. Grey couldn't be bothered with him. If not for the luck of having the space element, he would have been screwed. Just when the corpses exploded, he used the space element to help him phase through the attacks. Only when the impact of the explosion started to die down did he move forward, with the help of his earth and water element, blocking the rest of the impact. He looked at the middle-aged man, his face revealing a sneer. Without speaking, he attacked. Although a large number of people was quite troublesome, it wasn't an issue for the group. They were all covered with blood, but they still continued fighting. 20 minutes later. The group could be seen, all panting heavily. "Damn! That was fun! This is why I like traveling with you," Clous exclaimed. All he had been doing was cultivating inside a secret room in the Moonlight faction. He had almost missed the thrill of having to fight a life-and-death battle. The mission they helped Reynolds with wasn't as dangerous as this one. They were fighting against beasts then, and although there were a few powerful beasts, they were not as smart as humans. In this battle, he was injured, but he could also feel the increase in his strength. Even his mastery of the techniques he was learning back at the faction had seen an increase, which was unexpected to him. Reynolds and Alice were also a little excited. A battle like this was something they've been craving for a long time now. Grey had cleaned all the blood that was on his body, changing his clothes within the blink of an eye. He turned to them and smiled. "It's nothing. In the secret realm I visited, it was a bit more fun. I blocked the entrance of the gnome race, killing anyone who dared to step out." Gilbert was stunned when he heard this. He knew of the gnomes and how powerful they were. He never thought that Grey would have not only encountered them, but he seemed to have bullied them as well. This was an entire race. Forget the fact that he could not have faced anyone in the elemental venerable plane, but just setting up camp at the front of their portal was beyond bold. "This guy's crazy," he exclaimed internally. Since coming in contact with Grey, all he had gotten was shock after shock. First Grey attacked him, then he helped him with his opponents, then he fought against the Necromancers, which he seemed to be part of in the past. Unlike the others who knew Grey, he didn't, so he felt when Grey was talking about escaping from the Necromancers' organization, he felt he was being honest. Unknown to him, Grey was only bluffing. "Ha ha ha, no wonder they released that kill order." Reynolds laughed out loud. Although Grey had told him of it, it was still shocking. Gilbert's expression changed when he heard the word kill order. He heard of the kill order that the gnomes released for a certain Grey Dawson. Although he felt Grey's name sounded familiar, he didn't associate him with the person who the kill order was released for. "You're Grey Dawson?" he asked, just to be sure. Grey looked at him, a little surprised that he knew his last name, but he still nodded. "The one the kill order was released for?" Gilbert asked once again. Grey nodded again. Gilbert was shocked. He couldn't even hide the shock on his face. He couldn't believe he was fighting with such a figure. Among his age range, Grey was almost seen as a legendary figure. Someone who dared to block the portal of the gnomes and successfully killed them was not on the same level as the others. In such a situation, there was no way he didn't kill multiple people at the peak of the Sage Plane. Gilbert was also at the peak, which meant that Grey could kill him in a short period. He sensed Grey's strength, and it was only in the 9th stage. When they fought, it didn't seem like Grey went all out. If not, he would have defeated him before those people appeared. You don't have to be shocked. Have you seen his face?" Clous asked. Gilbert shook his head. Clous chuckled. He knew that if Gilbert saw Grey's face, he would be more shocked. Gray could almost be termed as beautiful, even someone as handsome as himself didn't dare to say he was on the same level as Gray. Gilbert was only SOSO, he was on Reynolds' level when it came to handsomeness. Gray glared at Clous, but didn't say anything. "Since we're done here, we should get going," Alice suggested. The others had no objections to it, and they all headed to the town close to the realm they entered for the auction. Gilbert stayed with them for a while longer before leaving. His father needed the item he bought, so he had to rush back home. Gray and the others only asked a few things about where he was from and where to find him. Chapter 1066. After Clous' plea, he decided to give Gilbert one of the communication devices. He still had a few with him, so he didn't mind. It wasn't like he was using them anyway. "What do you think about his abilities?" Gray asked the others after Gilbert left. "Average," Clous replied. "It's because he didn't show everything," Gray said. When they were fighting, the group were the main fighters. Gilbert was a little passive. They didn't blame him for this since he didn't really have to fight any powerful opponent except the middle-aged man who suppressed him. Only after Gray took over did he have an easier time. Gray went on to tell them some of the things he saw Gilbert doing, and their expressions changed. "Did you figure it out?" Clous asked. He knew how obsessed Gray was with things like this, so he couldn't help but ask. "I've been thinking about it for some time, but I've not gotten anything yet. Even Void is lost." Gray answered, "The only way is if we go to him. I'm not sure he learned it himself, there must be someone who helped him. As long as they can give me a tip or anything, I'll be good." He added, "A technique that can absorb the impact of attacks and use it against the opponent. That would be a good skill to have. Of course, it would have its limitations, but it's not bad." Alice was a bit interested in the technique as well. "You said his domain was special?" Reynolds asked. "Yes, he has the earth element, but his domain is actually one of metal." Gray explained, "These metals aren't your average ones, each one is almost as powerful as a high-grade elemental weapon." "So powerful?" Clous exclaimed. "I feel it can be stronger. Also, they can be ignited with fire. It's a strange domain. If I had that, my strength would increase further." Gray said with a sigh. "You're already so freakish, yet you want to have all the powers in the world?" Clous sneered. Gray had grown too fast, and he was still growing. What was frightening about him was that his strength didn't tally with his cultivation stage at all. Clous and the others could fight across stages, and they were already tagged geniuses by most people. Gray, on the other hand, can't only fight across stages, he could fight against multiple opponents who are a stage or two above him. They all knew that this was the advantage he had with having multiple opponents, but it still made people frustrated just thinking about it. Gray chuckled before saying, "You all know my abilities. Although I'm powerful, against a single powerful opponent, I might not be able to win. Take the Prince of the Gnome race for instance, I couldn't kill after fighting for a while." He paused before adding, "But against multiple opponents on his level, it might be a different story. With all the things I have, there's no telling what the result would be." Gray's confidence was unbridled. For someone who just said against the Gnome race's prince he couldn't defeat him alone, he still dared to say he could fight against two of him and the result might be different. His words contradict each other, but his friends knew that might actually be possible. Gray could switch places with his opponent. Against one person he generally wouldn't use this skill, but when fighting multiple people, this skill was frightening. "I wish I had the space element," Clous muttered. "Hey buddy, are you sure there's no way for someone to be like you and comprehend other elements?" He couldn't help but ask. "I'm not sure." Gray shook his head, this wasn't something he could answer. There was a possibility that there is someone who could do this as well. He didn't know if such a figure was in the Aurora continent, but if there was such a person, he wouldn't mind sparring with them. The group continued speaking for a while and Clous suggested they went to bigger cities to have fun. It had been a long time since they went out together, and once they were separated again, there was a high possibility that they wouldn't be able to meet up for months, possibly years. Permanent faction. The faction leader was currently staring at the people in front of him with a cold expression. "You still haven't given me an answer. Where did the boy go?" An old man asked, his expression was calm. "I think the middle continent, I can't be sure. But that should be the only way for him to enter that secret realm." The faction leader replied. "He killed my descendant, I need an explanation from him." The old man said slowly. "Elder?" The faction leader wanted to speak, but was cut short by the old man in front of him. "Are you still going to protect him? He dared to kill a fellow faction member, and you are protecting him?" The old man scolded, his eyes turning cold. If not for my relationship with your teacher, I'd have punished you for your actions. Hearing the old man's words, the faction leader shook his head. He never thought that these guys would call this old man over because of Gray's matter. Originally, they had stopped pestering him over the matter. However, they seemed to have been reinvigorated when the kill order for Gray was released. Although the faction was in decline lately, it was still a top faction and managed to obtain the information. They all knew of Gray's strength. If what the rumors said were the truth, then he was most likely the one. The faction leader was both happy and sad when he heard this. Gray was growing fast. It hadn't even been more than a year or so since Gray joined the faction, but he had advanced so quickly. Such a genius was worth protecting, but Gray's temper was not good. As long as he felt threatened by anyone, he wouldn't sit back and wait. Rather, he would attack first, eliminating the other party. Even though it was a good mentality to have, for someone without sufficient backing, it was dangerous, too dangerous. Chapter 1067. Senior, you remember there's an elemental sovereign watching after him, right? The faction leader looked at the old man. Although they didn't know too much about Gray's background, they knew that since he had an elemental sovereign plane elementalist watching over him, it meant that he was not from a small background. What does that have to do with this old man? The old man didn't feel bothered by Gray's background. Even if Gray had a strong background, so what? There was no way they would want to fight against a powerful opponent like himself. I've been quiet for too long. It seems like you've forgotten who I truly am. The old man snorted. He felt insulted by the faction leader's words. When he was famous across the entire continent, the faction leader's father was not born yet, much less the faction leader. The faction leader didn't say anything and looked at the old man. Senior, did you really advance? The faction leader asked curiously. After the elemental sovereign plane was the half-god plane. The half-god plane was not necessarily different from the peak of the elemental sovereign plane, but there was a qualitative change in strength once one got to this stage. Of course, there were also different levels in the half-god plane. As for the true god plane, that had already become a myth. It had been so long, yet no one had been able to break through to the true god plane. The strength level division in the half-god plane is divided into weak, average, and strong. A weak half-god could easily kill a peak elemental sovereign. Those who had average strength in the half-god plane could kill a weak half-god. Of course, they wouldn't be able to kill the other party without suffering some injuries. What do you think? The old man asked with a mysterious smile. This old man was over 1,000 years old. Over the years, he barely got involved with things involving the faction. He didn't even get involved when some of his descendants met some troubles. However, for a distant descendant, the old man had stepped out. I want to see which family he's from that gave him the courage to kill my descendants. The old man snorted. The faction leader felt a headache as he looked at the old man. Previously, he could still talk things out with the old man since they were both peak elemental sovereigns. Although he didn't dare to be arrogant, he still spoke with the air of the faction leader, but with the current strength of the old man, he knew he stood no chance. A weak half-god had appeared before him. This was someone that could be regarded as a god to those below the elemental sovereign plane. How could he fight against him? However, he was still not going to allow the old man have his way with Gray. Gray was someone he placed a lot of hopes on. Since he could advance this fast meant that he was very talented, exceeding their previous assessment of him. As long as they groomed Gray, a powerhouse would be born within 30 years at most. And this powerhouse might not be any weaker than this old man in front of him. One has to know that this old man had used over 1,000 years to get to this level, but with the speed Gray was advancing, he would take only around 40 or 50 years. The only person who has had a shorter time was Lucas Dawson, the unparalleled genius from the Dawson family who appeared some years ago. It took him less than 40 years to get to the peak of the elemental sovereign plane. It is said that he has already broken through to the half-god plane over a decade ago before he went missing. At that time, he fought with an old antique that was regarded as an average half-god at the time he broke through and won. Now, it was rumored that his strength was already on the same level as the top experts in the continent. With Gray's talent and the strength he had shown so far, there's a high chance that he might get to that level as well, defeating those in higher stages even in the half-god plane. This was a true genius. Once an elementalist gets to the elemental sovereign plane, it becomes even harder to fight across stages. It was not impossible, but not everyone could repeat the feat they did while in lower planes. Some geniuses might be able to fight across 1 or 2 planes in the sage plane, but once they get to the elemental venerable plane, that gap shortens, and in the elemental sovereign plane, the gap was almost non-existent to some. But for people like Gray, they were not constricted by this rule. This made them even more frightening. The eyes of the faction leader flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. in a city far from the Permanent faction. Gray had no idea what was waiting for him in the Permanent faction. Even if he did, he wouldn't care too much about it. His father was Lucas Dawson, who would dare to seek trouble with the only son of such an expert. Even though he was not one that relied on influence, he knew there were times when he would have to rely on this terrifying background of his. They were all seated, taking sips of wine. With their strength, unless they wanted to, they wouldn't get drunk. "This place isn't bad, I should stay a bit longer," Clous said as he looked around. "What about Luthera, didn't you say you would visit her?" Reynolds raised a brow with a cheeky smile. "Yes, then I'll bring her here. Her father is so protective of her. If we're together in their family manner, his spiritual sense is always lurking around. Such a hateful fellow," Clous said in dissatisfaction. "You're talking bad about your father-in-law. I wonder how he would react when he finds out," Gray said with a playful smile. "He's always trying to peek or eavesdrop on whatever we're doing or saying." "Do you like it when you're under the vigilance of someone all through?" Clous asked. "Aren't you under the same situation in your faction?" Gray continued to poke fun at Clous. Clous' expression darkened as he looked at Gray. It was as if he was prepared to fight with him at any minute. "Don't look at me like that. I was present when you sank into the ground for speaking ill of your faction leader and the elders." Gray laughed. "You're lucky you're stronger than me. But I don't believe you can take on the three of us." Clous snorted. "Are you sure?" Gray asked playfully. "Idiot." Reynolds couldn't help but curse. If Clous wanted to get beaten up by Gray, then he should fight alone. Why did he want to involve them in the battle? "I'm also curious as to how we would fare against the invincible Gray," Alice added. "You coward, what are you scared of? Aren't you also searching for an opportunity to beat him up?" Clous said, mocking Reynolds. "You want to beat me up?" Gray looked at his friends. "Do you have what it takes?" he added with a sneer. "You see, he's looking down on us. If we don't beat him now, I don't think we will have the chance again." Clous said he was prepared to go to war with Gray. "Fine, let's go to a decent place to have fun," Gray said. "Void, you will be the judge in this battle. Remember, Gray is not allowed to use his space element," Clous said hastily. Void nodded, while Gray's expression on the other hand changed. "What do you mean I can't use my space element?" he asked, staring at Clous icily. "And his lightning, light, and maybe his wind element as well." Clous laughed. "You already have 4 elements. If you still can't beat us with those elements, then you're trash." Reynolds and Alice laughed when they saw Gray's expression. One has to know that the space element was Gray's greatest asset when it came to battling against multiple opponents. When he couldn't switch places with people, he depended heavily on his speed. However, Clous was saying he had to fight without his space, lightning, wind, and light element. Each of these elements had the ability to enhance an elementalist's speed. Without them, Gray won't have the explosive speed he usually has. Although he could still fight with his darkness, earth, water, and his powerful fire element. He wasn't used to fighting with such style. "What, are you afraid?" Clous laughed before adding, "I'll beat you up today. After today, you're not allowed to make a move on me, he he he." Gray looked at Clous before turning to the others and sneered, "Are you guys with him in this madness?" "Actually, you're not allowed to use your icy flames as well," Reynolds said with an embarrassed smile. Clous burst out laughing when he heard this. Gray's expression on the other hand turned even more ugly compared to before. They were ganging up against him. He turned to Void, only to see him wearing a bright smile. F***CK. I'm doomed. Chapter 1068. Gray looked at those in front of him with a gloomy expression. They were currently in a forest, and although they weren't really going all out, he was currently in a sorry state. Clous had an evil grin on his face as he saw Gray's condition. He laughed, "Weren't you smug earlier? Why don't you take me one-on-one since you're so powerful?" Gray mocked. Clous didn't seem fazed by his words and said shamelessly, "I also want the others to enjoy beating you up as well. If not, I'd have beaten you up alone. Don't worry, after today, I won't beat you up again." Gray wanted to convince the others, but Clous didn't give him the opportunity to say anything. "Why are you guys staring? Do you want him to complete his array?" F***CK. Bastard. Gray cursed. When talking to them, he was secretly preparing an array. He never thought that Clous would be the one to sense it. Although his physique was powerful, he couldn't take a beating for too long. Besides, it was very embarrassing. He, what do you think I've been doing in the faction all this while?" Clous sneered. Although he didn't want to admit it, his strength had increased tremendously thanks to all the training he was forced to do. The battles they fought the last time also helped him improve faster. He wasn't far from the 9th stage, and there was a feeling he could break through at any moment. The special training he was doing surprisingly improved his spiritual energy as well. Compared to before, his spiritual energy was stronger than usual. Even a peak Sage Plane Elementalist might not have a stronger spiritual energy compared to him. This was why he managed to sense what Gray was doing. Gray, on the other hand, couldn't help but curse. Clous was starting to become frightening. HMPH. I'm done playing. He snorted and released his fire element domain. Although he couldn't use the icy flame domain, his original fire domain was not to be trifled with. The second he released his domain, Clous laughed and unleashed his domain as well. A bone-chilling cold spread out in all directions. Even Void, who was staring from the side, was shocked. Extreme cold. This isn't a normal domain. He thought to himself. Gray was so much of a freak that he almost always overshadows his friends, but whenever he's not there, each of his friends are shocking geniuses as well. When Gray saw Clous' domain rivaling his domain, he couldn't help but show a shocked expression. This was not the same domain he saw when Clous used it the last time. What sort of training has he been undergoing? He was shocked. Personally, Gray had never done such training. All he had done was comprehend the elements and then figure out some things. But Clous was being taught by a top powerhouse, and there were some secrets that such powerhouses knew that he didn't. I'll need to go through rigorous training when I go back to the faction, he concluded internally. Reynolds also laughed and his domain was unleashed. Lightning spread across the entire place, enveloping everyone. The aura of the elemental warrior improved at this time. Awesome! Clous praised when he saw this. He didn't expect Reynolds would be able to use the power of the domain to increase the strength of the elemental warrior. Since everyone has shown their hands, I guess it's time for me to do the same. Alice smiled and a surprising scene occurred. Fire and ice appeared simultaneously. There was no sense of rejection from both as they quickly integrated with each other, showing a powerful domain. Even during the competition when she was fighting previously, she didn't show this domain. You awakened your fire domain first? The others looked at her in shock. Alice was a dual elementalist, but they all knew that her fire element was inferior to her lightning element. However, the fire element was surprisingly the first domain she managed to awaken. It was unexpected. Adding the fact that the Clous was an ice elementalist, it was a big contrast. At least the lightning element might have been somewhat acceptable, but fire and water were two polar opposites, yet there was no rejection and they were even integrated together. The ice domain belonged to the Clous, while the fire domain belonged to Alice, yet, even though they were not in a combined state, the Clous was still able to borrow her its power. Be careful, we're attacking now. Clous gave a heads up and attacked. Alice and Reynolds also attacked. With the help of the elemental warrior and the Clous, they managed to not only knock Gray back, but he was at a complete disadvantage. Presently, Gray even felt that if he used his fusion state, he wouldn't be able to defeat the trio. Of course, it would be a different scenario if he was allowed to use his space element. Even if they didn't let him use his other elements, his space element was all he needed to reverse the situation. Gray quickly used the fusion state to increase his strength to the peak of the Sage Plane, but before his friends, it was useless. Clous Ice was almost dominating his fire domain. Against the other two domains, he had to depend on his water and earth elements for defense. After 2 minutes, he gave up and admitted defeat. He couldn't beat them. Yes, he had a higher attack power, but Clous' defense was frightening as well. His full attack, even when using the chaos or powered with 4 elements, he was unable to break through it. An earth elementalist at the peak of 3 Sage Plane might not necessarily be able to replicate what Clous just did with his ice. Turtle. Gray cursed after they stopped fighting. What do you mean, Turtle? If you have the ability, replicate it as well. Besides, you're one to talk. You used both the water and earth element for defense. Clous refuted. I'm being attacked by you 3, what did you expect from me? Gray argued. Fight back. Clous' eyes were filled with mockery. Chapter 1069. Clous and Gray continued arguing as they walked back to the city. On the way, Clous paused before looking at Gray with a smirk. I'll have to plead with you guys to wait for a while longer, I can't stop it, he said and directly sat down on the ground, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Gray noticed the abnormalities in his aura and nodded to the others. Without delay, he told Void to help seal the area. Although there was no danger around, they couldn't be too sure. Besides, the moment Clous sat down on the ground, the area started to freeze. If things continued like this, then he would freeze the forest, and that might attract attention. The Sage Plane might be powerful, but an elemental venerable would be able to defeat them. So they had to be careful. Void sealed the area, and they all watched as Clous broke through. It didn't take too long, but all of them felt chills in their bodies. Clous' eyes seemed to be different from others. Gray furrowed his brows, but didn't speak too much about it. Maybe Clous obtained something in his faction that had helped with this. One has to know that Clous could be said to be favored by the heavens. Unlike others, he didn't need to put in too much effort and he would encounter something good. Minutes later, Clous opened his eyes and a horrifying cold light flashed past his eyes. The others felt as if their spiritual senses were being frozen when they made eye contact with him. What the hell, Clous? Reynolds showed his dissatisfaction when this happened. I'm sorry, I can't control it yet. Clous apologized as he looked around, breathing out cold air. All right, let's go. I'm in a good mood. He laughed as they walked. The others congratulated him and went on to enjoy the rest of their night. Time went by and before they knew it, a week had gone by. Nothing interesting had happened, so they had been quiet lately, enjoying the company of each other. It was now time for them to go their separate ways. They didn't know when next they would meet up again, but they all knew that at that time, they would all be stronger. That was their plan. Become stronger, faster. They could all sense that there was a strange sense of panic in the Aurora continent. They've all heard of the weakening of the seal. If it's as they said, then war was coming. They had to be strong before then, if not, they would just be cannon fodders who would not be able to make an impact in the war. Given their personalities, this was unacceptable. After separating from the group, Gray and Void exchanged glances. What now? Void couldn't help but ask. I'll go back to the faction. I'm not used to the Dawson family, so I don't really want to stay there. Gray replied. Your parents? Void asked. I gave them the communication device, I can speak with them. It might take a while to go through, but it's not that hard. And the guy protecting you? He should continue. Since the uncle doesn't want to show himself, what can I do? Gray replied. Over the days, he had been trying to speak with the man protecting him, but all his attempts had been futile. Apparently, the man didn't want to speak to him. Either that, he was not following him any longer. The probability of him not following him was quite low, so he went with the former. Do you have any plans before I return? Mind you, I'll be staying for a while in the faction. You should know I've been neglecting a few things in my cultivation over the years. I need to sort them out. Gray asked. During his spar with his friends, when he saw Clous' abilities, he felt he had forgotten a few things. He was strong, so he didn't really get much training from the faction. Not just that, but whenever he was not out fighting, he would either be focused on arrays or trying to comprehend the elements. With his current strength, he could get a better understanding of how to use his strength, so he wanted to go back and see if he could learn some things from the faction. Techniques were different from what Clous showed. What Clous did was not just a technique, but there was a qualitative change in how he used his elemental essence. Void thought for a while before suggesting they traveled around for a week or so before returning to the faction. Gray had only one friend in the faction, and he wasn't that powerful. Even though Void could leave the faction with him, he didn't find it amusing since the gap in strength had increased by a lot. Even if Keith had broken through, he would still most likely be in the early stages of the Sage Plane. Void wanted to fight powerful people, and Gray was the only one who could offend such people. The reason he said they should travel around was that he could sense something in front, but it was very faint, so he felt it would not be close by. With the increase in his strength, his ability to sense treasures also increased as well. Gray didn't know of Void's plan as he readily followed him. It wasn't bad to see the world for a while longer. They didn't know when the seal would be completely broken, so he wanted to enjoy these somewhat peaceful times. Somewhere far away. Are you sure he's the one who fought against us? A voice asked in a dark room. Yes. He's growing too fast, sooner or later he would become a problem to us. I've not seen him since that time. Looks like it's time for me to show my face again. If I can kill him, we can get the rewards placed on his head. His whereabouts are currently unknown. How are you going to get him? Don't worry, I still have some means. Chapter 1070. Damn it. Void, what did you do? Gray's voice was heard. He was panting heavily as he ran through the woods. His clothes were tattered and he was looking like a beggar on the street. Void also had a worried expression on his face. I didn't do anything, you were the one who took their treasure. He replied. You said there was no powerful person present. Gray almost exploded with anger. It had been so long, yet Void still had this habit of bringing trouble to him. The treasure was good, but the owners were very powerful. There were even 2 elemental venerables among them and multiple peak sage plane elementalists. They didn't listen to Gray's explanation and tried to kill him the moment they saw it with him. Gray even wanted to return it, but these people were adamant on killing him. Keep running, they're catching up. Void said. Gray grabbed Void by the head and tossed him to the side with all his strength. You're the stronger one, why should I be the one to carry you? He was pissed, it had been a long time since he was beaten up this much. Void was also beaten up by the 2 elemental venerables, but Gray's situation was worse, even his space element couldn't help him much in this situation. The people found a way to seal the space in the area, making it difficult for him to use the space element. Only after Void's outburst did he manage to escape from the place. Void quickly appeared before him. Stop quarreling and let's go. This time, Void took charge, grabbing him by the hand. He teleported a great distance. Boom! The second they disappeared, a powerful attack exploded out in the place they were standing on. Chase after them, they can't escape this place. A lady's voice was heard. The others spread out and continued chasing. The lady turned to look at the man beside her and frowned. Void was strong, even against 2 people in the 3rd stage of the elemental venerable plane, he still managed to injure one of them with his outburst. She stared at the left hand of the man that was ripped off. Can you still fight? She asked. It's nothing, I'll be able to heal as long as we take the treasure back. The man replied. The lady nodded and they rushed after Void once again. On Void's end, his expression changed when he noticed something. Damn it! It's like my domain, we can't leave unless we find the weak and destroy it. He complained. Gray's face turned uglier when he heard this. They could enter, but they can't go out? What sort of logic was that? From the looks of it, these people planned for people to come and snatch their treasure. Then find the weak spot. He said angrily. I'm searching, but it will take a. Void paused before cursing, damn it! They're here. He hastily disappeared once again, dodging the attacks of the man and woman. They were the fastest, but Void's speed was not something to be trifled with. Before they even appeared, Void vanished once again. Even if he couldn't leave the area for now, it didn't mean that these people could hurt him. At most he'll use them to run in circles for the meantime. Gray and Void appeared over 2 kilometers away from where they were previously standing. Hide your aura and search for the weak spot, I'll attract those 2 with me. Void tossed him to the ground before disappearing again. Gray cursed, but did as he was told. This wasn't the time to argue with Void. Sigh, I should have just gone back to the faction. He soon got to work, his spiritual sense wasn't as powerful as Void's, but it wasn't weak either. He soon started to search for the places around what seemed like a thin veil. He tried moving past it, but found that it was harder than a rock. There should be something supporting it. If broken, then this thing will naturally fall apart. He muttered to himself before rushing off. He could sense some people rushing to where he was standing. The small time he came in contact with the veil exposed his aura. Luckily he managed to hide it again. He continued running around the edge of the veil, and before long, he saw an abnormality. This should be it. He followed the energy flow and soon saw a cave. At the cave entrance, there were 5 people standing guard. All of them were at the peak of the sage plane. Gray didn't want to fight, but he knew sneaking in would not be easy. He had tried using the space element, but he noticed that the space inside was restricted. I'll blow it up. He soon came to a decision and started to condense a fusion orb. This orb contained all 8 elements he had in his arsenal. Once it got to the peak, he would run there and throw it inside. It was all up to the people guarding the place if they wanted to stay there or not. Some seconds later, he had condensed the orb till the highest state. This was the first time he was using an orb this powerful. He licked his lips before jumping out from where he was hidden and dashing in the direction of the cave. Just when he got there, the 5 people exploded out with frightening speed, wanting to stop the intruder. They knew that some people had entered their village and stolen their treasure. Since these people had come, they would be unable to leave. The only way to leave was by destroying this formation. Gray dodged all their attacks with ease before tossing the orb inside the cave and running away. The orb had started to become chaotic. Although his control over it had grown, this orb was far stronger than anything he had made before, so he ran away before the explosion so as not to get caught up in it. When the orb flew past the 5 guards, they felt a chill in their spine and without speaking, they fled in all directions. That orb could kill them. It wasn't something a Sage Plane Elementalist could do, it was on par with a first or even second stage Elemental Venerable. These men were scared. Grey had also felt the power of the orb, he didn't think it would be this strong. Boom! A loud explosion rang out and even Void and the 2 Elemental Venerables fighting paused to look in the direction of the explosion. Bastard! The lady roared. She had been searching for Grey all this while, but Void had made sure they were preoccupied with him. He didn't even allow them to use their spiritual senses to probe the area. A faint KACHA sound was heard and the veil fell apart. Ha ha ha, Void laughed happily and soon vanished. Stop there. The lady was incensed. They couldn't allow Grey and Void to do as they pleased. These 2 thieves barged into their village and stole their treasure, now, they've even destroyed their array. This array took years for it to get to this level, now it is broken. Of course they were furious. Void was able to quickly sense where Grey was hiding and rushed over to pick him up. When he saw Grey, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Grey's appearance had worsened compared to before, presently, he barely had clothes on, and his face and body was covered in black dust. Even though he managed to run fast, he was still caught up by the explosion. He wasn't injured, but he felt pain all over his body. He covered himself with the light element as he tried to heal the small wounds on his body from the previous battle. Void didn't say anything and took him with him, disappearing from the area. Those people couldn't catch up with them and gave up after a few hours of chasing. We're going back to the faction. I shouldn't have listened to you the first time. Grey complained. What do you mean, didn't you say you enjoyed fighting? Void mocked. Fighting and getting beaten up are 2 different things. Grey mumbled, before adding, how come you didn't sense their existence? They must have hid under the array. Originally, I sensed only 1 Elemental Venerable, and that person's strength was only in the first stage. Void explained. Even after entering the village, he didn't sense the aura of too many peak Sage Plane Elementalists, only 4 or so. In the end, Grey had to fight against over 15 peak Sage Plane Elementalists. There were also other Sage Plane Elementalists in the village, so they joined hands with the others to beat up Grey. Grey held back from killing since he knew he was the one in the wrong. But even if he wanted to kill, he might not have been able to kill too many of them. These people had a strange fighting style. They spoke for a while before Grey told Void it was time to head back to the faction. Chapter 1071. Grey stood in front of the large gates leading to the permanent faction with some mixed feelings. Since joining the faction, he rarely stayed there and has been going from one secret realm to another. Each realm had helped him advance by leaps and bounds, but he still needed to learn some things. With a heavy breath, he walked towards the gates. After showing his ID, he was allowed to pass through the gates. He soon headed to his residence. The moment Grey entered the faction group, the news got to a few people. One of these people was the old man from the same family as Foudre. Bring him here. I'd like to see the person who dared to kill Foudre. The old man snorted. The person who came to report rushed out of the building, heading straight for Grey's living area. In another place. The faction leader opened his eyes with a long sigh. He's returned. He muttered to himself and vanished. No one told him of Grey's return, he sensed it the second Grey entered the faction. Unknown to Grey, his return had destroyed the peace of the faction. He soon got to Keith's living quarters, and to his surprise, Keith was not around. He shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. I tend to forget about this thing lately. He brought out the communication device and soon found out where Keith was located. It didn't seem far from the faction, but it wasn't close either. Maybe he's out on a mission, I'll go search for him when he returns. He thought to himself as he went back to his place. On getting to his place, he noticed something strange and turned around. Who? He looked at the person standing behind him, a little confused. Come with me. The faction leader grabbed him and disappeared. Grey didn't even have the time to ask any questions before he appeared in the cave where he first met the faction leader. The moment he appeared, another figure appeared in front of them. Bertram, what are you doing? The old man looked at the faction leader before staring at Grey. Elder Archibald. The faction leader didn't expect him to move this fast. You must be Grey? Elder Archibald looked at Grey curiously. More elders had already appeared at this time. Grey was a little confused as to what was going on, but he still nodded. He didn't show any signs of fear, just staring at the old man in front of him. He could sense a great pressure from the man, even higher than the one the faction leader gave. But he wasn't afraid. Admit to your crime and cripple your cultivation. Elder Archibald said calmly. Crime? What crime? Gray looked at the elder in surprise. He didn't know which crime they were talking about. You killed your fellow faction members, a crime punishable by death. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll just cripple you and send you to the dungeon till the end of your life. Elder Archibald spoke coolly. He didn't even want to hear anything from Gray's side. Gray's eyes showed a hint of understanding. He finally recalled that he had such an issue before leaving. Originally, he thought the faction leader would be able to help him sort it out, but from the looks of things, he can't. This Elder Archibald seems to be powerful. He thought internally. I only killed the malignant tumors in the faction. Gray replied coldly. Elder Archibald raised a brow and looked at Gray, surprised he was able to talk back. Although no one noticed it, he used his aura to lock onto Gray. A normal Sage Plane Elementalist would not be able to breathe properly, much less speak. But Gray didn't seem to have any problems whatsoever. A treasure? His eyes shone with a strange light. The rules of the faction states that you're not allowed to kill anyone from the faction. Much less the descendants of one of the Grand Elders. A middle-aged man on the side spoke up. Looking at him, Gray noticed he was a little familiar. After connecting the dots, he realized Foudre had some resemblance to this man. They must be from the same family. Maybe he's his father. He thought as he stared at the man curiously. He broke the rules first. I didn't see anyone trying to do anything to him at that time. Gray replied coldly. It's not your place to punish a descendant of mine. Elder Archibald snorted coldly. If he was stronger, I'd be dead by now. I'm stronger, so instead of him killing me, I killed him. What's wrong with killing someone who's a threat to your life? Gray spoke unhurriedly. Grand Elder, he only did what anyone else would do. Foudre tried to kill him, but failed. Doing that alone already meant that he had broken the rules and should be punished accordingly. Gray can be said to be exerting this punishment on him. The faction leader replied. Bertram, it's not your place to tell this old man what is what in the faction. Elder Archibald snorted. Looks like you've all forgotten who the faction leader is. I've made the decision, and I want to see who can touch him. The faction leader stood in front of Gray. His motive was clear. I will protect him. What can you do? Bertram, don't force my hand. Hand over the boy. The aura of Elder Archibald soared. This time, Gray felt a huge pressure. The first time, Elder Archibald was only trying to secretly intimidate him with the pressure. Now, he was releasing his aura out. Even with the pressure, Gray didn't lower his head as he stared at the Grand Elder. A Grand Elder was trying to bully him because they felt he didn't have a background. I wonder if you'll still be this proud if my father was here. He thought to himself. He wasn't afraid that the Grand Elder would kill him. All he needed to do was to tell them his identity and they wouldn't dare to kill him. Punishing him was even out of the picture. Elder Archibald, I've already made my intentions obvious, you cannot have him. The faction leader stood firmly in front of Gray. His previous ordinary aura had changed completely. Grand Elder Archibald was irritated by the fact that the faction leader was actually going against him because of Gray. One has to know that although the faction leader was the leader of the faction, the Grand Elders could be said to have a higher position. As long as he spoke with the other Grand Elders, they could strip Bertram of his position as the faction leader. Archibald, enough! We're already in this state. Internal strife isn't something we want. A powerful voice spoke out. Bertram, come with the boy. Archibald, come along with your people. We'll settle this now. Bertram's expression changed slightly when he heard this, while Grand Elder Archibald snorted coldly. They soon vanished from the place. Deep in the faction ground, 3 sage-like old men could be seen standing quietly. If one focused on them, they would think they were both real and ethereal at the same time. Figures soon started to appear in the hall. When Gray arrived, he looked around curiously. This was the first time he was seeing this hall. Bertram stood in front of Gray once again, shielding him. Speak. The figures in the middle said. This boy killed my descendant, his fellow faction member in the Lutra realm. According to the rules, he should be killed. Elder Archibald replied respectfully. The old man in the middle turned to Gray, seemingly waiting for an explanation from him. Bertram was about to speak up when the eyes of the old man turned cold. He knew he wasn't the one the old man wanted to speak, so he kept quiet, looked at Gray and nodded. Grey didn't shy away. He stepped forward and told him how everything played out. From his battle with the man from the gnome race, to when he was unconscious and found by Nathan, who didn't want to help him out. After being taken away, Nathan instigated Foudre to try to kill him with the aim of him being shielded by his background. In the end they failed, and after waking up, he searched for them and took his revenge. So you admit to the fact that you killed your fellow faction members? The old man in the middle asked. Grey nodded. The old man looked at him for a while before turning to Grand Elder Archibald. What do you want? He should cripple himself and head to the dungeon for the rest of his life. I'm being lenient since he's a faction member, and I heard of how he helped us win the competition. If not, I would have killed him on the spot. Grand Elder Archibald said. Grand Elders, it's clear that Grand Elder Archibald is only favoring his family in this case. If words go out, who would dare to join our faction again? Oppressing others because you're from one of the Grand Elders' lineage. Bertram said. The man in the middle thought for a while before staring at Grand Elder Archibald. Do as you see fit. Elder Archibald smiled and threw a fist at Grey. The second the fist was about to hit Grey, a cold snort resonated in the area. Chapter 1072. Bertram, are you going to go against me? Grand Elder Archibald sneered. When his attack was about to hit Grey, Bertram blocked it, although he was pushed back in the process. I see no reason why an elderly like yourself would want to bully a junior. Bertram replied. He was prepared to go against Elder Archibald. If it were before, you would have had some right to speak to me, but now, you're still lacking. The boy dared to kill someone from my lineage. I'm already showing mercy by not killing him. Grand Elder Archibald looked calm. He was an expert in the half-god plane. What right did Bertram, someone who was still an elemental sovereign, have to go against him? So he can be killed, but those from your lineage can't be killed? Bertram said coldly, you should know the rules of the world. Those who dare to kill someone should be ready to be killed as well. Since Foudre couldn't kill him, then he's dead. So what? He's weak. The faction doesn't need biased people. While Bertram was speaking, he glanced at the three Grand Elders as well. He wasn't only speaking about Grand Elder Archibald's lineage, but those from the other Grand Elders and Elders' lineage in the faction were also taking advantage of their background to bully some people in the faction. Bertram has been looking for a way to settle this issue for a while now, but he hasn't been able to get an audience with these Grand Elders. They've always been in seclusion, cultivating. As I said, it's not your place to teach this old man the rules, neither is it his place to punish those from my lineage. Grand Elder Archibald snorted. The area was dead silent as the Grand Elder faced off with the faction leader. Although the faction leader was weaker, he was still standing proudly. It was clear that he valued Grey greatly. Grey looked at the figure standing in front of him, feeling a little touched. How can a Grand Elder be so petty? Void asked internally. Some of these old men put a lot of significance to their reputation. He feels me killing Foudre or whatever he's called is a blemish to his reputation. Grey understood this. He also knew that the only reason the Grand Elder was doing this was that he felt he didn't have an overly strong background. Grand Elder Archibald looked at Grey, seeing his expression, he felt annoyed and attacked once again. This time, he didn't hold back. Bertram tried to block the attack, but he was sent flying this time. Bang! He slammed into the ground, but quickly rushed forward, in a bid to stop Grand Elder Archibald from attacking Grey. But to someone as powerful as Grand Elder Archibald, he didn't need a lot of time to take care of someone as weak as Grey. After sending Bertram flying, he stretched his hand at Grey. Grey wanted to move, but his body was rooted to the ground, and he saw the hand of Grand Elder Archibald enlarge and cover his entire body. He looked at Grand Elder Archibald defiantly, and to the shock of everyone, he exploded out with a powerful attack. In front of someone as powerful as Grand Elder Archibald, no matter how powerful Grey was, his strength was non-existent. The Grand Elder's hand didn't even shake as he grabbed at Grey. Just when he was about to hold Grey, a shocking scene took place. His hand was pushed back by a gentle force before a figure appeared before Grey. The figure didn't look to be real and seemed to be made of spiritual energy. Who? It hasn't even been long and he's already in danger? The figure muttered. He looked around and saw Grey's face and smiled, before turning around. Permanent faction? He raised a brow. The figure who appeared was none other than the legendary figure in the Aurora continent, Lucas Dawson, Grey's father. You're Lucas? The old man in the middle of the three other Grand Elders asked. I'm Lucas Dawson, Senior. Can I ask what crime my son committed that warranted a half-god attacking him? Lucas' voice was soft, he didn't even glance at Grand Elder Archibald since he appeared, only focusing his gaze on the 3 Grand Elders. The other Grand Elders were stronger than Grand Elder Archibald, and they were older as well. When the others heard the name Lucas Dawson, their heads almost exploded. A few people contemplated if Gray was truly from the Dawson family, but after they encountered Connor, their thoughts died. Some of them secretly asked if Gray was from the Dawson family, but Connor denied it. Not just that, but given Gray's talent, the Dawson family wouldn't risk sending him out alone to gain experience. But now, they found out that Gray wasn't just from the Dawson family, but he was the son of the legendary genius, Lucas Dawson. One has to know that although Lucas was powerful, he was also very easy to talk to. The person they are more afraid of is his wife, Martha. She was known to be overbearing and unreasonable. Her strength, however, was there for all to see. She was weaker than Lucas, but she might not lose out against Grand Elder Archibald. "Is your son?" the Grand Elder asked again, pointing at Gray. Lucas looked at the old man but nodded. "This is between them." The old man pushed the blame on Grand Elder Archibald. They've been curious about Gray's identity when they sensed the strength of the person guarding him. This could be said to be an opportunity to know his identity, hence they left Gray to Grand Elder Archibald. If he wasn't from a top force, then he could die. He was a genius, but he wasn't the only genius. Grand Elder Archibald's expression changed and he looked at Lucas, his expression changing repeatedly, but being an expert in the half-god plane, he spoke up. "He killed someone from my lineage, I'm only punishing him." "Did you kill him?" Lucas turned to Gray. "Yes, he wanted to kill me, but he was not capable. I killed him in return." Gray didn't hide it and spoke up. "Good." Lucas nodded in satisfaction. "You can see who's right and wrong. What do you plan to do now?" Lucas looked at Grand Elder Archibald, his eyes still calm. Chapter 1073. Grand Elder Archibald was caught in a dilemma. He didn't know what to say. He wanted to cripple Gray, but with such a powerful father, he didn't dare to even voice it out. Grand Elder Archibald might be older than Lucas, but in terms of strength, he knew he was not a match. He couldn't even exchange a few rounds with him, much less fight against him. If he said he wanted to cripple Gray, Lucas and Martha might flip out and charge here. They dared to do so. He knew all too well how bold the duo were. Martha was even more brutal, so he didn't want to offend such a figure. Seeing the hesitation from Grand Elder Archibald, Bertram revealed a mocking look. It was clear that the Grand Elder only knew how to bully the weak and feared the strong. "All right, since you're offended by his behavior, I'll apologize on his behalf. You can send those in the same plane as himself to try to kill him. If they succeed, then I'll accept that my son is incapable, but if the person is more than 3 stages above him, I'll come here, and you will give me an explanation." Lucas looked at the Grand Elders, his words domineering. He didn't stop them from trying to get revenge on Gray, but as long as the person was 3 stages above Gray, he would come there and seek an explanation. Grand Elder Archibald's facial expression was complicated. Even though Lucas gave them the go-ahead to try to get revenge on Gray, did he dare to try it? He didn't. Even if he was forced, he wouldn't dare to make a move on Gray. It could be said that Lucas was still reasonable. Martha, on the other hand, was a lunatic. If anything happened to her son, she would definitely flip out and attack them. She wouldn't even consider if they were the ones who did it or not. At this moment, Bertram looked at Lucas, a little shocked. Lucas just threatened the Grand Elders subtly, and even forced them to take Gray's safety into account at all times. The meaning to his words were simple: "If anything happens to my son, I'll come for you people. I said you can take revenge, but do you dare?" No one would want to enrage this frightening genius. He might be younger than most of the people present, but he used a few words to put a few in their places. In the end, strength was all that mattered. The strong were feared, while the weak can only cower before them. Take Grand Elder Archibald for example. He wouldn't have gone against Bertram previously. Even though he was stronger, the difference wasn't large. But the moment he broke through, he directly came to look for trouble with him. "All right, cultivate well, kid. I'll come pick you up if I need you." Lucas smiled at Gray. After giving the Grand Elders a meaningful look, he nodded at Bertram and drilled into Gray's body. Gray was shocked. He didn't even know when his father placed a spiritual clone in his body. This was something only top experts can do. One has to know that the Grand Elder was stronger than the faction leader, which should make him a half-god, yet his father's spiritual clone managed to push his hand away. Of course, that wasn't the full strength of Grand Elder Archibald, but this still showed that Lucas was terrifyingly powerful. The Grand Elders looked at each other before one of them chuckled. "I never expected you to be his son." "Dismissed," the old man in the middle said, and they vanished. Bertram grabbed Gray and vanished. Grand Elder Archibald stood on the same spot, embarrassed and flustered. He never expected that after breaking through to the half-god plane, he would be treated in this manner. Half-gods were those at the top of the world. Of course there was a difference in their strength. It didn't mean that he would be treated in this manner. He stood in the same position for a long time before disappearing. "Ha ha, I never expected that he was your father." Bertram laughed in spite of himself. He was given a huge shock today. "I only found out recently as well," Gray replied. "I see, looks like he was planning to keep you hidden for a while," Bertram said. Gray didn't explain anything to him. After staying for a while he left. He was excited that his father was so powerful, he couldn't help but curse internally. If he had grown with his father, his life would have been easier. But after some thought, he knew that wouldn't be good for him. If he stayed in such an environment, he would have grown faster, but he wouldn't be the way he currently is. "Come, your father is powerful, why don't we go and cause some trouble?" Void suggested. "Do you believe me if I tell you my mother will beat me up?" Gray said. Void shook his head. He had heard of how fearsome Gray's mother was, but he didn't really think that she would beat him up. Gray couldn't be bothered with him. His issue in the faction could be said to be settled as it stands. "All right, time to cultivate," he thought internally. "What do you want to focus on?" Void asked. "I guess I'll learn to control my strength," Gray said. When his father's spiritual clone appeared, the attack he used to block the attack of Grand Elder Archibald was shocking. He didn't sense any ripples from it, but it still possessed powerful strength. He felt like if he could get that kind of control over his strength, his attack power would increase. He would also gain a better understanding of his strength. "That? It's not easy," Void replied. "I know, that's why I want to train it. I guess I'll train with you as well." Chapter 1074. 2 months went by in a flash. Gray was still focused on training to control his power. He had improved during this time, reaching the peak of the Sage Plane at the time. Void had left. Training was too boring, so he left when Keith returned. Keith was already in the mid-stages of the Sage Plane, and he had been going out for multiple missions lately. Gray wasn't the only one who was in seclusion, all his friends were also in seclusion. Clous was once again trapped in the Moonlight faction. Alice and Reynolds both decided to increase their cultivation stages since that was what they lacked at this moment. While this was happening, Two-Figure entered the Western continent. If Gray were to see this person, he would be surprised. "Do you think he's the one?" a feminine voice asked. "Definitely. He's the only one I can think of being able to cause so much trouble," another feminine voice replied. Looking at the two figures, one of them was female, while the other was surprisingly male. The male was none other than Ellis, the young man Gray became friends with back at the Azure continent. Gray had the intention of wanting to visit him, but thinking of the distance, he gave up midway. He planned to go after he was stronger. "He helped Father the last time. Father gave us a gift for him," the young lady beside Ellis said. The young lady looked to be around 20 years old and had a porcelain face, with jade-like skin. She was stunningly beautiful. To think that he provoked one of the strongest forces in the world. Well, they aren't even from our world. How did he even do it? Ellis felt a headache. Gray seemed to have a knack for troubles. For someone who was avoiding trouble, he always seems to get in trouble anyway. "I heard he joined the Permanent faction. It will take a long time to get there. Let's continue our journey," Ellis said calmly. Coming here, he wanted to warn Gray about the Death Order, and also hand over a gift to them. His father found out that Gray and Void took the dragon's blood, so he wanted to give him something that would complement it and allow it grow well. Ellis didn't know how his father found out, and how his father even thought that it would be possible for Gray to absorb it, nor did he ask about it. He only wanted to carry out this task. With his current strength, it would take them a while to get to the Permanent faction. Of course, he got essence stones that he would use whenever he got to a teleportation array. A month and 2 weeks went by in a flash. Unlike when Gray was heading back from the Middle Continent, Ellis was much faster. He didn't take any detours, nor did he get into any troubles. He went straight, and before long he was standing in front of the Permanent faction gates. Ellis was stopped outside the faction gate. After telling them of his purpose, he was told to wait outside, and someone went over to inform Gray. Ellis was someone they didn't know, so they couldn't allow him into the faction grounds. "Ellis O'Brien?" Gray asked, raising his brow. He recalled Ellis, but he never thought that he would come in search of him. This was beyond his expectations. The person who came over nodded respectfully. He was only in the origin plane. In front of an expert like Gray, he had to be respectful. Send him in, Gray said. Is it appropriate to allow a stranger in? The young man hesitated, but still asked. Gray thought about it and felt that he had a point. If he allowed Ellis into the faction ground, some people might cause trouble with him. Grand Elder Archibald's lineage seemed to have targeted him. While he was in seclusion, they've sent people over to question why he hadn't done any missions. Thinking about it, when he journeyed to the Middle Continent, he didn't do too many missions. I'll just use this opportunity to complete some missions, he thought to himself. Void was currently nowhere to be seen, but he could still sense him. Tell him I'll arrive soon. He stood up and headed to the mission hall. He wanted to accept 3 or 4 missions. Over the past months, he had always been busy. So now that he stayed indoors for over 3 months, he was starting to get a little restless. I can't believe I'm starting to feel like them, he chuckled to himself. He had always felt that Void and Clous were psychopaths for not wanting to live in peace, but lately, he had been involved in too many battles and had come to like the idea of always being involved in something. Sitting and doing nothing was not his style anymore. Besides, he had been cultivating for a while. It was time to try out his new skills, practically. After going to the mission hall, he picked 3 missions that required strength of a peak Sage Plane Elementalist before heading out. Outside the Perman faction. Although Ellis and the young lady were waiting outside, they were sitting by the side, taking tea that was offered to them by the young man who went to inform Gray of their arrival. Gray soon stepped out of the faction. He was wearing a leather long sleeve with black trousers. His hair was neatly combed and he wore his usual look. If not for his stunningly beautiful face, he wouldn't be different from normal people. Ellis, I never expected to see you here. He smiled as he approached them. It'd been a while. Ellis shook his hand before turning to the person by his side. This is Elia, my sister, he introduced. You have a sister? Gray was taken aback. I have multiple family members, Ellis replied. Gray guessed what he meant. Elia was not the child of Ellis' parents, but she was someone from a relative. Guess they're close, he thought to himself. After exchanging greetings with Elia, he turned to Ellis. How's Uncle? He's doing great now, thanks to you, Ellis replied. He couldn't hide the admiration and gratitude in his eyes. Even though he was older and stronger than Gray, he still somewhat looked up to him. Gray was a freakish existence. Who? You're already at the peak of the Sage Plane? He was shocked. When Gray left the last time, he was still at the peak of the Origin Plane. How long has it been? And Gray had already gotten to the peak of the Sage Plane. It shouldn't even be up to 3 years now. How did Gray cultivate? This was the only question in his head right now. He was already in the Elemental Venerable Plane, and in the mid-stages. But he was close to the peak of the Sage Plane at the time Gray left. Now, he was in the 5th stage of the Elemental Venerable Plane and it was already seen as being very fast, yet Gray seemed to be shattering his logic. Seeing his reaction, Gray laughed. I wonder how he would react if he sees Void, he thought to himself. Void was already in the 2nd stage of the Elemental Venerable Plane. To Gray, Void, and even his friends, they were all advancing at unimaginable paces. If not for Gray, the other 3 would have been regarded as once-in-a-thousand-years geniuses, but Gray Trump-led them, so there wasn't much to say. You're in the Elemental Venerable Plane, the peak of the Sage Plane can't be compared to that, Gray said nonchalantly. Ellis felt like beating Gray up when he saw how he was acting nonchalant. Why are you showing off in front of me? He thought to himself. What brought you here? Gray asked. He knew Ellis wouldn't come without any reason. Father said I should ask if you absorbed the dragon blood successfully. Ellis looked at Gray, scrutinizing him. When Gray heard of this, his expression changed slightly. So you really took it? Ellis was stunned. He couldn't believe the dragon blood that made the Vergal family almost fall out with theirs was actually with Gray at that time. It's not my fault, it was in one of the storage rings, Gray replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ellis was stunned, but he still proceeded to ask, did you absorb it? Gray nodded. He had already absorbed it, so there was no use in hiding it. Father guessed you would. He said even if others can't, you can. He gave him something to pass on to you. He said it would help you completely assimilate with it and bring out its true power. Ellis explained. Uncle's awesome. He even knew I could absorb it. Gray sighed, shaking his head. Chapter 1075. Gray never expected that Ellis' father would send something like this to him, so he was pleasantly surprised. Of course, he was a little embarrassed that he had to cause small trouble for the O'Brien family, but it wasn't really a big problem. After some time, he couldn't help but think that other than making his physique stronger at that time, he didn't really get anything much from it. Originally, he couldn't be bothered with it, but now that Ellis' father brought something to help with it, of course he would see if he could add it to his strength. At the moment, he wanted to grow stronger. If this would help, then he would definitely use it without a second thought. Well, the only issue is that it might cause a clash between you and the Vergil family. They would sense the dragon blood in your body, so it would be best if you restrain it whenever you're in their presence. Ellis said, with an embarrassed smile. Although it would help Gray, it might also cause some trouble for him in the future. "Oh, are you from that Dawson family?" he asked. "Yes, Lucas Dawson is actually my father," Gray replied. When he saw Ellis' expression, he couldn't help but smile. "No wonder. In that case, you don't have much to worry about," Ellis replied. He was scared that the Vergil family might find trouble with him, but with Gray's background, it wouldn't be a problem if he said his father forcefully took the blood essence of a dragon. Even in the continent Ellis was from, Lucas Dawson was a popular figure. After all, a genius of his caliber rarely appears. The Vergil family might be overbearing, but they wouldn't want to offend such a figure just because of the small amount of blood essence Gray absorbed. Gray understood what he meant when he said that he shouldn't be worried and laughed. It was just like the case of Grand Elder Archibald. He wanted to bully him, but when he realized who his father was, he restrained himself. Although he still occasionally sent people to trouble him, he couldn't do anything personally to him. Even the faction wouldn't want to offend Gray at the moment. Gray took the item from Ellis before asking, "What does it do?" "Oh, you'll be able to use some special powers of the dragon race. Exude their aura, and if you're lucky, you might even be able to obtain one of their innate abilities when you break through to the elemental venerable plane," Ellis replied. Gray's eyes widened when he heard this. He was stunned. Thinking of the innate ability Void gained after breaking through, he couldn't help but be excited. Ellis' next words, though, made him frown slightly. "Remember, if you're lucky. In the Vergil family, even with their long connections with the dragons, only a few of them have been able to get this. It's a matter of luck." Ellis felt he should remind Gray when he saw his excited face. "It's nothing. Hopefully, I'll be lucky enough to get it," Gray said optimistically. Even though he said this, he didn't put his mind in it. It was better not to expect anything than to be disappointed in the end. He would deny the fact that he wanted it, but if he didn't get it, he wouldn't want it to affect him. Being able to release a true dragon's aura was already a good thing. One has to know that dragons are generally related to royalties, and their auras always have this royal feel to it. It makes one want to prostrate before it. If he could have this, then he wouldn't need to fear magical beasts. Dragons were at the very top when it came to magical beasts, except for a selected few, and the abnormal Void. The others wouldn't dare to attack him, even when they have a higher plane than himself. It's good, the few things it can give him isn't bad. I can scare people with the aura whenever I'm fighting. That will give me some time to attack them while they are confused." Gray smiled, showing a happy expression. "I'm glad you like the gift," Ellis replied. "I'm going out for some missions. It's not really in your league, but you can tag along," Gray said. Fighting against Sage Plane Elementalists was below Ellis' current standards, hence the reason he said it wasn't in his league, it was below him. Ellis smiled and nodded. "I can't go back immediately after delivering this, so it's best I hang out with you. Since you're here, I believe you already know of the kill order?" He looked at Gray with a strange expression. "Ha ha, I know about it. Those bums are trying to get rid of me. I killed so many of them that they are scared of me. Even the necromancers don't dare to face me." Gray laughed as he explained. "What did you really do?" Ellis was curious. "Are you sure you want to know?" Gray asked, amused. Ellis nodded. "I learned their secrets, and now I know their weaknesses." Gray didn't say much, but Ellis' expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe his ears. Gray learned the secrets of the gnome race and necromancers and knew their weaknesses. That was a huge thing. Most people at the peak can't even deal with necromancers, yet Gray could not only deal with necromancers, but he could deal with gnomes as well. Almost everyone from a top family knew of the battle that happened years ago. So they knew the gnomes were the ones who introduced necromancy. Doesn't this mean that Gray could kill most of them? Just that? Ellis didn't believe the gnomes would want to kill him at all costs just because of this. There's a secret realm in the middle continent that gnome and the giant race enters with us. I blocked the portal to the Sage Plane realm and killed whoever stepped in. Gray said nonchalantly. Ellis knew of the portal Gray was speaking of, and he couldn't hide his shock. One man stood at the portal that led to the Sage Plane realm and killed anyone who dared to step in. Overbearing, domineering, bold, maniac. These were the only words he could use to describe Gray. Who would dare to do something like this? Probably only Gray. Chapter 1076. Elia, who was walking with them, couldn't help but feel shocked. Gray was more amazing than how Ellis described him. He was carefree, but from his words, it was easy to see that he was a ruthless and cunning character as well. Not just that, but his father was none other than the legendary Lucas Dawson. Who didn't know of Lucas Dawson? Literally no one. Unless they had been staying in a cave for over 100 years. I've been staying in the faction for a while. I need to see if I've improved in my abilities. Gray commented casually. Why did you stay in the faction? You have a top family who are strong and can groom you. Ellis was confused. Take him for example. With the strength of his family, they weren't necessarily any weaker than these top factions, much less one that was on the decline. The Dawson family was stronger than the Permand faction, so why would Gray want to join the Permand faction? It just didn't make sense. Remember, I was searching for my parents. I really didn't expect that they were from that Dawson family. A lot of people had confused me for someone from that Dawson family, but I've always said I'm not. Gray explained. I see. Ellis nodded. Looks like only after joining the Permand faction did he find his parents. And after being independent for so long, he wouldn't be comfortable in the Dawson family. 3 days later. Boom. A figure fell on the ground, dead. Trash. Gray muttered in disappointment before turning around. A group had been kidnapping some people lately. He took the mission and found out that the leader was just in the mid-stages of the Sage Plane. He didn't even use much of his strength and the man died instantly. Gray turned to look at the others. Since the leader was dead, then the group could be said to be destroyed. He didn't waste any time and handed the others to the guards in the nearest city. We should head to the next place. Luckily, I picked places that are close. We'll meet up with Void after I'm done with the missions. Gray sighed. From the looks of it, there would be nothing exciting in this trip. Ellis' mouth was twitching as he saw how Gray casually dealt with the man. Even though Gray had a higher stage, it didn't mean that he should be able to kill the other party with nothing more than a casual attack. He knew Gray was stronger than most of the people in the same stage, but he felt that would have reduced after Gray broke through to the Sage Plane, who would have thought that it didn't change much. Ely, on the other hand, was stunned. He couldn't believe that Gray was this strong. She was close to the late stages of the Sage Plane, but she was still in the 6th stage. This meant that Gray would still be able to casually kill her as well. Ellis and Ely followed Gray, and before their shocked gazes, he killed Sage Plane elementalists like he was killing chickens. None of them could fight back. The difference in strength was beyond their expectations. Even during the last mission, Gray was fighting against 2 peak Sage Plane elementalists and overpowered them. He killed them in a short time after that. Void, where are you? Gray asked. Underground. Void replied. Gray currently had the tracking device with him and noticed they were in the same place, but he couldn't see the others. Is there a passage around? Gray asked. He didn't see the place leading to this place. Just teleport here. Why are you searching for a passage? Void said disdainfully. Gray was a little embarrassed, but he grabbed Ellis and Ely and vanished. They soon appeared underground. Keith, what's the situation? Gray asked when he appeared. There's an array blocking the entrance. It took us a long time to track it. But Void can't open it. Keith said. Void glared at him with an annoyed expression. Why didn't you open it yourself? He thought, irritated. Gray looked at the array for some time before frowning. Even you can't open it? Keith was a little surprised. He knew how obsessed Gray was with arrays. Even Ellis was surprised. Who says I can't? I'm just staring at it for some time. Gray walked closer to it. After observing it a while longer, he opened his mouth. It's a decoy. This array doesn't lead anywhere. After saying this, Gray tapped on the array before making some hand seals. The array broke apart and they saw the empty wall. Gray made another hand seal and the array appeared again. What are you doing? Ellis asked curiously. Once this array is broken, they will sense it. It's connected to another array. That's the real one. If I didn't sense it on time, we would have messed up. Gray said. The others couldn't help but sigh. Gray truly was an array genius. Even some of the old grandmasters might not necessarily be better than him. Gray's expression soon changed. Crap. With that, he grabbed Ellis and Ely and vanished. Void reacted even faster and disappeared with Keith. F*CK. I thought you said you stopped it. Void cursed when they appeared outside. I was a little late. I didn't sense it early. Gray rubbed his nose. He was a tad late, but at least he still sensed it. What now? They'll escape. Keith was a little anxious. This Miss Ison had taken a lot from him, so he knew he had to make sure that he completed it, unless he would have wasted his time. Don't worry, I sense them. I can track them. Ellis said. Gray and Void turned to Ellis. Ellis looked at Void for a while. You can? Keith turned to Ellis. Ellis turned his voice to a deeper one since he couldn't speak with his usual voice. It was a bit embarrassing. Yeah, let's go. Ellis nodded and heading towards the west. Gray and Void followed suit. Seeing that he was going in a slow speed, they urged, you can move faster, you don't have to worry about us. We'll catch up. After hearing this, Ellis sped up and soon vanished. Void followed suit, before Gray disappeared as well. He would appear in front of Ellis each time, shocking him. How's he so fast? He thought. Most elemental venerables in the same stage as himself wouldn't be able to catch up to him, yet Gray was doing it with such ease. Unknown to him, Gray marked him the last time. Since the distance was not too great, he would be able to catch up to him within a second. After almost 1 hour, they stopped in front of a mountain. Looking at the mountain, Gray's expression changed slightly. Do you sense it? He turned to the others. They shook their heads. Necromancers. He uttered slowly. Necromancers? Yes, necromancers. Even though I can't sense it clearly, I'm sure of it. Gray affirmed. Do you know if there are any strong people? Ellis asked. His expression was serious. If there were necromancers here, then they couldn't take the risk of heading inside. Or else they would endanger themselves. There's a large array here. Void, I can open up a small hole so you can sneak in. But I'll close it immediately so they won't sense anything. Gray turned to Void. Void could easily hide his aura just like Gray, so it would be easy for him to sneak in. Void nodded and Gray went to work. Before Gray came in contact with necromancers, he didn't even know of them. After he was marked, he was consoled by Sylvia, who said necromancers were quite rare and rarely made moves. But since then, he had been seeing necromancers multiple times. It was shocking how many times he has come in contact with them. After opening the hole, Void sneaked in. Some seconds later he reported. For elemental venerables, 6 peak sage plane elementalists, and multiple in the late and mid stages. Gray turned to Ellis and reported the news to them. When they heard of how many people were there, they felt a bit dispirited. How many can you handle? Gray asked. Ellis replied, I don't know their stages. Of the 4, 2 are in the 5th stage, that's their highest stage. The others are in 2nd stage. Void can deal with them. Gray interrupted. I'll deal with all the peak sage plane elementalists and the others in the late stages. I can also assist Keith and Ely while they fight against the others. He added. When Ely heard Gray's words, she was stunned. Gray wanted to hold off over 20 people alone, that was shocking. Keith wasn't too surprised, nor was Ellis. But Ely didn't know much about Gray, so she didn't know if he could do something like that. All right, let's go. I'll be able to hold them off. Ellis replied. Keith gritted his teeth and nodded. Now they all turned to Ely. If she didn't agree to it, they would leave her here and go and fight without her. It wouldn't change much even if she disagreed. Chapter 1077. I can manage, but I'm not that strong. Ely replied after a while. Good, let's go. Gray nodded before turning to Void. Seal this place, I'll be making an array that will also help, in case your domain isn't enough. Guys, later on, you'll be getting a boost from my array, don't resist. Gray said and soon got to work. They needed to act fast before they were noticed. Inside the mountain. The necromancer's camp was built inside the mountain, a large space was opened up inside. Two elemental venerables looked at the person who just rushed over to tell them that the array that was placed in the town some kilometers away had been destroyed. This was one of their ways of entering the place. But they made a false one. Once touched, the other will explode immediately, destroying the main one. Should we move out? The Sage Plane Elementalist asked respectfully. Since it's destroyed, it means they don't know where we are. Just lay low in the meantime. We'll go check it out in a while. One of the elemental venerables said nonchalantly. The Sage Plane Elementalist bowed and then left. What do you think? The other elemental venerable asked. Those morons made a mistake. They must have allowed someone to know of the entrance. Luckily, we made plans for this long ago. The first elemental venerable replied. Just as they were speaking, he froze and looked off. Ooh? Did I sense it wrong? He muttered while staring outside. He sensed a ripple from the array, but it was so faint that it was almost negligible. There had been times he had sensed ripples like this, but since this happened a few minutes after the other teleportation array was located, he still decided to check it out. Outside the mountain. I'm done. We should, crap. They found out already, Gray said before getting into battle state. Although he tried to hide it, they still sensed it when Void entered. Luckily, there was a slight delay. Since he had successfully made an array around the place, there was no need to hide any longer. Void was the first to explode out. He wanted to kill as many low-ranked Sage Plane Elementalists as he could. After exploding out with his fire and space element large-scale attacks, Void also used his second domain. His domain of darkness. This was something he rarely used since he favored the space element more, and whenever he was fighting, he rarely fought those weaker than himself. Now that the domain of darkness spread out, all those with weaker strength started to feel their bodies corroded by the darkness domain. Some of them died on the spot, while a few of them managed to struggle. Since he had to cover a large area, those with strength in the mid-stages of the Sage Plane and above weren't too affected. Everything happened within a second, not just the elemental venerables from the Necromancer camps, even Ellis and the others couldn't react to what they were seeing. It was a massacre, and Void still had a nonchalant expression on. He was a magical beast, so he naturally didn't feel too bothered with killing so many people with weaker strength. You animal! One of the elemental venerables finally reacted and roared in anger before attacking Void. All the elemental venerables' puppets stepped out of their coffins as well as those in the Sage Plane. After Void's massacre, there were still close to 50 people present. For elemental venerables, 6 peak stage Sage Plane Elementalists, over 15 late stage Sage Plane Elementalists, and the rest were in the mid stages. Time to play. Gray laughed and rushed over. He didn't destroy the links now since there were just too many of them. What he wanted to do now was to sneak attack them. Whoever he was fighting against, he would sneakily cut off the link and kill them before the others would realize what was wrong. After charging into battle, Gray didn't use the fusion state since his strength had already gotten to the peak of the Sage Plane. Using the fusion state against these people was more or less a waste. He attacked all 6 at the peak of the Sage Plane simultaneously, using the lightning element to attack. Void, remember, lightning is very effective against them. He reminded Void as he fought. The 15 in the late stage of the Sage Plane wanted to attack Keith and Ely when Gray suddenly turned to them, attacking them as well. HMPH. Overconfident. 5 of you come, so we can kill him soon, the others, kill those too. One of the peak Sage Plane Elementalists said. From their first exchange, Gray easily sent their puppets flying, while also attacking their physical bodies with the lightning element. There were 6, yet they didn't seem to be the other party's match. It was shocking. Unknown to them, Gray was silently messing up with the puppets so they weren't as strong as they usually were. The only puppets he didn't dare to touch were those that belonged to elemental venerables. He knew they would be able to sense it. The 6 at the peak were already sensing some threat from him, so they wanted to kill him soon. Void and Ellis were doing their best, holding back 2 people at the same time. They didn't fall to a disadvantage even though they were outnumbered. Although they were not as freakish as Gray, who could fight against many opponents, against 2 or 3 people in the same stage, they wouldn't have a problem with it. They could even find the chance to win. Void was even more fearsome since with the space element, he was able to shorten the distance at any time when fighting. Not just that, but he also had fearsome attacks as well. When he unleashed his large-scale space element attack, it was like the space there was broken and space cracks appeared all over. Those who were too weak were instantly dragged in and their bodies were destroyed in a matter of seconds. Chapter 1078. Roar. An earth-shaking roar sounded out and a large figure appeared. The two-headed snake that had been with Keith appeared out of thin air and directly crushed a few people that were in front of it. It opened its mouth and swallowed a few people as well. Keith also continued attacking. At this time, he couldn't be careless. He could feel the increase in his strength and knew it was from the array Gray spoke about. Ely was also fighting fiercely. She didn't dare to be careless. This was the first time she was fighting such a battle, and she had been injured a few times, and if not for Gray's timely assistance, she would have been severely injured. She was a dual elementalist, having the wind and fire elements, so she was using both to complement each other, making each of her attacks stronger. When Gray saw things, he decided it was time for him to attack with all his strength. He hadn't used his inscriptions yet since he was waiting for the best time, but as it stands, there was no use in waiting. 5 inscriptions lit up in the sky, all of them of the lightning element. And they struck the backs of the Peak Sage Plane elementalists he was fighting against, leaving just one. That one was about to attack when he was suddenly dazed. Before he could react, Gray was standing before him and he slapped down. Gray's palm enlarged, and before long, it crashed down, destroying the body of the Necromancer. The other 5 were attacked by the inscriptions from behind, so they were unable to stop Gray. After killing one, Gray vanished and appeared close to Ely. A late-stage Sage Plane elementalist that was about to attack her was sent flying. After doing this, Gray secretly attacked those in the mid-stages. Against the powerful Gray's attack, they were helpless and could only watch as his attack struck them. The speed was beyond their expectations. Ely used the opportunity to kill 3 of the people who were injured by Gray's attack. This wasn't her fight time killing people, so she didn't feel strange about it. After doing this, she looked in Gray's direction, admiration in her eyes. Even when fighting against so many opponents, he still had the time to not only come to help her, but he seriously wounded 5 people, giving her the chance to kill 3, and he also killed the 7th stage Sage Plane elementalist that he previously sent flying. Gray appeared in the presence of all those Peak Sage Plane elementalists and attacked once again. This time, he transmitted his voice to Void and Ellis. I'll cut off their links with their puppets, putting them in a dazed state, take advantage and kill them if possible. If not, injure them. We must kill all of them. Ellis was shocked when he heard this. This was the first time he was going to see how Gray can deal with necromancers. To be honest, he was quite curious about this. Gray was fighting when he suddenly sent out 5 tendrils made from the darkness element from his body, and they all shot into the bodies of the puppets of the necromancers. He also sent one at one of the Peak Sage Plane elementalists in front of him. Bam! He was hit by an attack, and blood dripped from the place. Luckily, his defense was strong. If not, this attack would have been troublesome. Just when he was calming down, he sensed the darkness element trying to wreak havoc in his body and snorted. The miasma in his body spread out and covered the darkness element, directly consuming it. At the same time, he forcefully cut off the link of those elemental venerables' puppets, giving Void and Ellis a chance to attack. Void slashed out with a powerful attack, and a large spatial crack appeared, enveloping one of the necromancers. Ah! He's Gray! Run! The necromancer regained himself shortly and screamed in pain. He knew that after entering this place, it would be difficult for him to escape alive. But he wanted to warn the others. They've done their research on Gray and found out that he could cut off their links to their puppets. Well, they only found out from the gnomes since almost anyone who faced Gray when he used this is dead. Ellis attacked as well. He was a water elementalist, and after Void attacked and directly killed one of them, he didn't want to lose out. A blizzard started and a long ice arrow congealed in the sky. Before long, it shot into the body of one of the necromancers. The necromancer was just about to regain himself when he froze. Before he knew it, an ice arrow entered his head, bursting it apart. The headless frozen body fell to the ground. Ellis heaved a sigh of relief before facing his last opponent. When fighting against 2, he was not facing a disadvantage. Now that one of them is dead and the other couldn't use his puppet because of Gray, he would be able to kill the other in a matter of time. While the duo killed one person each, Gray also attacked another Peak Sage Plane elementalist. He had cut off this person's link with his puppet, so he used the opportunity to kill him. The second he killed him, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was attacked from behind while he was attacking this person. He couldn't stop, so he forcefully took the attack head-on. In the space of merely 2 to 3 seconds, 2 elemental venerables were dead, and 1 Peak Sage Plane elementalist died as well. The faces of everyone soon changed when they recalled the scream they just heard. Gray? That Gray? The second they thought of this, they lost the spirit to fight and immediately turned around to escape. Against someone who their puppets were useless against and were even turned into a weapon against them, they didn't dare to fight against him. Chapter 1079. In a secret hideout. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man frowned after receiving news of one of their camps getting attacked by Grey, someone who the gnomes released a death order for. Necromancer's nemesis, no wonder the gnomes attached so much importance to him. He said after some time. "What do we do now?" Another person asked. Although some necromancers are strong on their own, most of them depended on their puppets to grow and fight. If they can't even use their puppets any longer, then they would be in trouble. No need to worry too much. We just need to know the method he uses to cut off the link. Once we can get it, we can deal with him. The middle-aged man replied calmly. The problem here is that we don't know the method, and other than the gnomes who survived, the others he has faced have not been able to survive. How are we going to fight against something we know nothing about? The other person said. Troublesome. We can't go out in full force since that would expose our whereabouts. I'll get someone to test him. He's from the Permanent faction, right? The middle-aged man asked. The person standing beside him nodded. Looks like we'll have to use one of our spies. The middle-aged man said. He doesn't make friends easily. The person beside the man understood what he wanted to do and said. The fact that they knew of Grey's personality already shows how much research they've done on him. That will be a problem. We'll think of a way to sort it out. If not, we'll have to sacrifice a few more people. The middle-aged man was calm. The only good thing about Grey's current ability was that he was the only one who could use it, so they didn't have to worry too much about it. If we can kill him, it'll be better. But I don't think it will be easy to kill the son of Lucas and Martha. If he were to die in the hands of someone in the same stage, it'll be possible, but who can defeat him in the same stage? The middle-aged man contemplated. They also knew that Grey was Lucas' son. Being the son of such a powerhouse, if anyone that was far stronger than him were to attack him, then there will definitely be something or someone who will be protecting him. The main problem with Grey now was that he can forcefully raise his stage to shocking levels. That makes it even harder to kill him in a fight if the person fighting against him didn't completely overwhelm him. We can try to impersonate one of his friends. The person beside the man suggested. We can try. The middle-aged man nodded. If things don't go as planned, then he wouldn't mind sacrificing an elemental venerable or even sovereign to kill Grey. If Grey was allowed to grow, it would put them in danger. This wasn't something they wanted. The fact that he was already attacking a necromancer's camp already shows that he has some sort of hatred toward them. The gnomes handed out a death order for him. Maybe it's time they took it seriously. They didn't take it too seriously since they didn't really believe it, and neither had they been able to confirm it. Although the gnomes seemed like their leaders, that was not the case. They are just working together for mutual benefit. While these people were thinking of how to deal with Grey, Grey just killed the last person on the Sage Plain. Void and Ellis had also fully suppressed their opponents. When Grey wanted to help, Void chased him away, telling him to search the rubbles. There was someone still alive. The mountain had been destroyed by their battle, even the large array couldn't protect it. Grey grumpily went back to check it out. To his surprise, there truly was someone, not just one person, but a few people. They seemed to be protecting one person. He's communicating with the higher-ups? Grey looked at them curiously. HMPH. Hateful. Grey attacked. Before long, they were all dead. Unfortunately, the second the person communicating with the higher-ups died, the device fell apart as well. Grey figured out that it was connected to the life force of the person. As long as this person's life force was extinguished, then the communication device would be destroyed. He didn't think too much about it. By the time he was done, Ellis and Void had already killed their opponents. Nice, it's been a while since I fought such a battle. Ellis sighed. He rarely got to fight such battles. Most of the time, he was always only sparring with geniuses of his level. Of course, he knew that they were stronger than these people on the same stage, but these people were regular fighters, so they were more experienced. Although they won, they were all injured. Ely was the one who suffered more injuries. She wasn't familiar with such battles, fighting against people who risked their lives, and she was caught off guard most of the time and suffered injuries. But she managed to survive, largely thanks to Grey's timely help and her strength. We really won. Against such a large group, we won. She said in disbelief. It's not that she didn't believe she can't fight against multiple opponents, but the number of people they were fighting against was staggering. The fact that they won such a battle with only some not too severe injuries was beyond her expectations. Grey chuckled and said, "Of course, if I don't have confidence, I wouldn't have started a battle. My mission can be said to be accomplished. I'll have to tell those people in the mission hall that there was more to the mission than what was written," Keith said angrily. If not for Gray and Ella's help, they wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Void was strong, but against such a large group, all they could do was run away. Gray nodded before turning around. His control over his strength had increased. This not only made him stronger, but he could also maximize his energy when fighting. This was something only top-notch experts could do. He was naturally nowhere near the level of his father, but he still had a lot of time to continue improving, so he wasn't worried. Chapter 1080. The group headed back to the faction. Gray decided he would use the treasure given to him by Ella's father when he starts his seclusion once again. He had completed some missions, so he would have some time to himself and not have to worry about Grand Elder Archibald making trouble with him. They soon got back to the faction and Ellis told him of his plan to stay on this continent for a while. There was nothing interesting going on in his family, so he wanted to take some time out. Also, he wanted to train Ely as well. Gray had no issues with that, and after sorting out a few things, he headed into the faction with Keith and Void. They both went to report the completion of their missions. Gray left immediately after he was done, heading straight for his place. He wanted to focus on cultivating now. Time flew by and the region was quite settled. Gray was cultivating and hadn't been seen in months. Other than a few battles, there wasn't anything important going on. Clous and the others were all focused on cultivating as well. They couldn't be bothered by what was happening outside at the moment. They wanted to grow stronger and fast. 3 months into his seclusion cultivation, Gray was preparing to break through to the elemental venerable plane when he got a piece of information. Every 50 years, a competition will be held across the entire Aurora continent to determine the top geniuses in the continent. They would all be separated into different parts. The elemental venerable plane was the highest, and then the sage plane. Those in the overlord plane would also get a chance to compete, but the real main characters of the competition are those in the sage and elemental venerable plane. The news quickly spread across the entire continent. Youth started to cultivate so they could show their might in the competition, while others went out to train their practical combat skills. The competition would take place in another 5 months, enough time for all of them to see some major improvements in their abilities. Permanent faction. Gray decided to step out for a bit. He wanted to break through to the elemental venerable plane, and he knew doing that in the faction might not be a good thing for him. He knew how often he tended to cause commotions when breaking through. There have been times when he even caused a commotion while breaking through to a minor stage, much less a major plane like this time. When he came out, he saw Keith preparing to go out as well. Keith could be said to be advancing pretty quickly as well. "Did you hear about the competition?" Keith asked when he saw Gray. "Yeah." Gray nodded. "Will you take part in it?" Keith looked at him curiously. Given Gray's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to dominate whichever part he joins in the competition. There's a high chance that he might be able to break through to the elemental venerable plane before then. At that time, he would only battle with others in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. "We'll see." Gray didn't show too much optimism. Over the course of a few years, he had participated in way too many competitions. He had won so many that he was starting to get numb to the feeling. To be honest, he wasn't too interested in the so-called title of the greatest genius of the current generation. This doesn't mean that he would not like to attend the competition. If something were to come up at that same time, he would most likely opt not to go for the competition. "All right. Headed out?" Keith asked. Gray nodded and continued walking forward. Void appeared on his shoulder lazily. "Looks like you're at your limit," he commented. Gray had used the treasure given to him by Ellis, and his strength increased once again. Originally, his physical strength had not gotten to the peak of the sage plane. But after he absorbed that treasure, his physique saw a boost, and now he was at the peak with both his cultivation stage and his physical body. Void found the treasure quite mysterious. How could something be able to bring out the true potential of the dragon blood essence so easily? It must be something rare. If not, there would have been more people like this. "Yeah. I'll be going to see if I can temper my body a little bit before breaking through," Gray replied. Gray's body was at a limit, but he felt he could still increase it a little further. Unlike most people, he didn't really feel too much of a bottleneck. There are some people who have stayed at the peak of the sage plane their whole lives. Other than the time he stayed at the peak of the origin plane for so long, he had been breaking through without a hitch so far. Before he got to the peak of the origin plane, he was also breaking through quite easily as well. The duo continued chatting as they headed out of the faction. Some days later, Gray decided to go far away from where the faction was located just to be safe. After leaving, he also used his space element to teleport a few times, while also using some of the teleportation arrays he had set up in multiple places. He didn't dare to be careless. If others find out the secret hidden in his body, he would be in danger. This should be safe, he muttered as they appeared in a mountain range filled with magical beasts. Not entirely, there are multiple powerful auras here, Void said as he looked around. His senses were sharper than Gray's, so he could tell if there was danger. Should we leave then? Gray asked. No need, none of them are in the elemental venerable plane. My domain should protect you for some time. The only thing is that after you break through, it wouldn't be of any use. But during your breakthrough, you should be fine, Void reassured. Chapter 1081. Gray felt reassured after Void's words and started to prepare. He still needed to make sure he created an array to complement Void's domain. This would make it safer for him. When he completed this, he looked at his body once again. My body has gotten to the peak, so has my cultivation stage. I should be the only one who cultivates both and still cultivate this fast. He sighed with emotions. It hadn't even been up to 10 years since he started cultivating, yet he was already getting closer to the peak of the world. The elemental venerable plane, and then the elemental sovereign plane. Once he breaks through now, he would become a venerable. Venerables are highly regarded in any place. Even his faction would have to start treating him in a different manner. He could even vie for an elder's position in the faction, and with his strength, he has a high chance of winning. Of course, he didn't have such plans. Being an elder means he would have to teach some of the lower-ranked members of the faction. He didn't think he had such spare time. It's like a dream. He pinched himself. After getting lost in thoughts for a while, he snapped back to reality and focused on the matter at hand, breaking through to the elemental venerable plane. Just like the other planes, it has to do with the transformation of his elemental cores. When he broke through to the sage plane, his cores entered a somewhat chaotic state. Now, as he advances in planes, there would be divisions and each elemental core would have its own part in his body. He would also develop his origin source as well. Gray closed his eyes and soon entered a cultivation state. His consciousness drifted into the chaos space. As time went on, he rarely spent time here. He had been too busy with so many things that he started to forget this place, the place where his journey started. Even though he occasionally came here to comprehend the elements, it was once in a while. He walked around with mixed feelings. After getting to the peak of the mountain, he sat down cross-legged, just like what he was doing with his real body. He closed his eyes and started to meditate. Inside his body, his chaotic essence started to separate. While this was happening, Gray noticed something odd. His chaotic essence that started to separate all seeped into the chaos space and started to merge with it. It was a shocking scene. His previously closed eyes opened wide as he looked at the scene before him. He couldn't believe what was happening. Naturally, with the advancement, his separated essence would all be in his body. There was no way he would be able to connect with the origin source if his essence entered this place. Thinking of this, he decided to check things out to confirm if he wasn't sensing it wrong. When he sensed the situation with his body, he couldn't help but give a wry smile. It was really happening. But it didn't make sense to him. His essence was supposed to be in his body, not this consciousness space. Will I be able to access it if it enters here? He panicked. But the process had already started, so there was nothing he could do. While Gray was freaking out. In the outside world, Void was staring at Gray so hard that his eyes bulged. What's wrong with him? He was worried. Naturally, as an elementalist breaks through, their aura is supposed to increase. But in Gray's case, his aura was declining at a rapid speed at that. If not for the fact that he could tell that Gray was alive, he would have thought that he was dying. What the hell is wrong with him? He complained. He watched Gray vigilantly, seriously observing his situation. If he notices that there's any issues with his life force, he would forcefully wake him up. He couldn't take any gambles, not with Gray. Time went on and Gray's aura soon vanished. Other than the fact that he was alive, it was almost like he wasn't there. It was a strange situation. Some moment later, a lightning struck from the sky, aiming for Gray's head. Gray, whose eyes had been previously closed, opened and he jumped into the air. Void was startled, but he still looked shocked. Humans don't need to face a test from the origins. Only magical beasts who want to defy nature are tested. Void was once again thrown off his feet. He didn't even see Gray form a link with the origin source, yet he seemed to have successfully broken through to the elemental venerable plane. His only worry was that Grey seemed to have attracted the attention of the origin. The origin here refers to the start of all things. All elements are birthed from the origin. It could be said to be their heavens. When he was also breaking through, he experienced something like this as well. But the reaction to Grey's breakthrough was stronger than his own. After Grey leapt into the air, he threw a punch at the lightning that was falling down. And the lightning fell apart. Void watched as Grey was soon bathed in lightning. Before long, Grey's figure appeared. Another shocking scene followed suit. Looking at Grey's figure, Void's mouth opened wide. Scales? Why the hell does he have scales? He exclaimed internally. Dragon scales. Void soon came to a realization when he saw Grey. He could sense the slight dragon pressure that was coming out of Grey's body. No wonder there's such a reaction. While he was still lost in thoughts, Grey's excited laughter rang through the place. Ha ha, so this is how it feels. He laughed in pleasure and vanished. Void was still confused when he heard a loud boom. Turning his head to look, he realized Grey had started fighting with one of the magical beasts in the forest. This magical beast was already in the 3rd stage of the 7th rank, but it was quickly suppressed by Grey as the battle started. The dragon's aura was showing its effect now. With his superior bloodline, he could suppress the magical beasts in the same stage without any worry. Void was also the same. Boom! Bang! He punched the large body of the lion, and it crashed into the ground. The lion's thick defensive skin was broken, and injuries were all over its body. Grey wasn't unscathed, he was bleeding and a large claw mark was on his back. But he was laughing in exhilaration. Come again! He screamed and charged at the lion. It had been a long time since he felt this way while fighting. With every injury, he would use the light element to heal himself as he rushed after the lion. He didn't need any origin source, the origin source was within his body. It was a shocking thing. He never expected such a development. Unlike others who would need to link with the origin source of the world, he didn't do that. It was like in the chaos space, there was already an origin source, and from how it quickly absorbed his essence, it was clear to see that it didn't want it to be diluted with the origin source of the Aurora continent. This was not the only reason why Grey was excited, the main reason was because of this. Grey opened his mouth wide and a large stream of ice shot out. It was like a blizzard as it was released from his mouth. Ha ha, an ice dragon's innate ability. He laughed as he spread out his hands. A snowstorm started as well. With the blizzard that seemed to come out of his mouth, adding the snowstorm to it, it released a shocking cold. The lion roared in fear and spat out a caw. The caw rotated before a cyclone started. It used the cyclone to protect itself from Grey's blizzard attack, and with a shake of its body, it shot out from the range. Without even thinking twice, it ran away without looking back. It was frightened. It couldn't believe that the person it was fighting against was a human. There was no way a human would be so demonic. First off, Grey had scales, then he radiated a true dragon's pressure, and now he even had an innate skill as well. A demon. This was the only thing on the lion's mind. Grey was a demon. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. Grey laughed and went back to where Void's was located. The other powerful magical beasts in the area sent their spiritual senses to check on what was happening. Seeing how Grey was able to beat up the lion, they retracted their senses and didn't dare to offend the human. Only a few who were in the late stages of the 7th rank didn't show fear. No matter how strong Grey was, he just broke through and wouldn't be their match. Chapter 1082. 3 domains? Void muttered as Grey came over. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Grey laughed in delight. He didn't expect that he would actually awaken the innate ability of an ice dragon. One has to know that since he awakens this ability, it would improve his domain. Since he hadn't awakened his water domain yet, he directly awoke it after breaking through. He even gained a special dragon form as well. It could be said that his luck when it came to this was beyond frightening. That's just oppressing. Void couldn't help but complain. Grey gained so many abilities from a top magical beast bloodline, even Void was jealous of him. He didn't think there would be such a freak among humans. Even with how freakish Grey was before, he was still a human. But now, he didn't even know how to classify him. Grey laughed when he saw Void's dissatisfied expression. Let's go search for a few people, he suggested. He wanted to train more, but there was no use in rushing back to the faction so soon. He still had a few people he wanted to see. For instance, he hadn't seen Kyle since he came back. Since they were around the same region, there was no harm in paying him a visit. Besides, Clous and the others were probably busy cultivating. Even if Kyle was cultivating, he could still call him out without any remorse. Void didn't argue with him as they left. I didn't see you form any connection with the origin source. He brought up the issue that he found most confusing with Gray's breakthrough. Oh, it's actually quite complicated. But I did form a connection with the origin source. Well, another origin source. Gray paused and explained. He didn't really know how to explain it, but he could only say this. Even he didn't have any understanding of what happened. The core in his body was a mysterious item, and there was nothing he could do about it. It had dominantly absorbed his cores and essence into a somewhat spiritual world, and it created a link to the origin source from that place. Even if Gray wanted to, there was nothing he could do. The only good thing was that he could still access his powers. There seems to be a little difference when he uses elemental skills now. Each of his elements seemed to have an archaic feeling. He couldn't put his hands on it, but that was just the feeling he got whenever using them since his breakthrough. He noticed it when fighting with the lion, and even now that he used the space element, he noticed that the spatial tunnel he opened up was far stronger than what he previously opened. At first, he felt it was due to the increase in his strength, but recalling the spatial tunnel some elemental sovereigns had opened up that he had used before, he knew there was a large difference. I wonder where this orb came from. The god plane? He was lost in thoughts. With the increase in his strength, he was starting to understand a few things. First off, there were no gods in the Aurora continent. In the history of the continent, there are records of gods, but thousands of years ago, there doesn't seem to be any record of gods. Although he hadn't spoken much with his parents, he asked a few things about the elemental planes. He also knew that in the elemental sovereign plane, there was a large difference in the strength of everyone. According to his father, it was largely related to an elementalist's understanding of his elements. Void looked at Gray strangely, but stopped asking about it. Since Gray couldn't explain it, it meant that he really didn't know. Of everyone, it could be said that Void was the one Gray trusted the most, and he would rarely keep secrets from him. Since Gray didn't speak of it, he didn't know about it. They continued their journey. Some days later, Gray and Void appeared outside the family manor of Kyle. Gray made sure to use the tracking device, so he knew that Kyle was inside the manor. He went to the guard and requested to see Kyle. When Kyle heard of his arrival, he rushed over to meet him. When he sensed Gray's aura, he couldn't help but give a wry smile. Gray didn't hide his aura, there was no need to. A venerable? Kyle clicked his tongue. Gray laughed before greeting him. How have you been? He asked as they walked into the manor. Okay, I guess. What have you been doing? Kyle couldn't help but ask. Gray was growing too fast. He still recalled that it hadn't been more than 2 or 3 years since he knew Gray, yet the other party had gone from the Overlord plane to the elemental venerable plane. Such a speed was frightening. Causing trouble. The more trouble you cause, the faster you grow. Don't tell me you don't know this logic? Gray laughed. Kyle was a little taken aback by Gray's words. He couldn't help but look at Gray. You're quite talkative today. Gray chuckled but didn't say anything. After heading to Kyle's place, they spoke for a while before Gray asked about the general situation of the region. He hadn't really taken his time to know much about the region. All he had done was travel, cultivate, fight, and repeat. He had been pretty much doing exactly the same thing since he came to the Aurora continent. Now that he had gotten to the elemental venerable plane, he wanted to know more things. He had come in contact with a few people, but he still didn't know too much. Kyle was someone who knew a lot since he had been here since he was born. Kyle was surprised, but he still told him about the things he knew. All the forces in the region, the ones he should be wary of, and all the basic things. Chapter 1083. You're saying there are some factions that are hidden? Gray asked after listening to Kyle's words. Kyle nodded. Actually, after the Great War, most of the top powerhouses were seriously injured. So they're currently slumbering, recuperating. Some of them have woken up, while others are still keeping their strength. If you hadn't been running around all this while, you would have known of all this. The Permanent faction was one of the top forces who fought against the invasion at that time. They were also one of the ones who suffered serious damages. According to what my father told me, they were almost annihilated. The current top faction really isn't the strongest, it's only called that in name. Gray listened attentively. He didn't expect Kyle would know this much about the history. Although he had also read some things, most of the information was vague and he didn't really get much from it. Other than knowing the general things that were allowed to the public, he didn't know too much. "Have you heard of the Heavenly Fate faction?" Kyle asked out of the blue. "I've heard of it, but I don't really know much about it." Gray nodded. Although he didn't know much, the Heavenly Fate faction could be said to be one of the top factions not just in the Western continent, but in the entire Aurora continent. "I was preparing to make a trip there. According to what I heard, something happened, and since my family has some connections with them, they said the younger generations could be sent over," Kyle said. Hearing this, Gray knew that the reason Kyle was telling him was most likely so he would go with him. Kyle was still in the Sage Plane. "Would they allow a stranger to go with you?" Gray raised the question in his head. He wouldn't mind going there. It wasn't like he wasn't interested in things like this. "I can think of a way," Kyle said. Gray gave it some thought and nodded. If they allowed him to go with them, then he wouldn't mind going. If not, he would just take it that his time outside was up and he would head back to the faction. The duo discussed for a while longer before Kyle left Gray to speak with a few people. Sometime later, he came back with good news. Gray could go with them. It was a little out of his expectations, but he couldn't hide his joy. Gray didn't say much. He was quite curious as to why they would allow a stranger to go with them. The days went by and it was soon time to leave. While Gray had been staying here, he was consolidating his realm and didn't go out. He came to Kyle's place after breaking through, so he didn't really have any time to consolidate his realm. Since the opportunity presented itself, he didn't mind doing it here. Void hadn't been doing anything lately and had been bored. Now that they wanted to go out, he was a little excited. When they got to the place where the people were gathered, a middle-aged man looked at Gray. After glancing at them, he didn't say anything else before teleporting everyone away. When they entered the spatial tunnel, Gray sensed it and noticed that it was different from his own. He still didn't understand why there was a difference. During the time he was in Kyle's place, he had been experimenting with a few things as he consolidated his realm. He even noticed that there was a difference in his domain as well. It was stronger than usual. While Gray and Kyle were headed to the Heavenly Fate faction. Somewhere in the Western continent, another figure was preparing to head there as well. "Father, your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Do you think it's safe to head there?" The figure looked at the frail man standing before him. "I need to head there. There's something I need there," the frail man said firmly. Even though he looked like he might die at any moment, he didn't want to let such an opportunity slip by. "All right, I'll accompany you, Father. I just broke through to the elemental venerable plane. I should be able to assist you," the figure said. If Gray were here, he would have recognized this person. The figure was none other than Gilbert. Gilbert was preparing to head to the Heavenly Fate faction with his father. According to the information they received, a secret realm opened. Well, it's more like the ruins of the last faction that produced a true God Plane elementalist. Since that expert, there had not been any other true God Plane elementalist in the Aurora continent. This expert ascended a few hundred years before the invasion. After the invasion, the faction which was hidden in a secret space was destroyed. All the members were killed by an unfortunate turn of events during the war. It hadn't been found in years, but now, it seemed to have reappeared. However, there was a limit to the people who could go in. According to the information, the origin source, there was chaotic and anyone above the elemental venerable plane couldn't enter. Even those at the elemental venerable plane are also at a risk. They've also created a link with the origin source. If they were to use it to amplify their strength too much, then they might risk being killed by the chaotic origin source in the secret realm. There were movements all over the Aurora continent, and even the middle continent had movements as well. This was the ruins of the faction of the last God Plane elementalist to appear in the Aurora continent. It was very appealing to everyone. Even the Permanent faction sent people over. Gray had been in seclusion, and the moment he came out of seclusion, he left the faction to break through. The news of the ruins was only circulated amongst those top experts. Other than the news of the competition which those youths knew of, only the top geniuses were aware of these ruins. The faction leader wanted to send Gray over, but he was a little disappointed when he couldn't find him. Unknown to the faction leader, Gray was already on his way to the Heavenly Fate faction. Chapter 1084. Heavenly Fate faction. In the faction hall. "Do you think it's safe to send them in?" an elder asked. "We don't have a choice. Our losses are already incredible. If we continue exploring it on our own, we will suffer more losses," the person sitting on the main seat replied. The faction leader of the Heavenly Fate faction was an old man who looked almost ethereal. He gave off a strange aura that seemed to put one at peace. The Heavenly Fate faction is one of the few light elemental factions, and it was regarded as the strongest in the present Aurora continent. When they discovered the ruin of the True Gods faction, they naturally wanted to explore it on their own. Some of the news they brought back was due to the sacrifice of some people who dared to venture into the place. Now, they wanted to go deep into the place, but they knew the danger would increase as well. Since that was the case, it was best if they could get others to go in as well. Although this meant that they would have to share the benefits, it was better than losing more than half of their younger generation. Do you think they don't know that we're only bringing them in because of the dangers? The faction leader asked, looking around the hall. Seeing their silence, he continued, they know. But they can't deny the fact that there might be some terrifying secrets there. Everyone wants to see what they can get. We've already told them of the dangers in that place. If they were careless, then it has nothing to do with us. The faction leader added. The others thought about it and nodded. The death rate of the people who had gone in your explore the place was frighteningly high. Over 80% of the people who went in died. This was a shocking discovery to them. The elders and the faction leaders continued talking while more and more youngsters started to appear in the Fate region. With the large influence of the Heavenly Fate faction, it was only natural that the region their faction was situated was named after them. Those from the top families started to arrive one by one. All the families that Grey had encountered came this time. The same could be said for the top factions. As the days went by, the number of people who had entered the region surpassed over 100,000 people. Since there was a restriction in place, the numbers weren't that high. There are billions of people in the Aurora continent. Each continent in the Aurora continent easily has over 5 billion people. So for only around 100,000 people to appear so far, showed how difficult it was to enter the elemental venerable plane. The number would have been even smaller if it were only those in the elemental venerable plane. Most of the people present were in the late stages of the sage plane. Although more people wanted to enter, it would be a waste for those in the mid stages of the sage plane to enter. Grey soon arrived with Kyle's family. On his way here, he had already communicated with Clous and the others. They were naturally coming as well. Each of them was already in the late stages, and Clous was even at the peak of the sage plane. This was an opportunity for him to break through to the elemental venerable plane. Alice, with the help of the Sea Lie, could fight against a peak sage plane expert. Reynolds, on the other hand, was even more freakish. He could already fight with a weak first stage elemental venerable, thanks to his elemental warrior. The Dawson family, Burchard family, Vergile family, and all the top families that Grey had been in contact with were all in the region at the moment. With the arrival of friends, some of his foes were also present as well. Those from the Syphilis faction who seemed to hate him were present, and the Nether faction was as well. The last time he humiliated the young man during the competition, he was sure he would be present here. Thinking about this, Grey knew he wouldn't have a good time here. He had made too many enemies, and although he had some friends, he didn't want them to be in trouble because of him. This trip wouldn't go so smoothly. He thought to himself while resting. He barely communicated with the other youths from Kyle's family. And amongst all the people present, he was the youngest in the elemental venerable plane. When Clous and the others got here, he went over to meet up with them. Kyle followed along since it's been a while since he saw the others. He spoke with them from time to time, but it was on some occasions. According to Clous, since they were all present, they should get some drinks. While they were in pavilion, Grey noticed Ellis was present in the city and called him over. It was very easy to introduce Ellis to his friends. Ellis was a powerhouse in the elemental venerable plane and had a carefree personality. Knowing that the others were Grey's friends, he was very open with them. They all got along smoothly. You've broken through to the elemental venerable plane, congratulations. Ellis said after some drinks. Yeah, it hasn't been long. Grey nodded with a smile. I'm curious, did you get it? Ellis looked around and asked. All the people present were those close to Grey, so he didn't think it was bad to talk about it. Grey smiled and nodded. He stretched out his palm and it was covered in scales. F***CK. Clous and Reynolds both exclaimed. Even though Ellis had hoped for this, he was still shocked. Grey was lucky. Only that? He raised his brows. I actually awoke an ice dragon's innate ice breathing technique. It helped with my water domain as well. Grey chuckled. Ellis clicked his tongue. He was defeated. Grey was too much of a freak. Doesn't that mean that you have 3 domains now? Clous looked at him, dumbfounded. More or less. Grey said nonchalantly. When the others saw his expression, they all had the urge to drag him out and beat him up. Even Void, who could be said to be a freakish entity, only had 2 domains, yet Grey already has 3. Chapter 1085. Hey bud, do you think it would be like that place? Clous asked after some time. The trial land? Gray looked at him. Yes. That place should also be part of the people who fought against the gnomes in the war. Now that I think about it, I feel there's something strange about that place. Clous nodded. At the time they went to the trial land, they didn't know about any and only saw it as a land of opportunity. Now that they've come to the Aurora continent, they've not only read about some things, but they've also seen some. It was safe to say that they were not the same people who entered the trial land years ago. If this place is just like the trial land, then there are bound to be countless opportunities. Especially given the fact that it was the last faction to produce a true god. What was a true god? This was a supreme being that could destroy the Aurora continent with a snap of the finger. Gray couldn't be bothered with these things for now. Entering the place was his main priority. He would get stronger there and see how things are later on. Since we're going, you should be careful. Remember that the gnomes sent out a death order for you. Some people would want to use this opportunity to kill you. In the Aurora continent, it'll be hard to make a move on you given your background, but in there would be no way for a peak elemental venerable to enter, much less an elemental sovereign. Gray nodded. Actually, as long as there are no late-stage elemental venerables there, I don't have too much to worry about. At most I'll run away. I have a thick skin, so it will be wishful thinking if they think they can kill me with one shot. He added. The others have all seen his scales. It was quite powerful. And they all knew that he was also someone who had a strong physical body as well. Most elementalists were quite light in terms of weight. Gray, on the other hand, weighed as much as a 6-meter-tall large magical beast. It was a strange thing. Most of the time, after each breakthrough, he would quickly get used to his new weight, so as not to break the ground with each step. Very few people notice this about him since he almost always breaks through alone. The group continued chatting for a while and they felt it was safer to be in a group. Gray had enemies, but they were not united. This would mean even if they want to attack Gray, they would have to come alone or with their fellow faction members. With this group together, it would be difficult to attack Gray. Ellis was the strongest in the group, while Ely was the weakest. They all stayed together throughout that night, laughing and talking about their experiences. 3 days later. Those who needed to be present were already present, and the few who weren't there could be counted as unlucky. Besides, it wouldn't be too late to send them in later. Gray was standing with his friends. Each of them left where their factions were located and walked over to stand with Gray. Gray wasn't standing with the Dawson family either. He didn't see his father around, and the only familiar face he saw was Connor Dawson. After exchanging a few words with him, he left them alone. He had also gone to pay his respects to Ellis' father. He was part of the people who sent the O'Brien family over. Seeing Gray, he was full of smiles. When he heard that Lucas Dawson was Gray's father, he muttered the same words as Ellis. No wonder. Lucas was a monstrous genius. It wasn't weird if his son was more monstrous than himself. Not just Lucas, but his wife, Martha, was also a top genius as well. Their son couldn't be lacking when it came to this. Gray also went over to the Burchard family. He was quite acquainted with them, and Sylvia was also present. Seeing that Gray had already advanced to the elemental venerable plane, she couldn't help but give a wry smile. Before long, Gray would catch up to her. She didn't know if she should be happy or not. When they met the first time, it could be said that she somewhat bullied Gray. He wouldn't want revenge, would he? He shouldn't be that petty, right? She felt a bit fearful. According to her understanding of Gray's character, he would seek revenge if threatened. He didn't care about anything else. So long as he deemed the other party a threat, he would want to eliminate them. Luckily, she didn't do anything bad to him. Other than forcing him to fight and unknowingly almost getting him killed, she didn't do anything bad. Gray met up with a few people before heading back to stand on his own. His friends all stood by him. Gray's appearance was very catching. He was well known by the younger generations, so some of them were introducing him to the older generation who brought them over. The son of the famous Lucas and Martha Dawson. A youngster that the gnomes released to kill order, someone who had attended multiple competitions and won all of them. From their research, Gray appeared out of thin air before conquering all the youths in the same stage as himself as he traveled. They've also done some research on his friends as well. They were all powerful in the same stage. Each of them seemed to be special as well. One of them was a high-grade summoner, another had a sea lie, an elemental life form that rarely made bonds with people, and the last one could be said to be the ordinary one amongst all of them, but he was advancing even faster than the others, almost on par with Gray. Each of them could be regarded as a genius in any place. Now they were all together. Chapter 1086. Since everyone is gathered, I'll go straight to the point. This ruin appeared a few days ago. We've tried exploring it and have found a few things. We hope that this will be a chance for us. The leader of the Heavenly Fate faction started to address the people. He didn't hide the fact that they've already started exploring it and knew some things about it. This was why they were able to know the restrictions that were in place. He also told them of the dangers that lay in the place. This place was not ordinary, and they all naturally knew of it. He told the youths that he hoped they didn't have any conflicts inside since they didn't know what dangers lay in the deeper parts of the ruin. While addressing them, he could see some of the older generation's expressions. Most of them had sneers, but he didn't care. All that mattered now was to explore the place. If the secret to becoming a true god was discovered, it would be to the benefit of everyone present. The Aurora continent was in danger of being invaded by the gnomes mainly because of this issue. They didn't have a true god. Luckily for them, the true gods from the gnome world couldn't come in as well. But with true gods present there, they would naturally have more people in the half-god plane as well. The leader of the Heavenly Fate faction spoke for over 5 minutes, everyone listening to his words. After advising the youths, he directly opened the passage into the ruins. He didn't want to give the others any chance to know the method of opening. His intentions were clear: even if I allow your people to enter, the Heavenly Fate faction will maintain monopoly of this ruin. One of the most important things was that this place was located in the core area of the Fate region, close to the location of the Heavenly Fate faction. Even if others coveted it, none of them dared to have a conflict with the Heavenly Fate faction. They might be only light elementalists, but they had terrifying combat strength. The light element was not used only for healing, it could also deal great damage to the body as well. Gray couldn't be bothered with all this. He watched as the youths present rushed into the place. He didn't rush in since he didn't feel it would be good to enter among the first batch. But he also knew that staying out for too long was not in their best interest. So after over 1,000 people entered, he turned to the others: let's go. The moment Gray made his move, he attracted the attention of some people. Those from the Permanent faction hadn't gone in as of now, they seemed to be waiting for him. Not just the Permanent faction, but those from the Burchard family as well. Gray was a little taken aback. He didn't expect these people would all be waiting for him. Even those from the O'Brien family went in with him as well. Internally he was complaining, but there was nothing he could do. He had a good relationship with these people. Even if he didn't want them to come with him, as long as their family head or faction leader said they should follow him, they would naturally follow him. Of course, it doesn't mean that they didn't have any plans of their own. They just felt it was safer going with Gray. When Gray and his group entered, some groups who had been waiting entered as well. For instance, the Syphilis faction, who had a clash with the Permanent faction, entered. The Nether faction entered at this time as well. Almost every person that had a conflict with Gray entered at this moment as well. Some minutes after Gray entered, 2 figures entered silently. It was Gilbert and his father. Although his father looked frail, he didn't show any signs of weakness. His face was open so people didn't really know what he looked like. As time went on, more people entered the place. One has to know that tens of thousands of people came for this event. Even if not all of them entered, there would be no way that more than 10,000 people wouldn't enter. Each of the people who entered were either in the late stages of the Sage plane or the mid stages of the Elemental Venerable plane. With the restrictions set, those above the mid stages of the Elemental Venerable plane couldn't enter, and it was too dangerous for those below the late stages of the Sage plane to enter. There were a few who didn't fear the danger of death and entered, but it had nothing to do with the leader of the Heavenly faction. Since more people wanted to go in, he would satisfy their greed. Besides, with more people, they would be able to go far. Don't take it that since more than 10,000 people entered the place it would be congested. This was a secret realm that was as big as the Azure continent. Even at the time Gray and his friends were still in the Azure continent, there were more than 1 billion people staying there, and there was still the huge territory of the Magical Beasts Forest. If that place was enough to contain over 1 billion people, it was not an issue for this place to have more than 10,000 people. Even if 100,000 people entered, it still wouldn't be overcrowded. I hope more than 20% returns alive. The leader of the Heavenly Fate faction muttered with a sigh. Although his voice was low, the others heard him. Their expressions changed drastically when they heard this. The fact that someone as powerful as Heavenly Fate said this without confidence showed how dangerous it was. 10,000 people, 20% surviving, that was a shockingly low number given the number who entered. A few people started to pray for their descendants who went in. After everyone who wanted to enter the place entered, the leader of the Heavenly Fate faction turned to the others: do you plan on waiting till they return? If so, I humbly invite you to the Heavenly Pavilion for the time being. A few people accepted his invitation, while others decided to leave. Staying here was not worth it. But they didn't plan on going far, they had to make sure they returned at the time these people came out. When Heavenly Fate was speaking to the youths, he told them to come out within a month. No one else knew what would happen after a month. So they all wanted to wait, but not everyone was on good terms with Heavenly Fate. Seal the portal, no one is allowed to leave until the time limit. Heavenly Fate said to a figure that was standing close to the portal. This person looked ordinary, but many people present knew of him. He was an old half-god expert. With him here, no one would dare to attack the place. After stepping through the portal, Gray's vision turned black, and before long, he was introduced into a new world. The energy here was chaotic, although it was abundant, he knew absorbing it would do more harm than good. No wonder they said we shouldn't stay more than a month. He thought to himself as he looked around. Seeing that his group was complete, he strode forward. They were currently standing on a lush mountain top, looking around. This place seemed to be thriving. Yes, thriving. They could hear the roars of magical beasts coming from different places. Looking around, he could see multiple figures running down from the mountain top. He also heard a few screams. Looking up, he noticed a few people tried to fly in the sky and were directly sucked in by a space crack. Be careful everyone, this place is dangerous. He reminded the others. We don't need you to tell us. Clous said as he looked in the distance. Without anyone saying it, they all knew it was quite dangerous. The journey would not be smooth. Unlike most people, Gray didn't make any movements after stepping into the place, rather, he started to study the place. Although Heavenly Fate had done a rough introduction to the place, Gray still wanted to see and observe some things for himself. While he was studying the place, he made sure that he was not standing in front of the portal. If some people appeared from behind and attacked, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. While he was studying the place, he saw as more and more people entered. Seeing some familiar faces, he maintained his indifferent face as they all rushed by. The Nether faction, as well as the Syphilis faction, but gave him a long look before leaving. When those from the Permanent faction saw how these people were staring at Gray, they couldn't help but feel like traveling with him was dangerous. Chapter 1087. Gray smiled coldly when he saw how these people were staring at him. His friends couldn't care less about these people, they were hunted by an entire continent while they were in the Azure continent. Did these people think that they would be afraid of a mere bunch of people? Yes, it can't be denied that these people were stronger, but taking everything into account, the group wasn't strong at the time they were being chased, so it was very dangerous for them. Any mishap and they might have died. Ellis saw the expressions of Clous, Alice, and Reynolds, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. From how calm they looked, it was clear that this was not the first time they were in such a situation. They're already accustomed to it. F***CK. He thought internally. The feeling of being watched by over 50 people was chilling. It was obvious that these people didn't have any good plans for them, yet they were still so calm. He wasn't the only one who was staring at them. Kyle, and even Keith was staring at them. Keith came with the group from the Permanent faction. Seeing Gray, he naturally went over to meet up with him. Gray opened his mouth after some time. Everyone, as you all can see, I'm a target of a lot of people. Don't think these are the only people who want to kill me, there are a few hidden in the large crowd as well, waiting for the chance. Traveling with me would only bring danger to you all. It would be best if we split up. He wanted to split up with them. From the start, he had never been one who liked traveling with too many people. Even his small group of 4 looked to be a lot at some time. Everyone thought about it after he finished speaking, other than his friends who were not swayed by the danger, the others were all thinking of it. If a large-scale battle broke out, some of them would undoubtedly die. They all know of the dangers here. Dying for Gray's personal grudges with a few people didn't seem worth it at this time. The leaders of some of the groups stepped forward, and after exchanging a few words with Gray, he left with his group. If they saw Gray in danger later on, it was up to them to decide if they wanted to help or not. Gray might be strong, but no one felt he could fight against so many people. Gray, I'll have to leave with them as well. Eldris is already starting to get impatient. Connor spoke up as he approached Gray with a smile. His voice wasn't low, so Eldris heard it and snorted. For this expedition, he wasn't made the leader. Instead, Connor was the one who was told to lead the group. After finding out that Gray was the son of his uncle, he felt a little envious. Gray's talent was already well known before his background was found out. Having such powerful parents while being a genius that didn't depend on the Dawson family to rise was an amazing feat. Eldris for one knew that without the Dawson family, he wouldn't be who he is today. Looking at how so many people were sucking up to Gray, he felt a little annoyed. Originally, he felt Connor would be the only one who could threaten his position, but with the appearance of Gray, he felt a greater threat. There was no way he would get the position with Gray around. If an opportunity arises, I'll kill him. He made up his mind. He was already in the third stage of the elemental venerable plane, so he didn't think that he would lose out to Gray. Eldris was one of the shining stars of the younger generation. In their current batch, very few people could compare to him. He wasn't as old as Ellis, but he was already close to the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane. Connor, who was assigned as the leader of the group, was not even in the elemental venerable plane yet. This was something that he found as an eyesore. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to him. If anything happened to Connor, he would not have a good time in the family. Gray waved goodbye to them, and before long, only the people of the Permanent faction were left. Apparently, they didn't show any signs of leaving. Gray turned to look at them. "You're not leaving?" The faction leader said, "You're the leader of the group." One of the elemental venerables said softly. Others could leave, but they couldn't leave Gray. He had a conflict with the Syphilis faction, but it was also the same for the others in the faction. They all hated the people from the Syphilis faction, so that battle could be said to be against the two factions, not just Gray's personal battle. "Me, the leader?" Gray was lost. He saw the faction leader before entering this place, and he didn't even mention this to him. Now the faction leader was dumping these people on him, and going against the faction leader's words were a bit disrespectful. Gray felt a headache when he saw this. He was grateful that the faction leader thought highly of him and even protected him, even at the cost of fighting against someone stronger than himself, but doing this seemed a little inappropriate to Gray. "Can I reject?" He turned to look at the person who spoke earlier. The faction leader said, "Your contribution in the Lutra realm is unmatched, so he wants us to follow you." The person gave Gray a wry smile. They've all heard of Gray's stunning performance there. Whenever people were captured, he would rush there and save these people. Although he had a conflict with someone from the faction later on, it was said that he saved a lot of people. He even managed to initiate a deal with some people from the Lutra realm. Being too outstanding is troublesome. Gray sighed, defeated by the faction leader's way of doing things. When the others heard his words, their eyes twitched. Clous and the others felt like beating him up. Since Gray broke through to the elemental venerable plane, they've noticed that he started bragging occasionally. Gray made sure those from the Permanent faction didn't hear his words, only his friends who were by his side. Chapter 1088. I can't lead the group. I'm honored by the faction leader's confidence in me, but I prefer moving with a smaller group. This is safer for me, and in case of any complications, I can escape easily. With too many people, escaping will be difficult. You already see my current predicament. Gray explained. No matter what, he couldn't travel with such a large group. He had never been one who liked moving with too many people. If he saw these people later, he might stay with them for a while, but he didn't have any plans of exploring this place with them. If anyone was in danger, and he managed to see the person, he would help. When the people from the Permanent faction heard his words, they couldn't help but shake their heads. It was clear that Gray didn't want to travel with them. Other than one person, the others weren't too familiar with Gray. But since the faction leader thought highly of him, and given what they've heard about him, they didn't mind traveling with him, but since he was rejecting the idea, it was okay. Thinking of his predicament, they knew that it would be easier for him to escape when the group is not large. With too many people, he would naturally have to think of the safety of these people, especially when he's the leader of the group. Being the leader came with a lot of responsibility. Even some of the elemental venerables present didn't want to take the responsibility. In a ruin like this that is dangerous, it was normal that many people would die on the way and they would have to take responsibility for it when they go back to the faction. After thinking about it, they decided to leave. Although there was safety in numbers, a large group would also easily attract people. Gray heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them leave. You didn't need to brag, you know that, right? Clous said with an annoyed expression. It's not bragging, it's straight facts. Gray laughed, seeing the annoyed look on the faces of Clous and Reynolds. He laughed even harder. Alice laughed, she was already used to it. Although Gray rarely did things like this, there have been a few occasions when he would brag about things, angering Clous and Reynolds. After messing with the duo for a while, Gray decided to speak on the matter at hand, move together or separate. Together. Separate. We'll be safer together. But we can't gain more opportunities together. If we go different ways, we can get more things. Not all of them had the same agreement. Clous, Reynolds, and Alice wanted to move separately. This was how they usually moved when in such a place. Ellis, Kyle, and Keith felt it was safer to be together. They soon turned to Grey. 3 people wanted them to be together, while the other 3 wanted them to go their separate ways. Grey was the last one who hadn't said his mind. He gave the matter some thought before bringing out the communication device. Seeing that he could locate the others with it, he smiled. We move separately. Each of you has the communication device, so you can communicate with us. If there are any opportunities that you feel are too dangerous for one person, you can call on the others. It's the same if you're in danger. Grey said before taking out a new pair of communication devices. With these, the others would be able to get the accurate location of each person present. No matter what, don't lose this, if not, we'll all be in danger. He warned after passing it to them. The others took it, and after injecting their spiritual senses inside, they realized that they could see the location of the others. It was just like Grey's own, but they are only connected to these pieces here. Grey's communication device is connected to every single device he has ever made. After the group came to a decision, they left decisively. Grey was finally alone. Which direction did the people from the Vergile family head? He asked Void, who was on his shoulder. That way. Void pointed toward the east. All right, we'll go in the other direction. Grey took off. He didn't want to encounter them, in case of any issues coming up. He had absorbed the blood essence of a dragon, and since these people usually did this, he didn't know if there was a way they would be able to sense it. He already had too many enemies, adding these people to it was not a good idea. After Grey and the others left, the father and son duo entered the place. While Grey was discussing with the others, people were still entering the realm. Even now that they had left, there were still people rushing in. Gilbert's eyes flashed and he wanted to fly into the air, but his father placed his hand on his shoulder before shaking his head. Let's walk. Gilbert looked at his father before nodding. When his father heard of the appearance of this ruin, he seemed to be agitated. He didn't know if there was a secret he didn't know. But since he was here with his father, he would find out. The father and son duo headed in the same direction as Grey. After they left, a figure covered with a black cloak entered. He looked around and frowned. After some time he rushed in the direction Grey headed. Somewhere in the Aurora continent. Have they gone in? A voice asked in the dark hall. Yes, Lord. Another voice answered. Do you think they will be successful this time? The voice asked again. With the people we mobilized, we should be able to kill him. It's best if he dies. I've encountered him once, a shame I was unable to kill him. He was just too lucky. Lord, if I may, what's so special about him? Special, we don't know, but that person shouldn't be allowed to live. He's an anomaly. Chapter 1089. Grey and Void were carefully exploring the place. They couldn't be bothered with the people who had entered the place. Grey knew for a fact that some necromancers would have sneaked in and would most likely want to kill him. Since the people would only have the strength of, at most, a 6th stage elemental venerable, he was confident in being able to escape. Oh, I haven't even tried using the fusion state since breaking through. He thought to himself. Since breaking through to the elemental venerable plane, he hadn't fought against someone with far superior strength, so he didn't even bother to test it out. He couldn't help but lick his lips in delight. With the fusion state, if it followed the previous rule, then he would be able to increase his strength to the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane. With such a strength here, he would be unrivaled. We can go on a rampage. He muttered. He didn't need to fear anyone. If anyone messed with him, he would beat the hell out of the person. If he was annoyed, he might even kill them. Huh? Confusion appeared on Grey's face as he looked around. What's going on? He was stunned. He tried to see if he could use the fusion state. He only wanted to increase it by a few stages, but he realized something strange. His essence was in the chaos space, and he couldn't access it. Yes, he could use it to fight, but noticed that he couldn't merge it. If he couldn't merge it, that means that there was no way for him to use the fusion state. Without the fusion state, he didn't have any confidence in being able to fight against those above the 3rd stage of the elemental venerable plane. This shouldn't be happening, right? He was frightened. Over the past years, he had relied heavily on the fusion state in most of his battles. Without it, then he would have died a long time ago. Now, his greatest asset seemed to have vanished. What was worse was that it was due to his breakthrough. Breaking through caused the change, and now with the change, he had no way to fuse his essence. Without being able to fuse them, he would just be a regular genius. F***CK. Grey suddenly cursed out loud in frustration. He almost had the thought of just going out of this place. The reason he was confident and told the others to leave was because he was relying on the increase of his strength after using the fusion state. He didn't want too many people to see it. He was still in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane. If his stage suddenly shot to the 9th stage, it would alarm the others. Now, he didn't have that, and he was all alone. Well, Void was still with him, so that's a good thing. I should have gone with Ellis. He sighed, but he quickly came back to his senses. For some time now, he had also felt it. He had been relying too much on the fusion state that he rarely does any good training. With the fusion state, he could get treasures and advance faster. To be honest, he knew that he had advanced too quickly, which was generally not a good thing. Clous and the others already had 3 years to learn all the basics, but he was different. He was 3 years behind them, so during his time in the Lunar Academy, he focused mainly on increasing his strength. Although he went for classes, he didn't take in too much knowledge. While Grey was showing frustration, Void was staring at him, a little shocked. Grey had always been calm and collected. Seeing him curse out all of a sudden was strange. What's wrong? He couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I'm just annoyed. Grey answered before looking at his front. He would use this opportunity to get well accustomed with his realm. The fusion state had always been making him fight against people stronger than himself. Most of the times he engaged in life and death battles, it was always with people who were at least 3 stages above him. Now, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing since he didn't know if he would be able to survive it. Let's get going. This trip might not be as smooth as I thought, Grey said. Luckily, he gained some new abilities. If not, he wouldn't know what to do. It can be said that the item Ellis' father brought over could not have come at any time better than the time he brought it. At least he had a stronger physical body now compared to others. Once he used the dragon scales, as well as his other defensive abilities, he was certain that he would be able to survive even an all-out attack from someone in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane. So this is how it feels to be normal? If others knew of his thoughts, they would beat him up. How could a normal person have 8 elements, 3 domains already awakened while still in the 1st stage of the elemental venerable plane, can use spiritual sense attacks, and also has 2 special elements? Not just that, but Grey had a variety of items that could help him if he were in danger. It's safe to say that even some elemental sovereigns are not as well equipped as Grey is. This was even removing the fact that Grey was an inscriber and had shocking physical prowess. In a life and death battle, it's not generally the strongest that wins. If the difference in strength isn't much, a person with too many hidden cards can kill someone that is even 3 stages above them. Grey traveled the ruin like a depressed figure. He didn't open his face since he didn't want to bring any troubles to himself. He also told Void to walk on his own. Too many people knew that he always had a cat that was sitting on his shoulder. So even with his face covered, as long as Void was with him, people would know it's him. Grey, there's something ahead. People seem to be fighting for something. Void's voice rang in Grey's head. Their strength? He asked. Early stage elemental venerables. Void replied. I'm on my way. Grey rushed toward the place. If there was anything good there, he would take it. It didn't matter if it was useful to him or not. This place is a treasure trove. There might be some good things that he could obtain here. Some time later, Grey appeared at where the people were gathered. Looking at the item they were fighting over, he couldn't help but look at them sheepishly. A robe? He was a little taken aback. Why would people be fighting over a robe? He was still wondering when he witnessed an interesting scene. While the people were fighting, just as someone was about to snatch the robe, it flew away on its own, dodging the lunge of the person. Clous could do that? He was stunned. How could a robe move on its own? It didn't make sense. Good stuff, good stuff. He thought internally. No matter what, he was going to get this robe. It wasn't a simple item. If he could have it, he would study it properly. Does it have a consciousness or what? He thought. There were a lot of magical things in the world, so there might be a chance that this item had developed consciousness. Of course, the possibility of that happening was very low, but it was not impossible. This was a place that was said to house a true god. Grey didn't rush over as he watched them. He wanted to be the fisherman. While these people fought, he would be the one to benefit from it. He concealed his aura and hid by the side. Void did the same as they watched the battle go on. While they were still fighting, Grey frowned and looked to the right. A figure was rushing in that direction. When he sensed the aura of that person, his facial expression changed slightly. The new arrival was in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane. It'll be difficult to get this item. But with me and Void, we should be able to get it. He watched the battle become fiercer. When this person came over, he originally wanted to use his superior strength to overwhelm the others, but he received a backlash as everyone grouped up and fought against him. He was soon injured. Sensing how things were going, he couldn't care less. After exploding with a powerful attack, he grabbed at the robe. A large essence hand appeared, covering the robe. The robe wanted to escape, but it couldn't move from the spot. The space was confined. The young man in the fourth stage smiled and beckoned. The robe flew in his direction. Just as he was about to hold it, a fissure appeared, and a hand came out, grabbed the robe and vanished. Everything happened so fast that no one reacted on time. Even Grey, who was about to make a move, was stunned. F***CK. Chapter 1090. Who stole my robe? Grey was dumbfounded. He already set his eyes on it. How could someone steal something right in front of him and Void? Without further delay, he rushed over with the space element. He had to make sure he caught the person who dared to steal something he had set his sights on. For someone who had always got what he wanted, it was a rare sight that he was outsmarted by someone else. Other than a few occasions, he had almost always obtained anything he had to fight for. Not just Grey, but the few people who were hiding in the shadows all chased after the person that stole the robe. The person was a space elementalist, and was definitely in the elemental venerable plane, hence the speed. But with Void and Grey working together, they were certain that they would be able to get the person. There were also 1 or 2 people in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane that was also giving chase. Only after over 5 minutes did Grey and the others give up in dejection. They couldn't find the person. The person not only used the space element to run away but also hid away from others. Even Void and Grey were not able to locate the person. Just like Grey and Void, the others were frustrated when they couldn't find the person. They didn't know if the person was hidden or if the person had come out and was standing among them. Since there was no way to find the person, they could only give up. We suffered a loss. Void was at loss. This was something that rarely happened. As long as both him and Grey made a move, then the item was most definitely theirs. Even when there were people who were far stronger than they were, they had still been able to get the item. Yet, someone in the elemental venerable plane bested them. It was an unfamiliar feeling to them. After so many successes, they didn't know how it felt to be defeated. Grey was a little better with taking the result of what happened. He only looked around for a while and moved away. It hadn't been long, but someone had already found something good. If this was the case, then this place definitely had a lot of good things. He was curious about the robe, but since he couldn't get it, there was no use in thinking too much about it. Void complained as they didn't get the item, but he still followed after Grey. They were just around the periphery of the ruin. This meant that there would definitely be good things in the deeper parts of it. All they had to do was to make sure that they reached the deeper parts. It's not too dangerous. Recalling what the leader of the Heavenly Fate faction said, Void felt this place was not as dangerous as they made it out to be. Of course, this was just the starting part of it, but he hadn't sensed any dangers up until now. Not even magical beasts have attacked. Other than the sky, which was already determined as a dangerous place, no other place seemed to have any dangers. Grey had a different opinion compared to Void. With opportunity came danger. This was something he was aware of. There was a huge chance that the danger that came with the robe might not be too strong, so the combined effort of everyone was able to take care of it, but there was a probability that if they were alone, the danger might be stronger than what they faced together. The duo continued walking around. They occasionally saw people, but as they ventured deeper, they started to see magical beasts. Well, he didn't know if they could still be called magical beasts. These beasts seemed to be maniacal. It was almost like they had gone crazy. They would attack anyone they saw, regardless of the person's strength. Even when the person was a plane above them, they still attacked. Whenever they came close to Grey and Void, all the duo did was release their aura and the beasts would make way. This bloodline suppression thing of magical beasts is strange. I wonder if humans have it as well. Grey thought to himself. If humans had such a thing, it would make things complicated. One has to know that even when Void was weak, he could still suppress magical beasts stronger than himself due to his superior bloodline. If humans had these as well, then some people at the early stages of a plane could suppress those in a higher stage. Wherever the duo sensed people fighting, they would head over to check it out. Other than the robe, Grey hadn't seen anything that piqued his interest, so he hadn't fought for anything as of now. They'd been in the ruin for over 3 hours now, and other than traveling deeper, Grey and Void hadn't done anything else. While Grey and Void were just taking a stroll in the ruin, Clous had already found an opportunity. He was not alone. Reynolds was there with him as well. The duo had always liked traveling together whenever they were in places like this. They didn't have as many trump cards as Gray, and they didn't like fighting as much as Alice, so they were together. Can we get it? Reynolds asked as they looked at the building in front. The building was old, giving off the feeling that it had been standing since the beginning of time. They could sense a strong chilling essence coming from the place. Whatever was inside definitely had to do with the water element, or at least there was ice in there. I have to get it. I might be able to break through to the elemental venerable plane if I get this. Clous' eyes were glowing. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. He had seen a few elemental venerables around the place. Luckily, they were in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. Should we call Gray? Reynolds asked. If Gray were to be with them, the chances of them getting the item would be higher. No, we've not even separated for up to a day, and we're already calling him for help. Clous didn't agree to it. They had grown to depend on Gray when it came to things like this. Thinking about it, it wasn't a good thing for them. Chapter 1091. Clous and Reynolds stayed in the same location as they waited patiently. As time went on, more people were attracted to the place, but no one had made a move yet. No one wanted to be taken advantage of. In the crowd, there were already 4 elemental venerables, but the Sage Plane elementalists had the higher number. As long as they worked together, they would be able to fight against these elemental venerables. The elemental venerables are aware of this, hence they didn't move rashly. They were all in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane, so they didn't have an overwhelming strength over their opponents. Against one person or two, they could win, but with the numbers of Sage Plane elementalists present, it would be difficult for them. After some time passed, the elemental venerables decided to step forward. If they continued like this, more people would come and their chance of getting the item would be greatly reduced. They didn't want that. Since they were still the strongest power present, they had to take advantage of it. We're going to attack the seal. If any of you think that you would not join in but want to reap rewards after we've broken the seal, then don't blame us for attacking the person first. One of the elemental venerables snorted coldly. His intention was clear. Everyone would attack the seal together. If those in the weaker stages wanted to leave everything to them, then they would attack the person first before fighting for the treasure. Naturally, whoever doesn't attack to break the seal has no right to fight for the treasure. Clous was already at the peak of the Sage Plane, so he had the right to speak up as well. The others at the peak of the Sage Plane also stepped forward and agreed to their words. They wanted the opportunity to fight as well, but thinking that they would not do anything was just a wishful thought. With everyone coming to an agreement, they soon started to bombard the seal in the place. During the first attack, the seal flickered, but with a strange vibration it was able to block the attack. Clous' eyes changed slightly when he saw this. He didn't know what it was, but if Gray were to be here, he would have recognized it. Gilbert used something like this when he was fighting against the men that attacked him. Gray inquired about it, but he didn't say anything. If he were here, he might have been able to deduce some things from it. The others didn't take note of the vibrations as they continued attacking the seal. It piqued Clous' interest, so while they were attacking it, he was carefully studying it. He was even attacking it with greater vigor compared to the others. He wanted to see the limit of this thing and how helpful it would be to him. The others felt maybe he wanted the seal to break sooner, so they didn't bother with him. Reynolds looked at him with a strange glance, but he didn't say anything. After attacking for a few minutes, the seal shattered. The elemental venerables were the first to move. After all, they were stronger. But as they moved, those in the Sage Plane weren't any slower. Of all the people present, a figure shrouded with lightning was the fastest. It was even faster than the elemental venerables. Just as the fastest elemental venerable was about to reach the place where the treasure was located, he saw a figure breeze past him. Before he could even react, the figure was already inside the room and the item that was exuding the cold had been taken. He was fortunate to see it and realized it was a thin sword. It was so thin that if not for the handle, he wouldn't have realized that it was a sword. "A true treasure!" he exclaimed. With this in hand, although elementalists rarely used weapons, it didn't mean they wouldn't use them. In some cases, some weapons are so strong that elementalists can cross stages just because of them. A sword that was radiating such intense cold would be greatly beneficial to water elementalists whenever they were using their ice abilities. The young man couldn't be bothered with anything and attacked the figure covered in lightning. Even if the figure was fast, he would have to face the brunt of this attack. Boom! The attack shook the place as the building showed signs of cracks. Some arrays lit up around the building, strengthening it. The lightning figure was forced to stop and block the attack. Only then did it reveal itself to the others. "An elemental warrior!" someone exclaimed. Seeing the figure, they were stunned at first. But then again, when they sensed its strength, they were relieved. They could fight against it. Their only fear now was that they didn't know who it belonged to, so there was a high chance that they might be fighting with the summoner. If the person who summons the elemental warrior were to attack them from behind, then they would be in trouble. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Damn it! Still too slow. Reynolds cursed, but seeing the people, he more or less guessed what they were thinking. They were apprehensive. This was also a good thing. If they didn't know who summoned the elemental warrior, they wouldn't carelessly attack. Clous smiled when he saw this as well and couldn't help but throw a satisfied glance at Reynolds. The elemental warrior was fast. With the treasure in hand, it would be difficult for this group to take it, especially given the fact that they could not be united. Trusting anyone at this moment could lead to death. Who summoned it? One of the elemental venerables asked, looking at the crowd. Everyone kept mute. F***CK. He couldn't help but curse out loud. An elemental warrior was something all summoners were proud of. Now, no one wanted to claim this one. It was beyond depressing. Chapter 1092. While the people were thinking of who summoned the elemental warrior, Clous and Reynolds were communicating with their spiritual senses. It will be difficult to get it out of here with it. Reynolds frowned. Although the sword was in their hands now, it was difficult for them to take it. They were too weak. If they were to step forward and take it now, it would attract the attention of everyone and they would attack them. However, they didn't want to lose it, not when it was already in their hands. Originally, Clous thought it was something that could help with boosting his cultivation stage, but he never expected it was a weapon. It couldn't be said to be a bad thing as well. With this sword, his attack power would increase tremendously. Not just his attack, but his defensive capabilities would also increase as well. The sword would amplify his ice abilities and he would be able to use it to make up for his lack of connection with the origin source as of now. We're still too weak. Can it run away with us? Clous asked. Reynolds nodded but said, as long as we can block their initial attacks, with its speed, we can escape. Once we're out of sight, all we need to do is to hide our auras and send the elemental warrior in another direction to draw them away. Reynolds wanted to sacrifice the elemental warrior. Well, it's not a sacrifice per se. Given the fact that he could make it appear and disappear at will, it wouldn't really be in any tough spot. Besides, even if it is, it would just be destroyed and he would have to wait for some time before he could summon it again. He wouldn't really lose much. With the sword, I should be able to create a defensive wall that would block even an elemental venerable. But it wouldn't be for long. If we're lucky, 3 seconds, if not, 1 second. You should know that the number of people present isn't small. Clous said after some time. For experts, a second was a long time. It was enough to determine life and death. If they have a second head start, there was also another possibility that Clous would be able to unleash another defensive technique. Alright, we'll take an opportunity to draw close to the elemental warrior and you'll block the attacks while we run away. Reynolds said. The duo came to a conclusion very quickly. Since they were communicating with their spiritual senses, their conversation didn't take more than a second. Let's destroy it first. What's the use of asking who summoned it? Another elemental venerable spoke out. They all knew that a summon could only take a certain amount of damage. Once the damage was too much, it would dissipate. Everyone nodded, but the first elemental venerable still warned, whoever dares to attack us from behind while we're attacking this thing will have to face all of us. He was very cautious. Most of the people present were Ether elementalists, and the elemental warrior clearly belonged to a lightning elementalist. They might be stronger, but a lightning elementalist was definitely faster than they were, especially this elemental warrior. Seal the place, to make sure it doesn't run away. The young man spoke up. He was the one who stopped the elemental warrior in the first place, so he felt he had the right to say these. The others also saw a good reason behind his words and didn't argue. Working together, they started to seal the place. From the time they broke the seal until now, it hadn't been more than a minute. The elemental warrior hadn't made a move since it was blocked. It was clear that the person who summoned it had some ideas. While they were all suspicious, no one looked at Reynolds, rather they were staring at the few people who had used the lightning element while they were attacking the seal. Luckily, Reynolds didn't attack, so no one knew that he was a lightning elementalist. He exchanged glances with Clous and nodded. They had to move now. If they allowed them to seal the area, escaping would be difficult. The elemental warrior suddenly exploded out with a powerful lightning attack. The elemental venerables who were trying to seal the area were forced to block the attack. While they were blocking the attack, 2 figures shot past them and appeared close to the elemental warrior. The second they appeared, one person took the sword from the hand of the elemental warrior and slashed out. Stop them! The elemental venerables yelled and attacked together. When they saw Clous slash out, they all thought it was an attack, so they all used their full strength to attack it as well. Only when the attacks collided did they see the shockingly thick ice wall that appeared in front of them. Clous and Reynolds used the sword to break through the array in the building and rush out of the place, escaping as fast as they could. The ice wall started to crack under the attack of the crowd. Clous and Reynolds couldn't help but thank their stars that the elemental warrior was still in the room where the sword was kept. This made it impossible for the others to surround it. Crack! Bang! The ice wall fell apart after only just over a second. Clous and Reynolds were however nowhere to be seen. The elemental venerables followed the movement of the elemental essence in the air and chased after them. The Sage Plane elementalists followed suit as well. They couldn't afford to sit back. They were mostly water elementalists, but a few were duel elementalists, and some luckily had the space, light, wind, and lightning element, so they were quite fast. Some seconds after these people were gone, the ground just after the building shook and a human head popped out. The head looked around before disappearing once again. Chapter 1093. Underground. An ice dome could be seen. 2 figures were squeezed inside the dome. F***CK. I can't believe we have to hide like this. Reynolds complained, annoyed. He looked at Clous and said, "Didn't you say you could hold them back for 3 seconds? Shut up. Didn't you see that they were too strong? I'm only at the peak of the Sage Plane. Why didn't you try fighting against them alone? Moron." Clous retorted angrily. When he set up the defensive wall, he made a quick decision. The moment he sensed the aura of their attacks, he knew that there was no way the wall would hold up, so after breaking through the building, he used the help of the sword, drilled a hole into the ground and they hid there, hiding their auras. Although Reynolds was complaining, he was also sweating. He could sense that the people had caught up with the elemental warrior. The moment they noticed the sword was not with it, they attacked it instantly. Given their current predicament, he didn't dare to allow them to extinguish the elemental warrior and quickly whisked it away from them. The duo quickly came out of the ground and ran away. They couldn't wait for the others to come back. Since they've realized that the sword and the duo were not with the elemental warrior, they were certain that they had hidden on the way. Clous and Reynolds ran as fast as their legs could take them. Although flying here was dangerous, as long as they didn't go a certain height, they would be fine. But if they took the sky, then they would be easily tracked, hence they decided to run on the ground. While Clous and Reynolds were running for their lives, on another side of the ruin, a familiar figure was in a tight spot. "Don't go too far, I already left it to you," Gilbert said coldly. His father was standing behind him, and they were confronted by 3 figures. They were fortunate to see a treasure, but just as he obtained it, these 3 appeared and told him to give it to them. Although he was in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane, his opponents were also in the elemental venerable plane, and only one of them was still at the peak of the Sage Plane. He couldn't fight all 3 of them simultaneously, so he compromised and gave the treasure to them. But now, they were threatening him to give them his storage ring as well, unless they would kill him. "Little girl, don't be too greedy, it will not do you any good." Gilbert's father stepped forward and said with a calm voice. "Who are you to tell me what to do?" The young lady in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane asked coldly as he looked at the figure covered with a cloak. Gilbert wanted to speak, but his father raised his hand for him to stop. He looked at the young lady, and when she stared at his eyes, she froze for a moment and a sense of danger welled up in her heart for a brief moment. "What's this feeling? He's clearly injured," she thought to herself as she looked at Gilbert's father. A second later she concluded and turned around. "Let's go." She gave up on wanting to rob them. She didn't know if what she felt was real since it all happened within a quarter of a second, but she didn't want to take the risk. What if she died? She didn't know who the man who stepped up was, but since Gilbert was with him, he shouldn't be too weak too. Although they could sense that he was injured, they couldn't sense his cultivation stage. If he was strong, they felt Gilbert wouldn't need to hand over the treasure. The fact that he handed it over proved that the person was not strong. But now, she was having second thoughts. Thinking of the fact that powerful people couldn't make a move here made her apprehended. Maybe this person was a powerful figure and didn't want to receive a backlash from the place. Gilbert looked at his father. "You didn't have to step forward, I would have handled it. We don't have the time to waste on these things. If not for the fact that thing piqued my interest, I wouldn't have allowed you to waste time on it. Since they've taken it, let it be. Let's go," Gilbert's father said. Gilbert nodded, looked at the back of his father, and followed behind. He didn't know why his father told him to come here, but he felt it must be very important. He was also curious, how did his father know about the thing he wanted to take in this place? His father said there was something here he needed, and this place was only discovered recently. He speculated that his father might have been here before. If not, he wouldn't come, especially when he was injured. On another side of the ruin, Alice was heading to the deeper parts of the ruin. Not everyone was as lucky as Clous, who managed to see something beneficial to them. Although she had seen a few things, none of them were of any use to her, so she didn't bother with them. From how good the things she saw were, she knew that going deeper was the best choice. However, as she went deeper, the danger increased. There were still magical beasts here, and they were all attacking any human they came across. While moving through the woods, she encountered a group of people fighting against the magical beasts in the forest, and all of them were fighting with their physical bodies. One of them was particularly eye-catching. His body was covered with scales. When Alice saw this person, she couldn't help but stare. This person was strong and was even using his physical body to dominate the magical beast that was on the same level as himself. It was a rare sight, but seeing a human with scales was even rarer. Chapter 1094. So this is where Grey got it from. Alice thought to herself as she looked at the young man with scales. He didn't seem to have as much as a powerful body as Grey, but his physical strength was definitely far better than a regular elemental venerable. This person was an elemental venerable, so she didn't dare to go close to where the battle was taking place. When she arrived, the people from the Vergal family who were fighting sensed her, but after sensing her cultivation stage, they didn't bother with her. She was alone in the first place, and she was not as strong as they were. Other than looking from the side, there was nothing she could do to them. Alice didn't stay any longer. She knew some people might not be comfortable with a third party watching when they were fighting, and she didn't want any misunderstandings. Even if she had strong friends, she might be dead before anyone would come to her rescue. After leaving, she headed further into the ruin. Alice was also heading deeper into the ruin. Even though they all took different paths, their destination was pretty much the same: go as deep as they could. They all knew the deeper they went, the better the things they might obtain. Ellis was powerful. He could be counted among the top 10 strongest people who entered this place, so he was moving more freely compared to the others. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen anything good all this while. The young lady who was with him was looking around curiously. They've searched a few of the buildings around, but they didn't get anything good. Other than tables and chairs, they hadn't been able to see anything good. While they were moving, they soon caught sight of a large building. They saw a few people around the building and went closer to investigate. When they got closer, Ellis noticed it was like a library. This place should be interesting. He moved closer to the building and entered. Some people wanted to stop him when he got close to the door, but when they sensed his cultivation stage, their expressions changed and they let him be. They couldn't afford to fight against such a figure. Inside the building, rows of bookshelves lined up. But compared to Ellis' expectations, they weren't filled with books. There were some books in some places, but most of the bookshelves were empty. On Gray's end, he had no idea what the others were doing at the moment. He was more concerned about himself and Void. Presently, they still hadn't been able to get anything good as well. After encountering the robe, he felt that this place would be loitered with treasures, but the reality of things were different. Even after traveling for hours, other than magical beasts, he hadn't seen anything good again. Not even a single good herb. I thought they said this place was filled with treasures? He couldn't help but complain. That doesn't seem to be the case. I can't sense anything. Void replied. He was very sensitive to treasures, but he still couldn't sense anyone. At the moment, he was feeling a little bored in this place. He had even taken the initiative to fight a magical beast to try to eliminate his boredom. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Since there's nothing, let's go deeper. I don't believe that this place will not give us anything, Gray said and increased his speed. He even started to fly in the sky, but he made sure not to go close to the place where the space cracks appears. He wasn't sure he would be able to survive that, and he didn't want to test it out. Void didn't say anything and rushed after him. Time went by, and before long, the people had spent over a week in the ruin. With a week gone, most of the treasures that were in the outer perimeters of the ruin had been salvaged, so everyone was now rushing deeper into the ruin. People encountered each other more frequently now, and fights broke out as well. Even with the reminder of the leader of the Heavenly Fate faction, some people who came into this place were enemies, so whenever they encountered each other, they would fight. The Syphilis faction hated the Permant faction, especially this generation of their members, since they were the ones who lost the secret realm to the Permant faction. They were all searching for Grey, hoping to find and kill him. Grey was their greatest threat, so they wanted him dead. Tell me where he is and I'll let you live, a cold voice said as a figure could be seen lying on the ground. I've told you repeatedly, I don't know. The figure on the ground managed to look at the person standing before him, his eyes filled with despair, as well as hatred. He naturally didn't want to die, but against this person, he stood no chance. He could already feel his life force slipping away from him. Then die, trash. The figure said coldly and attacked. Ha ha, I'll wait for you. The moment you meet him will be the time of your death. The young man from the Permanent faction died while laughing. He had given up, and they had already decided to kill him, so why let them see him in despair? He laughed at himself for being too weak, laughed at his cruel fate. In the end of his laughter, one could sense unwillingness and regret. His voice soon faded away. It was as if he never existed in this world. Where do you think he's hiding? Another person from the Syphilis faction asked the young lady who just killed the young man. I can't tell, but I'm sure we will find him before we get to the deeper parts of the ruin. I wonder how he would react. The young lady said. If Grey were here, he might recognize this young lady. She was one of the strong people he fought against during the competition with the Syphilis faction. Chapter 1095. As people traveled deeper into the ruin, friends encountered friends, while others encountered foes. Within a short period, a lot of people had died in this place, not in the hands of the beasts or traps here, but by the hands of the people that came here with them. It had been 2 weeks now since the people entered, and they were already close to the center of the ruin. They encountered buildings more now and saw some things. Grey hadn't been paying too much attention to these things, he was more focused on learning some things. He had also been opportune and got some books. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with cultivation techniques but spoke about the lives of the people who stayed there. Basically, they were more like gossip. Entering a building, he saw chairs and then a table. On the table, there was a single crystal laying on it. Grey picked it up and felt a chill. He tried to study it and soon realized it was actually a form of a book. Unlike the other books that were written down, this one was created with spiritual energy and could be read by people with powerful spiritual senses. Generally, anyone above the elemental venerable plane could read it. Looks like the battle broke out abruptly. If not, I see no reason why they would be reading such things in their leisure time. Grey commented after going through the content of the energy crystal. It was just another piece of gossip. All the books he had found yet hadn't given him anything important, other than hearing about what some elders in the faction did. He didn't find out anything else. He was hoping to get something that would help with the arrays in this place. He searched the building for a while longer before giving up and leaving the place. There's something good up ahead, Void said while resting on his shoulder. Grey pushed him away from his shoulder before looking around. Let's check it out. We've already been here for 2 weeks or so, and I haven't gotten anything good. Void didn't mind Grey's act and came back as he led Grey in the direction of the place where he sensed the treasure. A group of people could be seen in a large compound. They were all staring at the large garden in front of them. Different herbs were planted there and each one of them gave out a strong elemental energy. The elemental essence in this place was very thick, almost liquefied. The group consisted of 8 members. 1 of them was in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane, while of the other 7, 3 were in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane while the other 4 were in the sage plane. They were first stunned by the sight in front of them before inexplicable joy appeared on their faces. They were about to grab them when they sensed someone walking in their direction. They paused, and only after sensing the aura of the person coming did they rush forward. When Grey entered the place, seeing the people pillaging the place, he frowned. It was common knowledge that any place that had treasures in this place was heavily guarded. He had heard of a group who were attacked, and almost all of them were killed by some constructs. One of the things he found interesting about the story was that these constructs were made of the light element. Grey didn't join them as he watched from the side. Why does this look somewhat familiar? He muttered to himself. Not just him, but Void had a sense of familiarity with the place. Well, not the place, but the setup. They were still thinking when they noticed something on the ground. Looking down, Grey's expression changed drastically. F*CK. How could this be? He was stunned beyond words. Other than that, he was slightly frightened. Now he understood why it felt so familiar. Bunnies. He encountered a place like this years ago when he entered the trial land. That was one of the most frustrating encounters he had ever had. He was chased around by bunnies. It shouldn't be the same, right? Even Void was a little apprehensive. He knew how frustrating this place was. After it hatched, when Grey grew stronger, he came back to attack the bunnies, but he suffered a crushing defeat. He almost had a mental breakdown at that time. He was tricked by a cute bunny. Are you blind? Can't you see the smirk on its face? Gray saw a familiar expression on the face of the bunny and he almost freaked out. F***ck this, I'm leaving. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Just as he turned around, he heard a familiar squeal that sent chills down his spine. That was not the only thing, with the squeal came a powerful aura. An energy wall rose and trapped them in the compound. Gray felt like crying, but no tears came out. He was already an elementalist venerable, yet he was still instinctively frightened of the bunny. F***ck. 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 He was no longer calm. He had already sensed the power of the energy wall. It was not something he could break in a short time. He had tried the space element and he couldn't pass through it, not just him, but Void as well. Without even wasting any time, he took out his communication device. He was asking for help. He was in danger. That hateful bunny would never let him go. When the others received Gray's call for help, they were flabbergasted. Gray wasn't calling them because he found a treasure and couldn't take it on his own. Rather, he was calling them because he was in danger. They all stopped whatever they were doing and rushed toward where Gray was located. This was the first time Gray was asking for help. They couldn't sit still. Given how resourceful Gray was, the fact that he asked for help meant that he didn't have any way out of his predicament, and from how he sounded, they could tell that it was urgent. Chapter 1096. Who do you think he's facing? Clous asked Reynolds, who was beside him. They were currently rushing toward where Gray was located. Probably the Necromancers. They are no good. We'll wipe them out sooner or later. Reynolds replied. Clous squinted his eyes. They were currently flying in the sky, and as they moved closer to where Gray was located, they could see an energy beam from afar, at least over 10 kilometers away. With their current speed, they would be able to get there in at least 3 minutes or so. Maybe it's people from those factions he has issues with. If you recall, he said he had a lot of enemies. Even a powerful faction from the Middle Continent seems to want to find trouble with him. Clous speculated. There's no need to think too much. We'll find out when we get there. Hopefully, he holds on till then. Clous and Reynolds were the ones closer to Gray, so they might be the first to get there. The only person that might be faster than them was Ellis, and it was because he was already in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane. Back in the compound. Gray was trying to attack the energy wall, but he soon gave up. He was calmer now compared to before, and after multiple attacks, he could tell that the energy wall could be broken if attacked from both the inside and the outside simultaneously. As long as they attacked the same place, they could create an opening to escape. While Gray was attacking the energy beam, the bunny that just appeared seemed to look at Gray and an odd look flashed across its eyes. The people who were digging up herbs didn't sense the movement of the bunnies as they continued digging the herbs. Only after a while did they sense something odd and looked up. When did that appear? One of them asked, stunned. The fourth stage elemental venerable had a sour expression as he looked around. He was the strongest person present, but he still wasn't able to sense when this energy wall was created. This meant that whoever did it was far stronger than they were. Stay together. He ordered and stopped picking up herbs. This wasn't the time to pick up herbs, they were in danger. The others followed his orders and slowly looked in the direction of where Gray was standing. They could see that he was staring at something. Following his view, they saw a cute bunny with large eyes staring at them. It even used its small paws to rub its ears while its nose twitched. It was such a cute scene that they were all stunned for a moment. However, their expressions changed the next moment. Squeak! Squeak! The bunny showed an aggressive expression and its aura exploded out. A rank 7 magical beast. However, it was only in the early stages. What frightened them was the multiple auras that rose from different places. They turned around and saw multiple bunnies. All of them were at the peak of the sage plane. When Gray saw this, he couldn't help but curse out. This was too terrifying. Even with his ability to fight against multiple opponents, he wouldn't be able to fight against them. There were too many. He was still staring at the small ones when he felt a hair-raising sensation. He looked at the building and his eyes nearly bulged out. F***ck. He lost his cool. The large bunnies that helped the small bunny the last time came out, and all of them were in the mid-stages of rank 7. They were very close to the late stages. Damn it! How am I this unlucky? He was on the verge of breaking down. He didn't want to fight against these bunnies. Presently, he was praying that the bunnies would neglect him and focus on the group of 8. His hope was crushed when the leader of the bunnies looked at him with a smug look. Gray could almost swear that the bunny recognized him. From how it was staring at him, and the mocking look it was occasionally giving him, he was almost 100% certain that the bunny recognized him. Where are they? He brought out the communication device and saw that 3 dots were very close to him. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as he got out of this place, he was satisfied. He didn't even want to take anything at the moment. We should fight them together, the 4th stage elemental venerable said to Grey. The bunnies hadn't attacked yet, so they wanted to team up with Grey. If Grey was able to fight with them, there was a chance. Other than himself and the other 3, the remaining 4 were in the sage plane. They wouldn't be able to hold their own against these beasts. The only fortunate thing was that there were only 2 large bunnies that were in the peak of the mid-stage in the 7th rank. As long as he could fight against one and the others teamed up against the others, they might be able to win. Grey was about to speak when the bunny leader squealed. It was threatening him. Grey's expression turned dark. He was being threatened by a bunny. A small bunny that was only in the early stages of the 7th rank. F***CK. Void, we're kidnapping it when we're leaving. He made up his mind. I'll use this thing to make bunny soup to wash away my shame. He was incensed. But he naturally didn't dare to say these words out loud. The bunny might attack him the moment he said it. The group were still staring when a bunny pounced on one of them. They were forced to attack it. If we die, don't think you can escape from this place alive. The young man in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane said coldly as he attacked. Chapter 1097. Grey didn't bother with these people. His eyes were glued to the bunny leader. He couldn't help but think. Is this place connected to that place? If it is, then I should be able to communicate with teacher. Since leaving the Azure continent, he hadn't seen his teacher, and there was also the principal. During the battle that day, he was severely injured. He didn't know if he had recovered now or not. And there were also the 2 instructors from the Lunar Academy. He couldn't help but reminisce about the old times. In just a few years, he had grown so strong that he alone could destroy the Azure continent, well, excluding the magical beasts forest. He quickly decided that once he escapes from his current predicament, he would try to see if he could reach his teacher. It would be better if he could. If he couldn't, then he would just let it be. Teacher will probably beat me up if he sees me. I haven't sent him any meal in a long time. He sighed. He usually occasionally sends meals to his teacher, but since he was injured, he stopped. After coming out, he was focused on revenge and didn't have the time to cook that often. He had been too busy lately. Now it seemed he didn't have the time to even cook. The bunnies were currently fighting against the people, and after experiencing the fighting method of the bunnies in the trial land, he wasn't surprised when he saw how they were mauling all 8 people in the group. Those in the sage plane were the ones who were more pitiful. Do you think we might be able to suppress them with our superior bloodline? Void asked Grey. The others, most likely, but against that little fellow, I can't be sure. Grey said. In his entire life, this bunny was actually the only magical beast he was truly terrified of. He couldn't hide it. The bunny was just too hateful. It was also unique in a certain way and doesn't follow the normal rules. This made it abnormal. Are we going to watch them die? Void asked. Their only chance of escaping is to leave with us. The only question is if they can hang on till then. Although I'm not confident that I can fight against the bunny, I'm very certain that I can escape from their attacks until the others came. Grey and Void communicated while the others were being beaten by the bunnies. They stood no chance against these bunnies. The bunnies not only had the number advantage, but they also had superior strength. The bunny leader seemed to sense Grey's gaze, and a smug expression appeared on its face. Grey's expression changed when he saw this, and he couldn't help but feel irritated, but he didn't have any time to complain because he saw the bunny leader pointing at him while giving orders to some bunnies. It then looked at Grey with a threatening gaze before showing a body language of if Grey dared to kill any of its subordinates, it would have a death feud with Grey. Grey's eyes twitched when he saw this, and when the bunnies came close to him, he pushed them away. The bunny leader looked at him annoyed and made some squeaking sounds. To Grey's surprise, one of the larger bunnies that had the strength of the 7th rank rushed in his direction. F***CK. I didn't even hurt them. Grey's face was dark. He was being bullied by a bunny. He couldn't be bothered with all these. Void, who hadn't showed any strength all this while, immediately attacked the bunny along with Grey. They managed to hold back the bunny, but seeing the bunny leader staring at him coldly, he almost spat out blood. The way the bunny leader was staring at him, it was as if it was planning to give up on the group of 8 and attack Grey with all its might. The crazy thing about this was that he didn't even get involved in the battle, yet the bunny leader wanted to cause trouble for him. We'll beat it up sooner or later, he thought internally. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, he gave the bunny a chance to send him flying. He needed to show a weak front so that the bunny leader wouldn't send more people after him. He quickly transmitted his voice to the group of 8. I'll be able to create a hole in the energy wall in some time, but it wouldn't last long. It's all up to your luck if you can escape or not. After saying that, he just let the bunny send him flying from one side to another. He had a strong physical body, and if he were to use his dragon scales, then his defense would be stronger, but he didn't show it out, rather, the scales were under his skin. So although it looked like he was being beaten like a ragdoll, he wasn't really getting hurt. 2 minutes went by in a flash and he sensed Clous, Reynolds, and Ellis on the other side of the energy wall. He took out the communication device and instructed them on where to attack. Looking at the group of 8, he couldn't help but sigh. He was sure that not all of them would be able to escape from this place. That was not something he could change. Even if he were to help them fight against the bunnies, they would be exhausted eventually. He had sensed something strange after the energy wall rose. They were unable to replenish their elemental essence. At their level, they rarely suffered from lack of essence, but if they stayed in a place like this and fought constantly, then there's a high chance that they would die from exhaustion. Not just that, but Gray felt like there was an even more frightening existence in this place. The bunny leader should not be the one who activated the energy wall. Gray got his thoughts together before suddenly exploding out, sending the bunny flying, now. His yell was not only to tell Clous and the others to attack the wall, but to also inform the 8 people that he was making his move now. The group of 8 all exploded. This was their chance to escape. If they were unable to go now, they would definitely die in a short time. At the risk of some injuries, they broke through the encirclement of the bunnies and rushed in Gray's direction. The bunny leader was stunned by the sudden change. It stomped its foot on the ground and squealed angrily. Its playmates were leaving. Who would he beat up now with them gone? With the angry squeal of the bunny, Gray sensed a shocking aura awakening in the place. Sweat covered his face when he realized his guess was right. If he had joined in on the fight and showed signs of turning the tables, then this figure would definitely come out. He couldn't fight against such a figure. Boom! He attacked a particular point in the energy wall. At the same time, Clous, Reynolds, and Ellis all attacked the same place as well. A small gap opened up, enough for Gray to leave. His figure blinked and he switched places with one of the bunnies standing close to the bunny leader. While doing this, he threw a sword out of the gap, marking it with his space element. He picked up the bunny leader and vanished in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so fast that before the bunny leader could react, not only had the 8 people escaped, but its surroundings suddenly changed. A blank look appeared on the face of the bunny as it looked at the energy wall that had closed up. In the space of around 2 seconds, Gray attacked the energy wall, picked it, and escaped as well. Even with the powerful figure in the garden, there was no way for it to escape. The figure couldn't leave the garden due to the energy wall. It was not only a cage to their enemies, but to them as well. It could break it, but it would take a while. Clous, Reynolds, and Ellis stared at Gray, and then looked at the bunny in his hands. They sensed Gray going back into the garden after opening up a hole, but they didn't know it was because of the bunny. The group of 8 who were injured stared at Gray. They didn't say anything for some time. After a while, the leader of the group stepped forward and bowed. Thank you for saving our lives. The others bowed as well. Although they were angered when Gray didn't help out previously, now that he helped them escape from that place, they had to show him their gratitude. It's nothing. We were in the same place. Leaving you guys behind isn't really the right thing. Gray waved it off. He was not a saint, but he wouldn't really leave these people to die when he could give them a chance. For one, he was stunned that all of them managed to make it out. Other than one of the Sage Plane Elementalist who seemed to be severely injured, the others only had some injuries that weren't too serious. As long as they went into seclusion for some time, they would be all right. They thanked Clous and the others and left. They needed to treat the wounded. Chapter 1098. The group of 8 soon left, leaving only Gray and his friends behind. The others were still rushing over, so Gray decided to stay put. They had been separated since they entered this place, so it wasn't bad for them to head to the inner area together. The inner part of the ruin held far greater danger than this side, so they would need to help each other. Clous and Reynolds looked at the bunny Gray was holding curiously. Bud, do you want to make bunny soup? Clous couldn't help but ask. Gray rushed back in to take this bunny. It was definitely very dangerous since they didn't know how long the opening would last, yet he risked it. When the bunny heard Clous' words, it started to shake repeatedly while shaking its head. It didn't want to be bunny soup. Other than Gray and Void, the others were somewhat shocked by the bunny's reaction. They didn't think it would react this smartly. This meant that its intelligence was definitely high compared to other magical beasts. Gray chuckled when he saw the bunny's reaction and nodded. This guy was the one who put me in danger. Of course, he didn't tell them of his past encounters with the bunny, it was too embarrassing. But there was no harm in telling them that the bunny was what put him in danger now. This little guy is dangerous? Reynolds looked at the bunny, not sure of what to believe. Although he could sense a powerful aura from it, it didn't look like something that could hurt anyone. Not it, but its minions. It's the leader of a large group of bunnies. They even have large ones. Gray explained. Oh, it's like that. Clous looked at the bunny leader. Why did you take it then? He asked. He didn't understand why Gray would carry this bunny. Even though it was what put him in danger, since he could escape, there was no need to go back for it. He didn't know Gray to be so petty, especially towards magical beasts he wouldn't see again. Gray replied after some time, I feel it's the same bunny I saw in the trial land. Really? Clous looked at the bunny. He didn't encounter it then, so he didn't really know. But since Gray said it, it was most likely true. Gray nodded. Do you know what this means? I can meet my father again. Clous said after some silence. We shouldn't put our hopes too high. But yes, I'm certain I saw this bunny in the trial land. Gray had to warn Clous first. If his hopes were too high, the chances of him being devastated if they eventually do not meet the principle were very high. I know. Clous replied. Gray didn't speak too much but focused on the bunny. Since the others were here, he didn't bother to kill it now. He tried to seal the essence of the bunny, but his expression changed when he realized he couldn't. Interesting. He thought to himself. There was a force in the bunny that was actually fighting back against sealing its essence. It has some secrets. Gray wasn't interested in killing the bunny any longer. The bunny, however, showed a fearful expression when Gray tried to seal its essence. After seeing that Gray was unable to, a look of relief appeared on its face. Let's wait for the others and continue together. Gray suggested. The others nodded. The young lady accompanying Ella soon arrived and sat by the side. Seeing the bunny in Gray's hands, she looked at it with interest. It was just too cute with its large beady eyes and pure white fur. It was larger than Void, but everyone knew if Void wanted to, he could expand his size. Apparently, he liked his small size since it could comfortably lay on Gray's shoulder without any issues. Some minutes later, Alice, Keith, and Kyle appeared. Seeing the others present, they heaved a sigh of relief. Since Gray was alive, that was all that was important. They looked at the energy wall. They were not the only ones who were attracted here due to the energy wall. Others who were heading in this direction rushed over as well. When they saw Gray's group, they all felt the group was waiting for the energy wall to calm down and then head in to search for treasures. When Gray saw the high number of people coming over, he didn't want to stay there any longer. If some of his enemies were to appear, it would not be good for them if they grouped together. He presently didn't have the help of the fusion state any longer, so he had to be careful. If he were alone, he might be able to escape from them, but with his friends with him, he couldn't leave them behind. Such a cute bunny, where did you get it? Alice asked when she saw the bunny. She was not the only one interested in the bunny. Kyle and the others who arrived were also curious about it. They all noticed that Gray hadn't let go of it since they came over. It was a little strange seeing Gray carry the bunny around. From that place. Gray pointed at the energy wall. You entered? Kyle was surprised. He had seen it, and although he didn't test it out, he knew that going in was not going to be easy. I was there before the energy wall rose. Gray replied. Oh, what was inside? Keith asked. A garden. Guess what the garden's guardians are? Gray replied while holding onto the bunny with a playful smile. Bunnies? Alice answered. Gray nodded. But why did you carry this one? Alice couldn't help but ask. It's their leader. Gray said. And? Alice asked. I've seen it in the trial land before. Gray added. And? Alice didn't understand why he would take it out. But, you said you were in danger because of this bunny, and you've seen it in the trial land before. Could it be that it attacked you there as well? Clous suddenly thought of something and asked. From how panicky Gray sounded when he contacted them, they knew that he was frightened. But? How could Gray be frightened by a bunny? Chapter 1099. Gray's expression turned dark when Clous asked this question. Nothing. He replied and stopped looking at them as he looked ahead of them with all seriousness. Clous burst out laughing when he heard this. Gray's reaction also confirmed some things. He had definitely seen this bunny leader before, and he most likely suffered a loss at its hand. Well, pause. If they knew that the bunny leader had made Gray run for his life 2 times already, adding this encounter which made it 3, they would be shocked. Gray was actually bested by a small bunny that didn't look like it could hurt a fly. Of course, they all knew that looks can be deceiving, especially given how powerful magical beasts were. But seeing that this cute bunny got the better of Gray was funny. Gray acted like he didn't see them and continued walking forward. He tried to see if he could communicate with the bunny, but he didn't get any response. "Try to speak with it," he said to Void. Void nodded and tried, but to his surprise, the bunny didn't show any reactions. "If you don't speak, you'll end up in my pot." Gray transmitted his voice over angrily. "Maybe it can't communicate, you should know not every magical beast is on my level," Void said, a little proud. But his expression changed when he heard the small voice of the bunny. "Human, don't turn me into soup. This little lord isn't ready to die yet." The bunny's fearful voice resounded in Gray's head. Gray and Void were communicating at this time, and given the link between them, Void was also able to hear the voice of the bunny leader. He was stunned. This little lord? That was the only thing that resounded in his head. Other than occasionally, he didn't even call himself a lord, yet this small bunny was calling itself a lord. Gray, on the other hand, didn't think too much about this. He had known the bunny leader for a long time. It was leading the bunnies in the trial land, and so was it here. He didn't see anything with it referring to itself as a lord. He couldn't help but be shocked. During the time he went back for his revenge and was forced to run away again, he was stronger than the bunny at that time, but presently, they were on the same stage. This little guy cultivates really fast. He couldn't help but sigh. "I thought you were tough," Gray said to the bunny. "No, I'm just a weak bunny," the bunny leader said with a pitiful gaze. When the others saw its gaze, they felt Gray was probably secretly attacking it since it had done something to him in the past. "Don't bully the little bunny," Allah said to Gray softly. Gray threw a glance in her direction but didn't say anything and continued with what he was doing. "Are we still in the same place as last time?" he asked the important question. If they were in the same place, he would search for his teacher. If not, he would just focus on exploring this place and getting benefits. "No. This is a different space. Although it's not as rich as the previous place I was staying. I had to leave. Those old guys chased me out." The bunny showed a depressed look. It really liked where it was previously staying, but who would have thought that it would be chased out? If not for the fact that it wasn't strong enough, it would have beaten those old guys to death. So it's not the trial land. Gray came to a realization. He didn't have too much hope in this place being the same place as the trial land, but he didn't really mind if it were. Since the bunny had confirmed it, he turned to Clous and shook his head. Clous quickly understood what he meant and didn't speak any further, a little downcast. "Which old guys?" Gray continued his conversation with the bunny leader. The bunny leader spoke about an old man with white hair and an ethereal body. It also spoke of a dragon. When Gray heard of a dragon, he couldn't help but recall about the ice dragon that chased him when he was about to leave the trial land. That was not a good memory for him, and if not for his luck, he would have died during the chase. He spoke with the bunny for a while and soon confirmed that there were still people living in the trial land. He couldn't help but be shocked. The dragon that almost killed him was actually under that person's control. His teacher told him he was in the trial land, but he didn't know if his teacher knew about the people there. His teacher might be in trouble if the person was a bad person. If the person isn't, he wouldn't be in any trouble. He didn't know how his teacher went there. If he knew that his teacher was forcefully taken as a student by the old man there and was trained, he would be shocked. During the time he was in the trial land, his teacher was also there. He spoke with the bunny and soon realized it had 3 elements and the space element was one of them. When the bunny leader told him of how it traveled through space before entering this place, he was stunned. Even Void couldn't stay in space for that long. One has to know that it was extremely dangerous to do this. Whenever they created spatial tunnels, they always created protective walls to block the spatial turbulence so that they wouldn't be in danger. But the bunny didn't do that and directly traveled through it. It was shocking just listening to it. The bunny was an even more frightening existence than Void when it came to the space element. "Why didn't you escape when I captured you?" he couldn't help but ask. Chapter 1100. Gray walked with the bunny and before long, the group could see a large building not too far away. Void and the bunny's ears perked up and they couldn't help but look toward the right. Ellis and Gray also sensed it and looked in that direction as well. They frowned as they heard the screams of horror as they walked closer to it. Let's check it out, Grey suggested. The others had also heard the noise at this time and nodded. They all hid their auras and rushed in that direction. When Grey and the others got to the place where the fight was taking place, Grey's expression darkened. People from the Permanent faction were being killed by a group of people. They're from the Syphilis faction. Keith recognized the people and said, shaking from anger. This group from the Syphilis faction had over 15 people, and they were beating the group of 5 from the Permanent faction. On the side, 3 lifeless bodies could be seen. Void, let's go. Ellis, you can help. The others, stay here, Grey instructed. The group of 15 had about 7 people in the elemental venerable plane. He couldn't take the risk of bringing the others. Presently, he aimed to rescue these people and not fight. Don't think of escaping. No matter where you hide, I can track you down. Help me. The bunny which was in Grey's palm interrupted him mid-sentence. I don't fight. Grey looked at it before saying, fine, but take them away from this place. Take them to the others and wait there. He knew the only way he could make sure the bunny didn't run away was to threaten it. As long as the bunny was frightened, then it wouldn't dare to move around carelessly. Grey quickly made the arrangements with Ellis and Void before switching places with one of the people from the Syphilis faction who was standing close to the others. He had already told Void that he would be switching places with someone, so the moment he switched places, Void attacked Ellis as well. The person who Grey switched places with was unable to react and was instantly killed. At the same time Ellis and Void were attacking the young man, Grey unleashed his domains as well. All 3 domains came out, and 2 people in the Sage plane were instantly frozen to death. He used his icy fire, making the freezing of his ice domain skyrocket. Both his icy flames and ice domain complemented each other, boosting their strengths. Of the 15 people present, an elemental venerable had been killed by the ambush of the group, while 2 Sage plane elementalists were frozen to death by Grey's sudden attack. The other 6 elemental venerables managed to react quickly and block Grey's attack. The remaining 6 were all peak Sage plane elementalists. Although they were heavily impacted by the attack, they still managed to survive for a while. You're Grey, someone in the elemental venerable plane exclaimed. Of the 6 elemental venerables, 2 were in the mid-stages. They attacked together, sending Grey flying with their powerful attacks. 3 of them unleashed their domains, all darkness domains. They were able to corrode Grey's domains, reducing their size and strength. Grey was not as strong as they were, to begin with, so when 3 people unleashed their domains, and after having to block the attack that sent him flying, he was unable to enforce his domains, and they soon crumbled. But that gave Void, Ellis, and the bunny leader the chance they needed. Grey took the bunny leader along, so at the time he attracted the attention of the others, the bunny leader vanished, taking the only Sage plane elementalists among the group from the Permanent faction away. From the time Grey appeared to the time the others reacted, it didn't take more than 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, 1 elemental venerable and 2 Sage plane elementalists had been killed by Grey's group, while one of the 5 from the Permanent faction had been taken away. The efficiency of Grey's group was superb. All sides stopped fighting and exchanged glances. Grey was currently standing alone on the other side, while the 4 remaining people from the Permanent faction were standing with Ellis and Void. At the moment, the people from the Syphilis faction were in the middle of Grey and the others from the Permanent faction. Grey. Someone from the Permanent faction had a complicated expression as he saw Grey standing on the other side. He was someone from the Grand Elder Archibald's faction, so seeing that Grey was the one who came to save them, he didn't know how to feel. Especially after the Grand Elder gave them the task of killing Grey if they encountered him alone. Grey looked at the young man. He didn't know him but still nodded at him. His gaze was cold as he looked at the group from the Syphilis faction. Your group is hunting us down? He asked curiously. Since they attacked this group like this, it meant that they planned to kill anyone from the Permanent faction they encountered. Yes, so what? One of the duo in the mid-stages looked at Grey with a frosty expression. Even after their combined attack, he could tell that Grey was unscathed. This was a shocking thing. Even an elemental venerable in the mid-stages would not necessarily be unscathed from both their attacks. There were also the 3 domains that attacked Grey's domains as well. Attacking 15 against 8, that's a little too much, don't you think? Grey didn't want to fight with them now. However, he wasn't scared if a battle really broke out. Of the 4 from the Permanent faction, 1 was in the mid-stages, while the others were in the early stages. However, 2 of them were injured, so the probability that they would be able to unleash their full strength was very low. If that was the case, it was best to take them away for treatment. What are you talking to him for? Kill him. The other person in the mid-stages from the Syphilis faction who was a young lady spoke up. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Ruptor's out.